On a beautiful, crisp Carol Stream morning, it's the 2025 NABF World Series. I'm Kyle Smith giving you live commentary of today's very important pool play game between the Buffalo Diesel and the Addison Braves. If you're not familiar with the format, this is how it works. There are 3 pools, okay, so 4 teams per pool, 12 teams overall, but only 6 advance to the quarterfinals. The top 2 seeds, meaning the top 2 best records from 2 of the 3 pools get the 1 and 2 seed, so they don't have to play in the quarters. They get an automatic bid to the semifinals. Other than that, though, it's full pool play. You're trying to go 3-0 in pool play, and not just that, but run differential is important. And giving up runs is important because runs scored is the 3rd tiebreaker. So the offense is important, but your defense is even more important. Anyways, let's give you the starting lineups for today's game, brought to you by our sponsors, Damon University, Paul Wolf Logistics, Wingnuts, and Empire Electric. The lineup for Addison, brought to you by SBS, Sports Broadcast Solutions. Leading off, number 27 at shortstop, J.J. Jakubowski. Batting second, the first baseman, number 23, A.J. Putty. Batting third, the right fielder, number 15, Cameron Yearsley. Batting fourth, the cleanup hitter, number 34, Dan Blicken. Batting fifth for the Braves, the second baseman, number 7, James Swarbrick. Batting sixth, the third baseman, number 19, Trey Hernandez. Batting seventh, the catcher, number 2, Josh Cuniff. Batting eighth and playing center field, number 3, Peyton Birch. And batting ninth in left field, number 17, Frank Lavin. On the mound for Buffalo, the big right-hander, and he's got a huge task ahead of him as Addison scored 10 runs yesterday in that blowout victory over their opponent. Buffalo Diesel, they're led by their pitcher and Annie Almani, and their starting lineup, brought to you by Wingnuts, is leading off. He had 4 walks yesterday. Jacob Victor, the right fielder. Batting second, the second baseman, Mark DeLeo. Batting third in center field, Darren Grabowski. Batting fourth, the DH, Nick Jasinski. Batting fifth, the first baseman, Neil DeMartin. Batting sixth, the shortstop, Mike Wagner. Batting seventh, Brandon Gosling at third base. Batting eighth, the catcher, Tommy Lukongo. And batting ninth in left field, Ryan Barowdy. But here we go. Baseball at beautiful Leaf Fund Stadium, the home of the Wheaton College Thunder. As it'll be Manny Almani, and at the plate is J.J. Jakubowski. And here we go. Almani comes set. On the outer part for a strike, today's umpiring crew, brought to you by WNY Athletics. The crew chief behind the home plate is Kevin McNeese. First base up, Mark Snyder. Third base up, Edward Hudson. That is a drive to right field, and that keeps on going. Victor rounding first base. It's off the wall. Victor already at second base. He's going to make it to third base, and he'll be held at third. On the second pitch of the game, a leadoff triple. That's pretty darn impressive, isn't it? 2 pitches and a runner on third base. Jacob Victor, have yourself a tournament to remember. He had 4 walks yesterday, excellent eye, and a leadoff triple. That ball fouled away. A.J. Putty at the plate. Outside for a ball. 1-1 the count. Early on in the game, they're going to play back is this Buffalo Diesel defense. Manny Almani comes set. Just missed for a ball. Major League strike zone today. Fouled away. Braves absolutely dominated their opponent yesterday. At one point leading 8-0. Swung on a miss for strike 3.
And the strip up the first out off the top of the first. Now to play for the Braves. The right fielder, number 15,
Cameron Yearsley at the dish. The left-hander, right fielder for the Braves. Outside for a ball. Runner at third, 1 out. Jack Kubowski with a leadoff triple. Outside for a ball. 2-0 the count. Infield pretty deep except at third base. Even with the bag is the Braves' third baseman in Hernandez. 2-0 the count. Coming set is Almani. 3-0 the count. And it's up to Almani if he wants to give him something nice to hit or if he's just going to walk him here. With 1 out, it's probably going to be the red light. Not even close to the plate. Ball 4. Runners at the corners. 1 out.
And here's the walk. He's now running down first and third with 1 out. On the plate passes, but doesn't hit it, number 34, Dan Woodman.
Lacan up at the plate. Swing and a miss for a strike. As Blicken fouls that away. Quickly an 0-2 count with Swarbrick on deck. Swarbrick had a couple of sac flies. Outside for a ball pickoff attempt, and reading it all the way was Yearsley. Cannot afford to get picked off there. 1-2. Lickan, don't want to strike out, but avoid the double play if you can. Pitcher's pitch, but Lickan decides not to swing at it. 2-2. Runners at the corners, just 1 dead. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts after giving up that walk and a triple. Both outs of the inning via the K, but still runners at the corners. Fouled away. That was an absolute shot by Jack Kubowski. The right fielder was playing deep in Jacob Victor, but still got it over his head. That ball high up in the air. Victor got a good read on it, and he'll catch it. So the leadoff triple goes for naught. 2 strikeouts and a flyout. We go to the bottom of the first. Still 0-0.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Kyle Smith alongside our excellent crew, Mike Goodberry and Rolando Delgado. It's a 0-0 tie in the bottom of the first. Mike Goodberry on TD duties, and Rolando Delgado, our camera operator. TD, of course, stands for Technical Director. We already gave you Buffalo's lineup, but we will repeat it for you in case you missed it early on in the broadcast. On the mound for the Braves, Anthony Filippo. See if he can pound that strike zone and force Buffalo to put the ball in play. Buffalo, of course, looking to get that #1 overall seed. To do that, got to win today or get a lot of help.
Leading off on the first for Diesel. Right fielder, number 15, Jacob. Victor.
I'm getting calls from people saying they're not going out to the net. They're not seeing any. Really? I don't know what that's about. They're not seeing what.
It's on YouTube.
I know that's where they're at.
Fouled away. That's going to be a drive into the gap, and that's going to be a leadoff double for the Buffalo Diesel. As it's Jacob Victor with the double. I'm watching it live right now. It's live. I'm watching it live right now. It's live on YouTube. Yeah. They got the wrong link then. Yeah. We got it right now. Leadoff double for the Diesel. And they're going to check out this bat, possibly for a pine tar violation. Reminds me of the George Brett situation back in the 70s. They called him out, and then it was overruled by the commissioner's office, and they had to continue the game with George Brett being credited with the home run after the home plate umpire decided it was a pine tar violation. They're also evaluating the width and length of the bat. As we get closer to the semifinals and the championship, you're going to see more of these instances. And you want to find a way to win games, and you don't want to call out teams for not going with the rules, but if it's against the rules, it's against the rules. You got to call them on it, but they're evaluating it. I would say it's probably within regulations. This would be a huge call if they call them out. Meanwhile, Victor's at second base. DeLeo is waiting to hit, and he'll find out if there's going to be one out or there's going to be a runner on second and nobody dead. And this is a huge call. Not only is the home plate umpire looking at it, but the entire board of directors for the NABF is looking at it. This is taking a long time, and you can see that the crew chief is talking it over with his two base umpires. McNeese talking it over with first base umpire Mark Snyder and third base umpire Edward Hudson. And like I said, this is a huge call because it goes from a leadoff double to an out. Usually you don't see this early in the game, but it's better to do it now than waiting around and then calling somebody on it in the 7th inning when he was allowed to use the at-bat the entire game. So Jacob Victor is going to be out on the illegal bat.
Okay.
So Jacob Victor is using an illegal bat. He is ejected for using the illegal bat. Bat itself is illegal, not the pine tar situation, and the manager for the Buffalo Diesel is also ejected. What a huge call early on in the game, and Jacob Victor had 4 walks yesterday. Maybe the best leadoff man in this entire tournament is done for today. Yeah, he's done for this game. If there's another pool play game for them later today, he can play in that one. And because there was such a delay, they're going to allow some warm-up pitches to keep Filippo's arm warm. Wow. You know, I've seen a lot of things all in baseball games. Working as a field reporter, I've never seen that. Because sometimes it's the pine tar situation. This time it was just an illegal bat. And if you're wondering what an illegal bat is, there's a lot of different instances of it, but let's say you go to Meijer and you buy just a children's wooden bat. You can't use it for this tournament. It's got to be a -3 bat. It's a ground ball to short. It's going to be a tough play. Charging it is Jack Grabowski, and then a throw over to Putty. 2 up, 2 down. The complexion of this game might have changed over one call without your leadoff hitter. I'm not going to say your best player, but probably your most important player. The guy who started everything off for you yesterday had 4 walks, starts off this game with a leadoff double, and then called for an illegal bat. Wow. Anyways, that brings up the 3-hole hitter for the Buffalo Diesel, as that'll be Darren Grabowski. You just don't expect it. You thought it was just going to be a quick pine tar check, a 30-second check, and then it just kept going and going. But I didn't see them get the tape measure out, so I didn't think it was going to be checking the length of the bat. But it's possible they just checked it with other league and legal bats. And anyways, he's done for the day, at least for this game. He can play in other games today. But wow. Anyways, that's going to be a walk to Grabowski, and Jasinski is now up. So we got Grabowski at first. Jasinski is up. Curveball in there for a strike. Oh, 1 the count. In the dirt for a ball. Ground ball to third. This will be an easy put out at first. The jump throw as Hernandez retires the batter in Jasinski. So a leadoff double, an ejection of the player, an ejection of the manager, and a throw out from third base to first. We go to the top of the second, still a 0-0 tie here at the home of the Wheaton Thunder.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
So we have a clarification from the NABF. We told you it was a legal bat. It was a BB Core bat, and we got a substitution in right field, obviously, since Jacob Victor's done for the day. For this game, I keep saying done for the day because I keep forgetting that they have another pool play game today. But he's done for this game.
The third baseman, number 19, Trey Hernandez.
Anyways, Hernandez up for the Braves. He batted leadoff in yesterday's pool play action. Inside for a ball. Outside for a ball. 2-0 the count. So that's on the outer part for a strike. It's going to be a ground ball to second base. Look at this. Athletic play. Are you kidding me on that play? Off balance throw, but an excellent throw nonetheless from Mark DeLeo over to Neil DeMartin, and he retires the leadoff hitter in Hernandez. That was absolutely fantastic. Well, they're going to try to battle for their teammate in Jacob Victor and their manager, who are both ejected for just this game. That's in there for a strike. And that's going to be a foul ball down the first base line. Struck him out looking, and Buffalo is excited about that. Look, when you get into a game like this, obviously Jacob Victor did it to himself by being in this position of getting ejected. And it's interesting that he thought he would get away with that, because a wooden bat has a crack in it. You know, the crack of the bat, the old saying. This is to the shortstop side. Look at that dive. The throw, it's close on the pick. He's out. Addison can't believe it, but it sure looked like Birch was out at first base. Remember, it's quick. To be called off the base, you have to be completely off the base. You stick it with the foot, you show it to the umpire, and you're out. And Addison pleading their case that he was off the bag, but it sure looked like he was out by a half step, so if he was going to be called safe, it would have been off the bag entirely. We'll take a break. Still a 0-0 score here in the bottom of the second.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Kyle Smith alongside our excellent NABF crew. Orlando Delgado on camera operating duties and Mike Goodberry, the technical director. And here we go, bottom of the second. So maybe the controversy will die down a little bit, but we've seen a guy get ejected, a manager get ejected, and some arguing at first base when he looked like he was out. Peyton Burge argued his case, but looked like he was out by a half step. Either you beat it or you don't, and if you don't beat it, you're out. We all like these sayings, tie goes to the runner. No, either you beat it or you didn't. They're all fun, right? They're all fun to say, fun in games, but either the umpire saw he beat it or he didn't beat it. That's outside for a ball. That's why umpiring, it's harder than you think it is, because when you're at first base, and I'll talk about it after this pitch. You know, I've umpired for a long time, Cooperstown Dreams Park, some varsity games, etc. You're looking for where the ball is, and did the foot hit the base, and do you hear the foot hitting the base? As it's a ground ball to third, little two-hopper, should be an easy play at third, and is. As good job by Hernandez throwing it over to Putty. But when you're an umpire, you're looking for where the foot is of the runner. The foot of the first baseman is the ball in the glove, and it just has to barely be in the glove unless he's not controlling it. Inside for a ball. And then you're listening for the base runner hitting the base before the ball gets there. It seems easy, but if you've never done it before, it's harder than it sounds. That being said, from our angle and our camera, it sure looked like he was out. And here's the thing, too. If you're a base umpire, once the game starts, once you've established the precedent of calls you're going to make, anything close to that, unless you're absolutely sure he beat it, you're probably going to call him out. So managers, what they're looking for is consistency. As long as you're consistent with the strike zone, the calls are consistent. If anything close, he's pretty much out unless it's absolutely positively sure that he was safe. Fly ball. This will be to the third base side. And nice catch that time by Hernandez. 2 up, 2 down.
The second out of the inning. That's Slate's for the detour. The third baseman, number 25, Brandon Gosling.
That's in there for a strike. Gosling up with Lukongo on deck. That one fouled away. Quick 0-2 count to Brandon Gosling, the third baseman. If you're just joining us, Buffalo has a double and a walk, and that's it. As that's going to be a liner to left. The double doesn't count because it was an illegal bat. We go to the top of the third. Still no score here at the home of the Wheaton College Thunder.
No score.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
WNYathletics.com. You can link me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Kyle Smith alongside our excellent crew at the NABF World Series. Man, controversy galore today. We'll see if it dies down a little bit. Noah Evans is the new right fielder for Jacob Victor. And Paul Evans is the manager that got ejected. And what stinks about this whole thing is I understand the league rule, and I very much appreciate the league rule, is it's quite possible Paul Evans had no idea what Jacob Victor was doing. But that's the league rule. And in a game like this, how important is the manager? We're going to find out. Fouled away. Leadoff hitter for Addison. As leading off is Frank Lavin. In there for a strike. Ground ball to third. This should be an easy play. Chopper to Hopper, and the pick can't make it. E5. That's why sometimes it's better to just set your feet and throw. You want to make these acrobatic throws and show off your athleticism, and if you can do it consistently, great. But that's a leadoff base runner off the air for the Braves. Brandon Gosling committed the error. Back to the top of the order. Jack Uboski with the leadoff triple that was not able to score. It has two key strikeouts from Al Manny. I want a fly ball, foul territory, and out of play. Runner at first, nobody out. Buffalo Diesel, the home team. And because it was an ejection and a legal bat, still hitless are the Diesel. Look at this bunt. In between the pitcher and the third baseman. Only chance is to just barehand it and live another day. A bunt for a hit for the leadoff hitter and Jack Uboski. Have yourself a day, kid. Infield hit. He's now 2 for 2, and he's a double and homer away from the cycle. Now up is Putty. He struck out swinging with Jack Uboski on third base and nobody out. In there for a strike. If Buffalo can win this game without their leadoff hitter, and quite possibly their most important player, that would be really impressive, especially against the Braves. 0-1 the count. Fly ball to right. Will this stay fair? And it finds its way foul to the bullpen. And that was an interesting situation because the situation that it was, if he catches that, you get the out, but if both runners tag on that, they probably both get into scoring position because he would have had to dive for the ball and would have allowed both runners in Lavin and Jakubowski to get into scoring position. 0-2 count. Another foul ball, first base side. Lucky souvenir for a fan. Or the construction company. We're right next to the church, so they're doing some construction to the parking lot of the construction company. of the church. 0-2 count at beautiful Leaf Fund Stadium. Controversy starting to die down a bit as I knock on wood. Another foul ball. And more baseballs going to the crew chief and Kevin McNeese. As an umpire, you hope you get a nice, lackadaisical game. No controversy, no people yelling at you. First batter on the bottom of the first at an illegal bat. Ground ball up, it goes off the base umpire. Oh, no. So 1 base awarded because it hit off the umpire. And a slight break for the Diesel, but it's also a bad break against him because it looked like a double play ball.
And one of the count of no outs, so bases now loaded.
The Braves are a little unhappy he couldn't get out of the way of it, but he has to be in that spot because you need to be as close to the bag as possible to see if the second baseman or shortstop are off the bag for a throw. It's technically a neighborhood play, but you still watch for it to see if he was off the bag. In there for a strike. And this is the problem with 3 umpires. 4 umpires, you can put him behind the bag. With 3, he's got to be in front. 0-1 the count. Nobody out. Swing and a miss from Yearsley. He had that walk in the first inning. All he needs is a fly ball to give the Braves the lead. And this is interesting. You've got the center fielder to the left of the second base bag. Outside, missed. Buffalo wanted that call, but it was clearly a ball. It's early on in the game, but not that early as we only play 7 today. So I'm kind of surprised they don't have the infield in. Fly ball. Pretty deep, so this will score Lavin. Lavin tags up, and with 1 out, deciding to stay at second is Jakubowski. But the sacrifice fly for Yearsley, and the first run of the game goes the way of the Braves.
A 24th as the Braves. The designated hitter, number 34, Dan Whitman.
Dan Blicken up. That's in there for a strike. In the dirt for a ball. 1-1 the count. Runners at first and second, 1 out. As Almani trying to work through the damage that started off an E5 and an infield single. Infield single was a bunt for a hit. A bad break against Buffalo, but also an ejection and an error. Mental mistakes have cost Buffalo early on. 3-1. Catbird seat is Blickman. Blickman trying to avenge that strikeout. And that's in there for strike 2. Swarbrick on deck. He flew out to right. Full count, but with 1 out, runners will probably stay where they are. But I wouldn't be shocked if there was a double steal here. Jammed him. Double play ball. Touches the bag. 6 unassisted 3. And a good job turning it, that time by Mike Wagner. We go to the bottom of the third. It's a 1-0 lead for the Addison Braves.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Kyle Smith alongside our excellent crew here at the home of the Wheaton College Thunder. And it's a leadoff hitter and Tommy Lacongo in there for a strike. Lacongo, Garauti, and then we're back to the top of the order. Jacob Victor was the leadoff hitter, but he got ejected, so Noah Evans is in the hole. Ground ball to short. It's in the hole. Off his back foot. Excellent play. Excellent play by Jack Grubowski. Have yourself a day, kid. 2 for 2 with that triple. Braves up by a run. Showing bunt and then backs off, does Barowdi. Swing and a miss. 0-2 count with Evans on deck. Curveball missed. 1-2. In the dirt for a ball. Evens up at 2-2. Evans on deck. DeLeo in the hole. Swing and a miss. Strike 3.
The strikeout, the second out, upbound the third. At the plate for the Buffalo BC. The right fielder, number 35, Nolan Evans.
This is going to be interesting. Going off the bench to a new leadoff hitter. As that goes off the net. It's been a completely new Diesel offense since that ejection. That one is driven to left field as it's slicing towards the foul line. And a nice catch in left field by Frank Lavin.
Fly out to the left fielder, 1, 2, 3.
We go to the top of the fourth, 1-0 lead for the Braves.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Top of the fourth, Addison Braves up 1-0. They had a chance to really blow this one out open, but they had a leadoff hitter get on base via an error by the third baseman, then a bunt for a hit, and then a single that loaded them up. A sac fly from Yearsley, but you got to remember on that base hit from A.J. Putty that loaded up the bases, it hit the base umpire. It hit the third base umpire in Hudson, and you can only advance one base on an umpire interference. And then a huge double play ball, keeping the Diesel in this game, but their bats have gone quiet quickly. And they got to get a lot done quickly to get a better seed for bracket play. In there for a strike. It's Swarbrick, Hernandez, and Cuniff. Cuniff had that great game yesterday. Looking to continue the trend as he's in the hole. Swarbrick lays off that pitch. That's a fly ball right side. Swarbrick, one of the RBI leaders on this Addison Braves team. Hernandez was in the leadoff spot yesterday. He's batting 6th today. Ground ball to third. Should be an easy play and is. High throw, but doesn't matter. And a 5-3 putout. Gosling over to DeMartin.
Coming to the plate for the Addison Braves, the third baseman, number 19, Trey Hernandez.
Fouled away. Check swing. Hernandez trying to fight through this 0-2 pitch. And he fights it off. Fouled first base side. Struck him out looking. Hernandez wasn't ready for it. And a big pitch by Almani. Manuel Almani. He's got Manny twice in his name and a huge strikeout. So that was 4th of the game. Cuniff trying to get something done with 2 outs. Outside corner for a strike. Looking to avenge that strikeout looking in the second. We've seen some production at the top of the order, but other than that, been pretty quiet offensively for the Braves. Outside pitch for a ball. Just shows you how important mental mistakes are in the game of baseball. The only run that scored, the leadoff runner got on base via an error. Fly ball, center field, pretty shallow. Who will call for it? And the second baseman for the Diesel and DeLeo calls off his center fielder and Grabowski. We go to the bottom of the fourth, 1-0 lead for the Braves.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Bottom of the fourth. It'll be DeLeo, Grabowski, and Jasinski up for the Diesel. DeLeo had that ground ball to shortstop for the second out of the inning. And the only reason it was the second out of the inning because of the ejection to Victor. Grabowski walked in the first, and Jasinski with the 5-3 putout. We'll let you know what's going on in the other pools in a minute from now. But meanwhile, DeLeo at the plate. 3 hits for the Braves. No hits for the Diesel. That's in there for a strike. Oh, 1 the count. Ground ball to first will be an easy play as the first baseman for the Braves and Putty calls off his pitcher in Filippo.
Diesel. The center fielder, number 2, Jaron. Grabowski.
That pitch way too high, and it's ball 1. Grabowski with that open stance. That ball's absolutely drilled, but it's foul. Grabowski with that walk in the first. Trying to get on base for Jasinski. Buffalo scored 8 runs yesterday, but pretty quiet in this one. Fouled away off the netting. But for Buffalo, even though things have not gone the way you would have liked, obviously you don't want the ejection of both your leadoff hitter and your manager. You give up that error, you're still only down 1-0, a bloop and a blast. You got the lead. You're being no hit thus far. Ooh, just barely missed. 2-2 the count. Fouled away. Oh my goodness, I was smoked. That's why you got to be awake in the dugout. There's no screen in front of it. Just don't expect it when you're in the Braves dugout. It's a right-handed hitter, usually a foul ball. You're late on it, so it would go into the Diesel dugout. Time granted by the home plate umpire in McNeese. All three umpires dealing with their fair share of controversy and definitely getting their money's worth today. Had to issue 2 ejections, some arguing at first base on a bang-bang call. Swung on a miss, has to tag him and does, so it's a strikeout for the man. I'm not going to say what he's throwing, but you guys know what I mean to say.
At the plate for the Diesel, the designated hitter, number 87.
He gave up that leadoff double, but it doesn't count because of the ejection. Other problem is if you're Addison, all you really care about is getting into bracket play. But something special could happen for that kid on the mound as we get closer to the 7th inning. Outside for a ball. And what's more important, history in the making or taking care of business to win that championship? 2-0, 2 out. Hit him. Nick Jasinski hit by the pitch. Everything they've done today, which has been minuscule, has been with 2 outs. A 2-out walk by Grabowski and now a 2-out hit by pitch by Jasinski.
The first baseman, number 13, Neal.
DeMartin up 0 for 1 on the day, like most of his teammates. Looking to first and third him here with a base hit. In the dirt, excellent block. That time by Cuniff. Jasinski needs to get a good secondary to score from first. This one's a liner to right, and you can cancel the post-game show. So he goes 3 2/3 innings without giving up a hit. And the first actual hit, are they going to check the bat this time? Probably not. And the first official hit goes the way of Neil DeMartin. Well, you don't have to worry about it now if you're the Braves coaching staff. Now you just focus on winning the game. High pop-up. Major league fly ball. And an easy catch at right. So the Diesel get their first hit of the game, but they can't do anything with it. We go to the top of the 5th, 1-0 lead for the Braves.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Top of the 5th. Addison looking to add more onto that scoreboard, and I promised you that I would let you know about what's happening in pool play, and I'm going to go along with my promise. And it's going to be Peyton Birch to lead it off for the Addison Braves. It's Birch, Lavin, and Jakubowski. And for the Braves, they're hoping for a slew of others. Lead-off bunt, but this might go foul, and it will. Got to get that on the grass or the turf. That's green. Anything that goes on the dirt, chances are, unless it's really slowly hit, it's going to find its way foul. But a good idea from Birch nonetheless. Only time that the Braves scored, errors contributed to it. An error, a bunt, a hit that went off the base umpire, and a sac fly, and that is the difference in this game. Just 3 hits for the Braves, 1 hit for the Diesel. As that missed for a ball, count even up. Ground ball to third. It stays fair on his back foot. And that was an excellent stretch that time by Neil DeMartin.
That's first out of the inning. Not the plate for the Braves. The left fielder, number 17, Frank Lavin.
The throw was decent from Gosling, but DeMartin on the stretch, even more impressive. Frank Lavin. Gosling had that bad throw, which allowed Lavin to reach first, and then he scored. And honestly, if the umpire hadn't gotten in the way of that ball accidentally, he was in the right position, of course, just couldn't get out of the way quick enough. Might have been a double play ball. It still could be 0-0. As the shortstop was right on it. It wasn't hit that hard. It was hit pretty hard, but it wasn't a straight liner. Swung on and missed by Levin. Jakubowski on deck. Really the only offensive threat for both teams as he's 2 for 2. Ground ball goes to third again. Gosling with it. Gosling, good throw. Even better stretch from DeMartin. 2 up, 2 down via the ground out to third base. Needs a double and a homer, does Jakubowski for the cycle. So we're halfway home for a cycle, and his starting pitcher in Filippo almost had a no-hitter. He went 3 2/3, no-hit ball. Technically, he did give up that leadoff double, but it was an illegal bat. Missed for a ball. 1-0 the count. Just missed for ball 2. Wind starting to pick up at Lee Fun Stadium. 2-0 the count. Swung on a miss for a strike. Swung on a miss. Kind of an excuse me swing. And the Buffalo Diesel mocking him a little bit. Look, they got to keep their teammates in the game. They're trying to fight through the controversy that they caused. Fouled away, goes off the Diesel dugout. Do not make a mistake if you're the starting pitcher in Al Manny. Liner, he's 3 for 3. Now go 2, kid, for the cycle. Just kidding. And the Braves mocking the mocking of the Diesel. And the Braves saying, why can't we do it if they're allowed to do it? And the Braves have an interesting case here. Like, well, if they're allowed to do it, why can't we? Why are we getting a warning? They're the ones that started it with the ejection, the illegal bat. So I think after this inning ends, both teams are going to be talked to. Not supposed to be talking once he's set. Anyways, runner at second base, 2 outs. Jack Kubaski now 3 for 3, a triple and 2 singles, including that bunt single. Surprised he wasn't in the leadoff spot yesterday, but they've needed him in a big way. And they need Putty to drive him in. He's 1 for 2 with a single. Lukongo thought about picking him off, but good decision by Lukongo. Just focus on the batter. That runner matters, but you also don't want to have an overthrow and get him into scoring position. Lukongo fakes the throw. Cameron Yearsley on deck. He had that sacrifice fly and a walk, so he has no official at bat yet. In the dirt for a ball. 3-0. Now you have to decide what you want to do here if you're Al Manny. Do you get aggressive with a fastball right across the heart of the plate? And it's in there for a strike, 3-1. That single from Putty was impressive because it was an 0-2 count in the third inning. And steps off and throws it over to first, does Al Manny. Trying to keep the runner and Jakubowski close. 2-1 count, 2 out. Runner at first. Liner into right. And Jakubowski got a good secondary lead. No choice but to just hit the cutoff man. And Jacob Victor's replacement, Nolan Evans. And here we go, first and third. With 2 out. Now Manny wants a new baseball. Runners at first and third. We saw it yesterday where the Beecher Muskies tried to pull off a first and third double steal, but the opposing team and the Fort Wayne Jackers were not fooled. Curveball in there for a strike. No official at bat today for Yearsley. Sac fly and a walk. Only RBI of the day, and it was an unearned run. Swung on a miss for a strike. 0-2 count. Yearsley now has to swing at anything close. Can Al Manny get out of this jam? He got the first 2 hitters, and now runners at the corners. Ground ball. This will be a close play. Look at this with the glove. Mark DeLeo. The glove 4-3 put out. Doesn't even use his right arm. We go to the bottom of the 5th. Still a 1-0 lead for the Braves here on the WNY Athletics YouTube channel.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Bottom of the 5th. Excellent play from DeLeo. As he used his glove, the little glove flip, and got the out. Got the out at first base. And we stand at a 1-0 lead. Only run that scored was unearned. That's it. Everything else pretty much non-existent offensively. So it's up for both of these pitchers to get it done. Swung on a miss, strike. Inside for a ball. And that's strike two on the swing. Up at the plate right now is Gosling. He's got Lukongo on deck and Baruti in the hole. Swing and a miss, strike three. As the leadoff strikeout to Brandon Gosling.
Number 18, the catcher Tommy Lukongo.
Lukongo now up with Baruti on deck. In their first strike, keep pounding that zone, kid. Another strike. Tommy Lukongo can't get the bat off his shoulder. And now he's down in an 0-2 hole. Got to find a way to get the ball in play. Help out your teammates. Lays off that pitch in the dirt. These blocks have been really good. The catcher for the Braves and Joshua Cunniff with some excellent blocks in the dirt. Stops it again, does Cunniff, and now the payoff pitch coming up, a 3-2 pitch right now for Tommy Lukongo. I think he did go at it, looking for the appeal, and the first base umpire in Mark Snyder able to lay off. Mark Snyder says he did not go,
The batter, the left fielder.
and it's a one-out walk.
Baruti.
One on, one out for Filippo. In there for a strike. Curveball missed on the outer part. 2-1. Both bullpens not warming up pitchers. Ground ball to first, off the glove. He's got to go quickly. He was hugging the base, but he did dive for it. So we're going to give Barowdy an infield hit. Runners at first and second, and one out for Jacob Victor's replacement, Nolan Evans. They're going to talk about it. And a guy coming out of the bullpen for the Addison Braves. Now, the roster they gave us, available pitchers was Kosiak 47, but instead they're going to go with number 5. So we're going to take a break. Bullpen pitcher coming in for the Braves.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
WNYathletics.com. You can thank me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Now pitching for the Braves as they're going to go out of the bullpen with Kosiak, number 47. It looked like they were going to go to number 5, but they changed their mind and said to go to Kosiak. And according to the depth chart, that's the only guy that they have available. So they're hoping that Kosiak can finish the job and they don't have to go to a third pitcher. That's a lot of confidence in their relief pitcher in Kosiak. So here we go. Runners at first and second with 1 out. Nolan Evans at the plate. Oh, that was close to hitting him. If I'm Evans, I'm trying to turn my back away from it and letting it hit me. A 1-0 count to Evans. That hit him off the shoulder. Definitely was accidentally. Doesn't want Evans to get on first base. Now the tying run is at third. The go-ahead run at second. If you're just joining us, the only run of the game was a sacrifice fly. That was earlier in the game in the third inning. Bottom of the fifth, bases full of Diesel. A 1-out walk, an infield hit that went off the first baseman's glove. Here's a fly ball near foul territory. Who will catch it? Instead, it drops in. Even if that was caught in left field by the Braves left fielder in Lavin, it was pretty far. So it probably would have been a sac fly anyways. Now, you never want to drop a ball on purpose, but with the double play still in play, it might be a break in disguise for the Braves. 1-1 count. And just missed. 2-1. Bases full of Diesel, looking to get first place in their pool. Inside for a ball. And I'm just a little bit surprised by this bullpen decision, as remember earlier, through 3 2/3, Filippo had a no-hitter. Liner, soft one, caught. And if you'd gone to first right away, might have been a double play, but he wanted to go to second, which is interesting decision because the momentum of the play was forcing him back to first. So if you're going to try to double somebody off, you would think that Swarbrick would want to go to first base. But here we go. With 2 outs, bases full of Diesel, Darren Grabowski can give the Diesel the lead with a base hit. Very deep are the outfielders for the Braves. Kosiak comes set. High fastball. If the inning continues, it'll be Jasinski. This is the pressure cooker right here. And an excuse me swing. 1-1 the count now. Everybody deep except the third baseman in Hernandez. Putty trying to avenge the somewhat mistake he made earlier in this inning, as that's in there for a strike. 1-2 to Grabowski. Grabowski didn't love the call, but it looked like a strike to me. Coming set is Kosiak. Grabowski was fooled. All he could do was foul it off. And if you're the battery duo, between Kosiak and Cuniff. Do you consider calling a pitch out of the zone and hoping that your catcher can block it? Kosiak comes set. In the dirt, steps on home for the out. So the Diesel threatened with the bases loaded. They can't do anything with it. We go to the top of the sixth. Still a 1-0 ball game.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Appreciate everybody watching. Top of the sixth. Just 2 hits for the Buffalo Diesel, and they trail 1-0. And the Braves, when they scored, it was an unearned run. So it's been lack of offense in this game. But for the Braves, all they need is to score more runs than the other team. Just score one more than the other team. You still get credit with the win. Style points not included. When you get this late in pool play, you're just looking to get wins. Style points not included and style points not necessary. If you're just joining us, 1-0 lead for the Braves off a sacrifice fly. Buffalo Diesel have had very limited opportunities offensively. The last half inning, they had the bases loaded off a hit by a pitch, a walk, and an infield hit, but they couldn't do anything with it. And here we are in the top of the sixth. That ball driven out to left field. That'll be a base hit for the leadoff hitter in Dan Blickman.
The base hit for the Braves, leak off the top of the sixth. Run on first, with no outs. Wait for Everton. Second baseman, number 7, James Swarbrick.
Swarbrick, the second baseman, looking to get him over. And there for a strike, Lukongo with the pickoff attempt. I don't mind that with nobody out, but you just got to make sure you can get that throw over to first. Right field is really deep, so any kind of overthrow, Blickman will probably be on third base. This one will get to the outfield and will not get down for a hit. Excellent beat on the ball. The Diesel right fielder and Nolan Evans substituting for Jacob Victor. And honestly, on that ball, if you're Blickman, maybe consider tagging up, but if you're not a fast guy, maybe you just try to go halfway and go back to the bag. Just got to know where the ball is and how the outfielder is going to catch it, because if he catches it off his back foot, it's harder for him to turn and throw it to second, but you also have to know you'd be making the first out at second base. I just bring that up because it's been so hard for both teams to get runners into scoring position. And how about this for a stat? Only 4 times today have the Braves had a guy at second or third base. And 75% of the time, that guy has been J.J. Jakubowski. And an accidental swing, just a half one. 0-2 the count, 1 out. If the Diesel lose this game, They have to be happy with how they fought hard to stay in it when things were looking bleak. And just able to get a piece of it in Hernandez with Cuniff on deck. Cuniff had an excellent day yesterday offensively. High fastball, missed. 1-2. Now a little overcast. An all-turf field, so rain not a problem here. If indeed rains. 1-2. Thought about it and lays off. With the score being 1-0, the Braves also have to consider pinch runners. Remember, Blickman's the DH, so if you want to do a pinch runner here, you would just have your pinch runner sub in at the DH spot. Swung on a miss for a strike. Tough day for Hernandez. That's now his second strikeout. Meanwhile, Cuniff is now up. He has a strikeout and he flew to center. That one's a fly ball near the bullpen, and it goes out of play. On deck is Birch. A couple of ground outs to both shortstop and third base. Lavin in the hole. He has the only run of the game thus far, but he reached on an error. 0-1 to Cuniff, the catcher. Ground ball to second. It'll be an easy play. And throws it over to first for the out. We go to the bottom of the sixth. 1-0 lead for the Braves.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
WNYathletics.com. You can link me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Bottom of the sixth. Appreciate everybody watching. The text line's open. Your favorite high school, college, or MLB memory. Text 330-957-7653. Well, it's a 1-0 game. And Buffalo is just trying to win one for their leadoff hitter and their manager. They're down by a run. They were no hit through almost 4 innings. But now they're facing a new pitcher who entered in the 5th. He got out of the damage unscathed. And for the Diesel, just you're looking for a leadoff hitter to get on base. Put the pressure on the pitcher. Stop putting the pressure on your offense, because with 1 out or 2 out, nobody on base, the pitcher starts to feel in a rhythm. Grabowski, 0 for 1 today, got on base via the 2-out walk back in the first. And each batter has to know this is our last at bat of the day, so make it count. Just missed for a ball. Jasinski on deck, DeMartin in the hole. It's just been pretty quiet offensively. The only time they've gotten base runners really have been walks or hit by pitches. And only 1 hit by pitch. Apologize, 2. There was 1 by Jasinski and 1 by Evans. 1-1 the count with nobody dead. As Jasinski is up. Hit by pitch, third hit by pitch today. How about that? Jasinski is 0 for 1. He's reached base twice on the hit by pitch.
At the plate for Buffalo, the first baseman, number 13, Neil Martin.
They're going to keep Jasinski at first and not have to go to the pinch runner. Martin showed bunt, then laid off. Can Kosiak finish the job? They didn't list any other available pitchers, did the Braves, on their depth chart. Showing bunt, tried to get it down, did Martin, and it was fouled away. Pickoff attempt, unsuccessful. And I think there's some lack of communication between Jasinski and his first base coach, as the first base coach shrugged his shoulders. What's going on? Martin couldn't get down. Kind of surprising that you're having your 5-hole hitter try to lay down a bunt, but the fact that they've been so non-existent offensively, you try to do anything you can to get Jasinski into second. Maybe you consider a hit and run here. Just got to be cognizant if you're Jasinski. You got to freeze on a liner after you try to steal the base or try to get back to the bag. Swung on a miss, strike 3. Buffalo running out of outs to work with. They now have 5 outs to work with. Wagner now up. Couple of flyouts. Just an excellent pitching performance from the Braves. Diesel have been decent too. Almani's given up 6 hits. As for the Diesel, they have a couple of hits. That one is a liner into center, but an easy catch that time for Birch.
Now batting for the Diesel, third baseman, number 25, Brandon Gosper.
Gosling, the third baseman, the last hope of this inning for the Diesel. Lined out to left and a strikeout. Swung on and missed. 0-1 the count with the catcher Lukongo on deck. If you're the Braves, you want to finish the job here because then the next inning it's the 8-9-1 in the order. In the dirt for a ball. Not much has happened offensively. Just 2 hits today, one from DeMartin and an infield hit from Barowdy. That's it. And the infield hit, actually the first baseman was hugging the line, but not able to finish the play was A.J. Putty. That allowed the bases to eventually get loaded. They couldn't do anything with it. Ground ball to third. Will it stay fair? It will. Off balance throw. Excellent stretch by Putty. We go to the top of the 7th. Still a 1-0 lead for Addison here in the WNY Athletics YouTube account.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
explore your next idea. Blaze new trails. Imagine new ways to do things. What will you do next?
Top of the 7th. Addison leading by just a run. If you just joined us, that run was scored in the top of the 3rd. Frank Lavin eventually scored on a sac fly from Camlin Yearsley. That's it. The Diesel had the bases loaded earlier in the game in the 5th. Couldn't do anything with it. That's it. And now the Diesel are down to their last 3 outs, but they got to make sure to not give up any more runs. Peyton Birch 0 for 2. On deck is Lavin 0 for 2. Reached on that air. It was an E5. And if the first 2 runners are out, first 2 batters are out, one would think that the Diesel's backup manager is going to intentionally walk Jakubowski. Jakubowski, 3 for 3 with a triple. Swung on a miss. In fact, even if there's 1 on 1 out, they might still intentionally walk him. Fouled away. Buddy behind him is 2 for 3. Missed for a ball. That ball is a liner near the foul pole and fouled away. Peyton Birch, knowing that this is most likely going to be his last at bat of the game, trying to make it count. Frank Lavin, he pinched hit yesterday and he's playing today. Both of his attempts at hits have been ground balls at the third base side. That's in the hole for a base hit. First hit of the day for Birch. Lavin on deck. One would think it's either going to be a hit and run, a steal, or a sac bunt. At the same time, you don't want to take the bat off the shoulders of Jakubowski, meaning you want to put Jakubowski in a spot where there's runners on base. So try to avoid the double play. A hit and run, it could be a line drive double play. Showing bunt, and Lukongo wisely does not throw over with nobody out. Even though Lukongo isn't scared of throwing over to first, if you're Birch, just get a good secondary and then immediately dive back into the bag. You can still get your secondary. And an excuse me swing from Lavin. We've seen that a lot. A lot of batters been fooled by both pitchers. Two fields that we're using for tournament play. This one and Zimmerman. And they have time to go to 2. They got him. Just threw it over to first. Did not have to do that, but maybe they were hoping that Lavin was not running the entire way. Meanwhile, fielder's choice if you're scoring at home. And it's 1-6 on the putout. Not a great bunt by Lavin. Jakubowski up, and no surprise here. They're either going to go to the bullpen or talk about what they're going to do with Jakubowski. And as they talk, we want to give a big thank you to one of our sponsors in Logistics Plus, as well as Wingnuts. They do a nice job getting this broadcast on the air for us. Game produced by WNY Athletics. They're going to stick with the starting pitcher. I don't mind the decision, but I would be pretty surprised if they pitched to Jakubowski, considering his 3 for 3 with a triple. He's done everything today. Bunt for a hit, a regular single, and a triple. The triple, by the way, was a 1-strike triple. Second pitch of the game went all the way to right field. And instead of going with the lefty-lefty matchup, they stick with Almani. Jakubowski, first pitch swinging, fouled away. Fans mocking the first base coach for dropping the ball. J.J. Jakubowski, the shortstop, looking for his 4th hit of the ball game. Another pickoff attempt. Do you consider running on Lacongo? Probably not with Jakubowski at the plate. Fouled away, jammed him, good pitch. 1-2, and now Jakubowski has to swing at everything close. You can keep it, that's fine. 1-2 count. Runner at first base. And this is going to be a diving play. Can't get the throw off. Jakubowski with an infield hit. What can't this guy do? 3 singles and a triple. He's done everything to get on base. Bunting for a hit. Triple. Finding a hole in the defense. Second baseman's got to dive for it and just not able to get it out of the glove. DeLeo. Runners at first and second. And by not walking Jakubowski, not only does he get to first base anyway, but your pitcher in Almani he had to throw more pitches. So his pitch count went up. If you just walk him, less pitch count. High for a ball. Yearsley is 0 for 1 on deck. A walk, a sac fly. Putty looking for his 3rd hit of the game. In the dirt, and Congo with a nice stop. 3-0. If you were to walk him, Yearsley has not been swinging the bat as well as Putty, but you also have the bases full of Braves. For Putty, he probably has the green light here. But it's got to be on the inner part or right down the middle. Not even close. Ball 4. And that should be it for Almani, and it is. So a pitching change coming up, and we'll be back.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
WNYathletics.com. You can link me later.
WNY Athletics. Your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Kyle Smith alongside our great crew, Rolando Delgado and Mike Goodberry. Bases full of Braves. They're going to go to the bullpen as the Buffalo Diesel will go to number 9 in Dylan Morehouse.
What's it, Dylan Morehouse?
Big righty, one of the best in D3, according to one of our scouts for the NABF. Normally a starter, though, so you wonder, is he used to these high leverage situations coming out of the bullpen? That's the big question, right? You like to have a guy who has experience in these situations. With the bases full of Braves, you're looking for a double play ball ideally or a strikeout. Anything to the outfield gets at least one run in for the Braves. Addison has the bases loaded with Cameron Yearsley. Right guy to have at the plate. He has the lone RBI of the game. It's been a heck of a game if you're just joining us. That's a fly ball. Goes foul. A lucky souvenir for a fan. This inning started with a base hit, a fielder's choice, an infield hit, and then a walk. Line drive up the middle. That'll score at least one. Rounding third is Jakubowski, and he's in, sliding with a run. A 2 RBI single for Cameron Yearsley. And that might be the dagger.
The designated hitter, number 34, Dan Bookman.
Three 0 lead for the Braves. Swung on a miss for a strike. And you gotta wonder, did they bring in Morehouse too late? Should he have faced Jakubowski? Should they have walked Jakubowski? All these things you have to question now in hindsight. Major league pop-up, but it's gonna find its way out of play. One of those games, right? We've seen everything. It's a 3-0 game, and Yearsley has all of the RBI. Jakubowski, he's reached base 4 times, but only 1 run scored. Riddle me that one. That's what's interesting about baseball. No time limit. It's all about getting 21 or 27 outs. So a lot of different things can happen. Catcher's interference, drop third strike, this, that. Inside fastball for a ball. How can you not be romantic about baseball? Runners at the corners. Morehouse could not get the double play ball. He got the ground ball. The problem is the opposing hitter and Yearsley shot the box for a 2 RBI single. Tough play. It's short. Athletic throw, and they get out Blickman as it was Wagner on the throw. But it is an RBI ground out, so Putty will score.
Second baseman, number 7, Damon Walker.
Outside corner for a strike. That's why it's so important if you're the Diesel You got to score when you have chances, because when you don't, a 1-0 game becomes a 4-0 game. Blickman with the RBI ground out. So now Yearsley is not the only guy with RBIs on the day. Swung on and missed for a strike. 1-2 the count. And now if you're the Braves, do you take out Kosiak to save him for an inning in this tournament? Conserving arms and trying to get ready for the championship game. Swung on and missed for strike 3, but the damage is certainly done. 3 runs cross home plate. We go to the bottom of the 7th, 4-0 lead for Addison.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Last gasp coming up for the Diesel, bottom of the 7th, with the bottom of the order coming up. Lukongo, Baruti, and Nolan Evans. Game started for the Diesel, offensively speaking, on a leadoff double, but then it was determined that Jacob Victor had an illegal bat. And the bats have gone quiet ever since. Oh, a little chin music. As Kosiak, that ball got away from him. We've seen everything in this game. We've seen a sportsmanship warning as the first base coach. Get back into the box. This might be Kosiak's last batter. Up by 4 runs, no need to overuse him. As the bullpen getting ready for the Braves, and now 29 for the Braves also entering the picture. As that's in there for a strike. '29 is Zach Labreck for Addison as he joins the bullpen to warm up. 2-1 on Lukongo. They need 3 base runners, then a grand slam to tie this one. Outside for a ball. Leadoff walk would do that, or at least contribute towards the effort. Baruti on deck. He reached base on an infield hit back in the 5th. Oh! That one I disagree with. I thought it was a little outside. As you could hear it from where we're standing, Lukongo said close. 3-2. All 4. Lukongo reaches base via the leadoff walk. Berardi has a job to do. Get on base any way you can, even if you have to take one for the team. You only have 3 outs to work with, and you need base runners. You got to keep the rally going. In there for a strike. Kosiak still in there, but the bullpen getting warmed up for Addison. In there for a strike. 0-2. Berardi has to hunker down and battle here. In the dirt for a ball. Ground ball to first. They get the lead runner at second, trying to turn it high throw, and all that the Braves first baseman Putty could do was just jump for it and came off the bench, the base to do that. Fielder's choice, 3-6 on the putout.
Now batting for the East will top of the line for right field, number 35, Nolan Evans.
Nolan Evans trying to do something with 1 out. In there for a strike. Yeah, it's missed for a ball. 1-1 the count. Diesel still scoreless, and they were no hit through 3 2/3. High pop up in the air as that fly ball will be caught in right field by Yearsley. And now down to their last out is Buffalo. Mark DeLeo has to keep the rally going. He's 0 for 3. Hasn't done much at the plate thus far. He had that line drive to second base, but it wasn't that hard hit. Yeah, it's just most of the bats have been quiet today. Just missed for a ball. Kosiak trying to finish the job that his excellent starter in Filippo did. This would be considered a save because it was 1-0 when he came in. In there for a strike. It would be Filippo with the win, Almani with the loss, and Kosiak with the save. In the dirt, that'll be a wild pitch. Not defensive indifference because the shortstop went over, as that was J.J. Jakubowski. Other than that, both Kosiak and Filippo have been very accurate today. Line drive, but it's going to go foul. As a 2-1 count now. There's a huge hole in right center. Swung on a miss. Swung at ball 3, and that'll do it for the ball game. So on the 2-2 count, swings at ball 3, and the Addison Braves get a huge win in pool play. So for our excellent crew, for Mike Goodberry and Rolando Delgado, I'm Kyle Smith. Game 2 of our quadruple header coming up next here on the WNY Athletics YouTube account.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your team? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
300 Level Media is a locally owned and operated, multi-purpose media company right here in Western New York. You'll find us everywhere, covering the Bills, Sabres, Buttes, Bisons, Big Four basketball, local college sports, and much more. Our staff offers a variety of media services, from video production, live event coverage, audio broadcasts, professional voiceovers, camera operation, and videography. Visit www.300levelmedia.com or give us a call at 716-427-2600. This is 300 Level Media.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
WNYathletics.com. You can link me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Were you injured in a car accident? Or were you injured on the job? Don't wait. Call your patient coordinator, Tom Prince, at 716-771-9690. One of the hardest things to do is to find a physician that accepts no-fault car insurance or workers' compensation insurance. Let your patient coordinator help you find the physicians that can get you on the road to recovery.
Build your next connection. Earn your next internship. Crush your next goal. What will you do next?
Box Out gives you the ability to create graphics at the speed of sports to highlight your athletic department, teams, and student athletes in seconds. Used and trusted by Notre Dame, Ohio State, UConn, Marquette, Georgetown, and many more of the top college brands in the country. If you want your school's brand to stand out through all the clutter, start your free demo at boxoutsports.com.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
300 Level Media is a locally owned and operated, multi-purpose media company right here in Western New York. You'll find us everywhere, covering the Bills, Sabres, Buttes, Bisons, Big Four basketball, local college sports, and much more. Our staff offers a variety of media services, from video production, live event coverage, audio broadcasts, professional voiceovers, camera operation, and videography. Visit www.300levelmedia.com or give us a call at 716-427-2600. This is 300 Level Media.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
At WNYathletics.com. You can thank me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Were you injured in a car accident? Or were you injured on the job? Don't wait. Call your patient coordinator, Tom Prince, at 716-771-9690. One of the hardest things to do is to find a physician that accepts no-fault car insurance or workers' compensation insurance. Let your patient coordinator help you find the physicians that can get you on the road to recovery.
Build your next connection. Earn your next internship. Crush your next goal. What will you do next?
Box Out gives you the ability to create graphics at the speed of sports to highlight your athletic department, teams, and student athletes in seconds. Used and trusted by Notre Dame, Ohio State, UConn, Marquette, Georgetown, and many more of the top college brands in the country. If you want your school's brand to stand out through all the clutter, start your free demo at boxoutsports.com.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Education has power. Binghamton University students discover it, apply it, unleash it. Unleash your education today.
Were you injured in a car accident? Or were you injured on the job? Don't wait. Call your patient coordinator, Tom Prince, at 716-771-9690. One of the hardest things to do is to find a physician that accepts no-fault car insurance or workers' compensation insurance. Let your patient coordinator help you find the physicians that can get you on the road to recovery.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
WNYathletics.com. You can link me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Box Out gives you the ability to create graphics at the speed of sports to highlight your athletic department, teams, and student athletes in seconds. Used and trusted by Notre Dame, Ohio State, UConn, Marquette, Georgetown, and many more of the top college brands in the country. If you want your school's brand to stand out through all the clutter, start your free demo at boxoutsports.com.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to beautiful Lee Fun Stadium. I'm Kyle Smith alongside our excellent broadcast crew with the WNY Athletics YouTube account, Rolando Delgado on camera operating duties, and the technical director, Mike Goodberry. It's the Hackensack Trouse. They're going to be the away team. Sorry, they're going to be the home team, and the away team will be the Berea Blue Sox. Berea Blue Sox in the dark blue, and in the yellow will be Hackensack. Here's the starting lineup for the Trouse. On defense, the catcher, Jake Lutz. In center field, Justin Grippo. The third baseman is Cisco Ramirez. Anthony Pizzotti, the shortstop for Hackensack. Michael DiGirolamo, the left fielder. Batting sixth, the second baseman, Kieran O'Brien. Butch Bellender, the DH. Batting eighth at first base, Michael Karich. And batting ninth in right field, Don Girolamo. And here we go. It'll be a left-handed hitter for the Berea Blue Sox. It'll be Zach Johnson. It'll be Johnson, Eric White, the DH, and Darius Washington, the first three hitters of this top of the first. So a late start. There was controversy galore at the 11 o'clock game, as it seemed like forever, but they finally had to make a decision. So that's in there for a ball. But they had to make a decision on the leadoff hitter for Buffalo. He was using an illegal bat. He got ejected, and NABF rules any player that uses a legal bat has thought about it. No appeal. Ball two. Anybody that gets ejected, the manager has to get ejected as well. So that took a long time, 10 to 20 plus minutes before everything was clarified, pushing these games back possibly about 15 minutes per game. Called strike on Zach Johnson. He now has a 2-1 count with a very open stance. That one's a liner into left field, and it stays fair. That is a lot of trouble for the Hackensack defense. Zach Johnson thought about three, but will stay at two with a leadoff double. And the Berea Blue Sox will give you their stats in a second, but that's a good way to start. Zach Johnson, very tall guy. You don't see that many tall guys at the leadoff spot, although things are changing. Guys like Kyle Schwarber are leading off, but man, Zach Johnson might need to be pushed back in the lineup. That's in there for a strike. Darius Washington in the 3-hole, and then batting cleanup, Andrew Kendrick. In there for a strike. 1-1 count. Fouled off the foot of 49 in white. Just missed with the inside pitch. 2-2 the count with Johnson at second base off that leadoff double. Fouled away. 1-2 the count. It's a battle between Eric White and Dan Carter. Carter pitching for the Trouse. That's a soft liner into right field, but it'll drop down for a hit. Johnson gets the green light. He'll score. No cutoff at the plate. They throw it straight through. White was not able to get to second base, but regardless, it's a 1-0 lead for the Berea Blue Sox. Here are the pool play standings brought to you by Sports Broadcast Solutions. Beecher and Chicago Clout are both 2-0 in Pool A. This is a huge game in Pool B, as Hackensack and Berea are both 1-1. In fact, all four teams are 1-1 in pool play. For Pool C, Addison, Buffalo were 1-0 respectively, but that was the game before this one. Buffalo falls to 1-1, and for the Addison Braves, they're 2-0, just 2 runs against for Addison. Just missed. Oh, they call late strike. As Washington looking to keep the rally going. Back-to-back hits. White with the RBI single. Liner into left. 3 straight hits to start the game. And you wonder if the pitching coach is going to go out there to talk to Dan Carter. A double and 2 singles, and that brings up the cleanup hitter and Andrew Kendrick. Problem with Berea, they really need this win because they really don't have any tiebreakers in their favor. 15 runs against so far. That's a big tiebreaker in this tournament. Run differential is -8. Fouled away. I mean, this game matters for Hackensack as well, but they've only given up 5 runs, 3 runs against for the Lombard Orioles. Orioles will be playing the Portland Rockets. That's a fly ball. And caught by the second baseman for the first out. Second baseman for Berea today is, for the Blue, for the Tros is Kieran O'Brien. So with all 4 teams being 1-1, assuming we don't have any ties today, it means you win, you advance to the quarterfinals. The Clout will play the Muskies later today, as the Clout already defeated Erie Buffalo and the Fort Wayne Jackers. Addison Braves 2-0. Their final game of the tournament will be against the Cleveland Indians, who are 1-1. So the Diesel fans, they're going to be fans of the Braves to try to knock off the Indians. Really close in terms of the tiebreaker in that pool. 2-1 the count to Nola. So that's fouled away. Johnny Nola, the catcher today for the Berea Blue Sox. It's been a very impressive effort by the Beecher Muskies. They have outscored their opponents 18-1 in this tournament. Swung on a miss for strike 3 from Nola. So after 3 straight base runners reach base on a hit, back-to-back outs for Carter. Muskies playing the Clout later today with the 3rd and 4th place teams both being 0-2. They get automatic bids. Ball 1. Due to the run differential for Beecher, if they win, they'll most likely have the #1 overall seed. That's a fly ball to center, but an easy catch, and that does it for the Threat. So the first 3 hits of the game, first 3 batters, and it's a 1-0 lead for the Berea Blue Sox as we go to the bottom of the first.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
or an efficient personal approach for all of your transportation needs. More information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Hackensack Trouse coming to the plate. It'll be Lutz, Grippo, and Ramirez to start this one off. Pitching today for the Blue Sox is Jeff Saleh. We'll give you his pitching numbers in a second from now. Correa from New Jersey. Hackensack is a Midwestern team. Jeff Saleh, not that many innings pitched, 14 innings pitched, 7 Ks, has a complete game on the year, 17 Ks to 7 walks, and in those 14 innings, giving up 3 earned runs. In fact, he's given up 6 runs total, obviously 3 of them unearned. If he gets into trouble, it'll probably be Herringsaw or Sproles to pitch for Berea. Jake Lutz to lead it off.
Leading off the bottom of the first for the Hackensack Trout. The catcher number 24, Jake.
And it's interesting to see a catcher be a leadoff hitter. You don't see it, especially in Major League Baseball. Jason Kendall used to do it, but very rare. Inside for a ball. Jake Lutz and then Justin Grippo, Cisco Ramirez to try to get the equalizer. In there for a strike. Showing bunt did Lutz and then backed off on doing that. Nice pitch, and it's in there for a strike. Right at the knees of Jake Lutz. First batter of the game, strikeout in the bottom of the first. The Hackensack Trouse.
Back for the Trout. Center fielder, number 66, Justin Grippo.
One up, one down. Grippo now up. That's fouled away to the netting. In there for strike 2. 0-2 the count with Ramirez on deck. So that one's fouled away. And another foul ball right behind us. 0-2 the count with Ramirez on deck. And almost a strikeout, but Ramirez did not fully swing on that. 1-2 count. Fly ball right field side, and it's arching away from play. 1-2 count with Ramirez on deck. Fouled away to the backstop. This is game 2 of our quadruple header. We have games at 4 and 6. As that's a fly ball up in the air, but out of play. Third game will be the Addison Braves against the Cleveland Indians. And we'll finish up tonight at Lee Fund between the Portland Rockets and the Lombard Orioles. We talked about 4 teams in Pool B all being 1-1, so that nightcap, winner advances to the quarters. Loser, their season's over. Swung on a miss for strike 3, back-to-back strikeouts to start the game. As an excellent start to the day for the starting pitcher in Jeff Soleil.
At the plate for the Cubs, the third baseman, number 7, Cisco Ramirez.
I don't give the Cleveland Indians much of a chance in that Addison Braves game, but who knows? As outside for a ball. Good news for the Diesel as that's high for a ball. They get to play the Midland Tribe, who have really struggled in this tournament. They've been outscored 18-2. Right there, called for a strike. 2-2 the count to Ramirez. For the quarters and semis, their games at noon and 3 p.m. fouled away. For Leaf Fund, it'll be the 3 seed against the 6 seed at Leaf Fund. That's outside for a ball. Count's full. And right there, but just missed down low for a 2-out walk. Pizzotti now up. So there's 2 games at noon on Saturday. It's the 4 and 5 seeds. They go up against each other at Zimmerman Field in Naperville. 3 versus the 6, like we told you, at noon at Leaf Fund. In there for a strike. The 2 seed will play at Leaf Fund. They get an automatic bye to the semis. Ground ball to second, and it'll be a flip to short for the out. So the 2-out walk goes for naught. We go to the top of the second, 1-0 lead in favor of the Blue Sox.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office.
Jake Plata to lead things off for the Berea Blue Sox. Then it's Jacob Connery and then Jackson Homage, and then back to the top of the order.
The right fielder, number 20, Jake Plata.
If you're just joining us, shame on you. Where were you? Just kidding, of course. First 3 base runners got on base via the hit, and then 3 straight outs to end the threat. Blue Sox left 2 on base, but they did get the RBI single. Inside for a ball. Just missed for a ball, 2-0. Give you some stats on the best offensive players this year for the Blue Sox. How they've been doing at the plate. In there for a strike. Two-one count to Plata. In there for strike 2, right on the corner. 2-2 count as Plata looks to get on base with a leadoff hit. Fouled away right off the netting. Plata coming into the tournament batting .244. And he is out on strikes with an outside fastball.
Quick strikeout look when you start top of the second. Which will go to the 8-hole and one up the second baseman, 134, Jacob Connery.
Connery now up. And that's in there. It's been a very consistent zone. The home plate umpire today, Anthony Hudson. At first base is Kevin McNeese, and at third is Mark Snyder. Fouled away, first base side. 0-2 the count. Trying to give Jeff Saleh more run support. Swung on a miss for strike 3. That's now 3 strikeouts for Dan Carter.
Strikeout the second out of top of the second. Now batting for Blue Sox, the shortstop. 21, Jackson Homage.
The Blue Sox are from Strongsville, Ohio. As that's a soft liner to shortstop, and that'll do it. So the Blue Sox go 1-2-3 in the top of the second. We go to the bottom of the second, still a 1-0 lead for Berea.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Kyle Smith alongside Rolando Delgado and Mike Goodberry. Bottom of the second inning as the Hackensack Truce, and they got some Minnesota Twins-esque jerseys. They got the Twins logo, but they're wearing the yellow instead of the normal dark blue and red that the Twins like to wear. Michael DiGirolamo up at the plate in there for a strike. O'Brien on deck and Bellender in the hole. Hackensack trying to upset Berea. The Blue Sox have won 19 consecutive league titles. They won it this year with a record of 15-2, and they finished the first half of the regular season with an 8-0 record. Here's a ground ball to third base. Should be an easy play, and the throw to first is in time, so Kendrick able to get it to Johnson in time to retire DiGirolamo.
Now batting for the throat. Second baseman, number 1, Kieran O'Brien.
Outside for a ball. We talked a lot about Darius Washington, so that's a ground ball to third. Here we go again as Kendrick throws it over to Johnson for the out. Back-to-back 5-3 putouts, and quickly 2 outs. Darius Washington, an outfielder for Berea, and third baseman Andrew Kendrick were named co-champs of the AAA's annual Home Run Derby at State Road Park. This was back in August of 2024. The pair, along with Berea first baseman Zach Johnson, all drew byes in the first round of the 12-person derby to their regular season home run title. And there for a strike. There for strike 2. Darkness forced a tie in that home run derby. And Washington, Kendrick, and Johnson all made the final 4. It was Washington and Kendrick who were in the home run derby in the championship round. Swung on and missed for strike 3. 1, 2, 3, go the Tros. We go to the top of the third, 1-0 Blue Sox.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
WNYathletics.com. You can thank me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers, the Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Kyle Smith alongside our excellent crew with the WNY Athletics YouTube account. It'll be Johnson, White, and Washington, the big 3 we talked about in that home run derby. And the big 3, we saw it in the top of the first. The game started with 3 consecutive hits, a double and 2 singles. Yes, that's inside for a ball. Inside for another ball, 2-0. Where was that pitch? Missed? Not by much. 3-0. Swing and a miss from Johnson. All 3 of these guys are good. Honestly, you could put them wherever you want in the lineup. With Johnson being so tall, you're surprised he's not a 2 or 3 hitter, but they put him in the leadoff spot. High pop-up and way out of play. He's got the build of a power hitter in the leadoff spot, just like Schwarber. Swing and a miss. He'll have to run. Instead, he decides to give himself up. And the tag out for the drop third strike tag. 1 up, 1 down. And Stan Carter is starting to deal now. That's 4 strikeouts for him after he gave up 3 consecutive hits to start the ball game. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. Hackensack needs to get runs, though. Swung on a miss for a strike. All Hackensack has to do is win. And they're playing in the quarterfinals tomorrow at noon. Winner advances to play at 3 o'clock. Ground ball to second base. Easy play as Eric White is retired. 4-3 putout as it was O'Brien over to Karich. Oh, 1 the count. Hit him. And Washington was not happy about it. Looked like he wanted to hit. I'm sorry. And runner at first, 2 outs.
Third baseman, number 40, Andrew Hendrick.
Runner at first, 2 down. Swung on a miss for a strike. In there for strike 2. And just missed for a ball. One, 2 the count with a runner at first. And swung on and missed for strike 3. So 2 strikeouts in the inning. Man left at first base. We go to the bottom of the third. 1-0 lead for the Berea Blue Sox.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
It'll be Michaels Karsich to start it up for the Hackensack Tros. John DiGirolamo in the 2-hole, and then batting third, Jake Lutz. A lot of low-scoring games we've had. We had that game last night. It was 1-1 through 7, finished in a 5-1 final as there were some errors in that top of the 8th. Last game, it was 4-0 final, but entering the top of the 7th, it was only a 1-0 score. And here we stand in the Bottom of the third, still 1-0.
The first goal from number 11, Michael. Garrett.
In the bottom of the order, Karsich trying to get it done. Inner part for a strike. Only guy to reach base is Ramirez via the walk. Line drive, but they're saying it crossed foul. McNeese at first base. The game before this, he was behind the plate. As that's high and outside for a ball. A lot less controversy than the game preceding this one. 2-2 the count. Not a lot of hard hit balls thus far for Hackensack. Ground ball, it's a 2-hopper to second, easy play, and a 4-3 putout. So you look at the box score right now, the last 4 outs for Hackensack, 2 third base ground outs and a second base ground out. And of course, that ground out was Connery over to Johnson. In there for a strike. First time up, Lutz struck out swinging. Swung on a miss, strike 2. 1-2 the count, Grippo on deck, he also struck out. Late on the swing, fouled it away, third base side. Thus far for Hackensack, none of their attempts have gone into the outfield. No fly balls to left, center, or right. Ground ball, first base side, way foul. If it stayed fair, it would have been an easy out for Johnson at first. Saleh is in a groove, and that's putting it lightly. And the dirt tried to get Lutz to chase, but he was very disciplined there. 1-2, now 2-2. Johnson hugging the line. Middle infielders deep, medium depth at third base for Kendrick. Ground ball to first. This will stay fair. Johnson will take it himself. 3 unassisted. 2 up, 2 down. This is a masterful display of pitching thus far for Jeff Saleh. You count him up on the ground outs. 5 ground outs, 3 strikeouts. Impressive. 1 walk. And you know what he hasn't given up. I wonder when that started, you know, the unofficial rules of baseball, when a pitcher's throwing a you-know-what, but you can't say it as a broadcaster. But then again, Ken the Hawk Harrelson said it. With 3 outs to go, he said, call your neighbors. Mark Burley's throwing a perfect game. As it's inside for a ball. Burley was one of those interesting pitchers. When he threw the perfect game, you know how most pitchers just, they go away from the rest of their teammates to another side of the dugout. So that's fouled away near us. Grip up behind in the count 1-2, but Burley was actually standing up and telling his teammates, hey, you know what I'm throwing? And then sure enough, he got a fly out, a strikeout, and a ground out, and 27 up, 27 down. Just missed for ball 2. Burley is one of 6 guys in MLB history with both a no-hitter and a perfect game. The other 5 are in the Hall of Fame. Fouled away off the netting. You ever have time and you want to Google Mark Burley's biography, it's very interesting. But meanwhile, Grippo has to attack here. Fouled away, he's fighting it off. All you need is a base runner and things will get a little bit easier for Hackensack. One base runner all day. That was Ramirez, who's on deck, the 3-hole hitter. 2-2 count. Soleil trying to get out of the inning unscathed. Off the leg, but how about this? It goes right to Johnson off the back. Can he preserve the no-hitter? He's... Are you kidding me? Off the leg of Soleil. Johnson was going to get the ball, but it went off the bag, and he tried to tag him. McNeese is going to talk to Hudson about it. Hudson has a good angle running up the line. And one of the reasons they're talking about, not just because it's an important play, but this would end the no-hitter. They're going to call him out. And I think what Grippo is arguing is that they missed the tag, but we'll talk about it after this commercial break. It's 1-0 Blue Sox here at the home of the Wheaton Thunder.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
So let's talk about that play. Hackensack is arguing that the tag was late. But here's the thing. The mechanic is the home plate umpire can run up the first base line, and he's looking for interference and also to help out the first base umpire for a crazy play. That's the definition of a crazy play. Goes off the pitcher's leg, then goes to the first baseman. He's going to field it, and then all of a sudden it hits the bag. So all he's got to do is he's got to get it in foul territory and then make a quick tag. He has no time to touch the base. The only way to get him out is with the tag. But was the ball actually in his glove? Was it under control? The first base umpire can't see all of this all at once, so you need help from the home plate umpire. But Hudson decided that it was under control. He did get the tag. And for Hackensack, I don't think you can be mad. All you asked for help. Hudson gave McNeese help, and he still said he was out. Other thing is, too, as an umpire, you got to be absolutely sure he's safe. You don't want to take a no-hitter away from a kid. Jim Joyce thought he made the right call at first base. On replay, he missed it, and it cost Armando Galarraga a perfect game. Now, in my opinion, Cooperstown should still consider it a perfect game, but that's a conversation for another day. That one's fouled away. If you have some time, E60 did a great piece of it. In fact, there's a college class where they were going over how you would be able to appeal to Cooperstown for it to be a perfect game. Meanwhile, a 1-2 count for Nola, and that's going to be a base hit for him. He'll round it hard at first base, but he'll stay at first base.
And the base hit signal after running on first with no out. And now batting for the Blue Sox. The center fielder, number 12, Brady Mokiak.
Brady Masiak looks to get on base here. Swung at ball one. First time up, flew out to center. Reyes from Cuyahoga County. Masiak was player of the week from June 30th to July 6th. Ground ball to first. They'll get the lead out at second. Back on to first. Close play, but they got him. 3-6-3 on the double play turn. Excellent job from Karsich to Pizzotti, back to Karsich.
The right fielder, number 20. What the?
Excellent job by Karsich, not panicking, saying, let's get the lead out first. Some first basemen, when they're that close to the bag, they think they have time to touch the bag and then do that throw over to second. It's a lot of time. Now, lefty, sometimes they're closer to the bag, so it's easier for them to touch the bag and chuck it over to second base. Still got to tag him, though, at second. 2 outs. 0-1 count to Plata. Base hits today, hard to come by. Since the clock struck 6:30 yesterday, hits have been hard to come by. We saw a lot of runs the first 3 games yesterday, but since then, the bats have gone quiet. And give credit to these pitchers, they've done great jobs respectively. Liner into right. And a 2-out single, that double play turning out to be huge. And that comes with 2 outs, and now Connery up. He struck out in the second inning.
Second baseman, 34, Jacob Connery.
Just missed. For the Cuyahoga County AAA Players of the Week, they've had 5 of them this season in the dirt for a ball. Washington, Plata, Johnson, White, and Masiak were all hitters of the week. And no pitchers of the week for the Blue Sox. 2-0 the count in the catbird seat for the 8-hole hitter in Connery. Liner to short, but it's an easy play, as stepping on the bag is Anthony Pizzotti. We go to the bottom of the 4. It's still a 1-0 game here at the home of the Thunder.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Brea Blue Sox up 1-0. Thanks in large part to Jeff Saleh on the mound. He's throwing a you-know-what, but he still has 12 outs to work with. 12 outs to go, and number 66 up at the plate for the Hackensack Troops. It's the heart of the order. Ramirez to start it off with Pizzotti on deck. Ramirez is the only guy to reach base via the walk. Fouled away by the guy wearing Mario Lemieux's number. If you don't know who Mario Lemieux is, very famous hockey player. Played for the Pittsburgh Penguins in the Hockey Hall of Fame. He wore 66. Wayne Gretzky wore number 99. Tying outside for a ball. Soleil has just made these hitters look foolish. Although Grippo almost had a hit, as that's high for a ball. Grippo almost had a hit, went off Soleil's leg, and then Johnson was going to get it, and then it hit the bags. All he could do is get it really quickly and tag the runner. High pop-up, but goes out of play. Can't get much of a better baseball name than the Hackensack Truce, one of the best team names I've ever come across. Upstairs for a ball, 2-2. Make it now 3-2. Hackensack is a municipality in New Jersey. So that's fouled away. It's a renaissance booming with new residents, small businesses, downtown development, historical sites, and transport amenities. As the count full to the leadoff hitter. Real close, and he's out. Ramirez did not argue the call. Soleil is dealing today. Ramirez just walking very slow back to the dugout. Just looks very bewildered at that pitch. In there for a strike. Pizzotti, he grounded out to second base his last time up on a fielder's choice. It's just missed for a ball. As that's up in the air, and that's going to be at least a double to turn around throw, but no chance to get Ramirez. It was Grippo who had the leadoff strikeout. For Ramirez. And now 1 up, 1 down.
And 1 out. Now batting quick throw. The shortstop. 38. Empty. Pizzuti.
And so that will do it in terms of the no-hitter for Soleil. In there for a strike. Fouled away. Well, the coaching staff for Beret, you don't have to worry about the no-hitter any longer. Now you just worry about winning the game. Ramirez with a walk and a double. He's the only guy to get on base. The 0-2. Stepping off is Soleil. Outfield pretty deep. Upstairs for a ball. If Pizzotti gets on, it'll be Girolamo. Grounded out to third base, his first time up. High fly ball. And center field will take it himself. Easy catch, 2 outs. Brady Masiak did not have to move very far to get that fly ball. It was hit right to him. Girolamo able to get that. Girolamo at the plate. As that's low for a ball. 1-0 the count. Outside corner for a strike. And this will be an easy ground out. 4-3 put out as Connery over to Johnson. And the side is retired. We go to the top of the fifth. Still a 1-0 in favor of the Blue Sox.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Jackson Homage will start things up for the Berea Blue Sox. Then it's back to the top of the order with Zach Johnson and Eric White. As Jackson Homage with a line out to short, his first time up.
Second baseman, number 34, Jake Connery. Jackson Homage.
Shows bunt as Homage, and it's off the catcher. And trying to shake that one off. Might have hit something that wasn't part of his gear. Jake Lutz, slow to get up. If you're just joining us, where were you, man? Just kidding. Game started with 3 consecutive hits. After that, that's it. That's where we stand right now. 5 hits for Berea and 1 hit for Hackensack. Swung on a miss for strike 2. Homage has a job to do. Get on base, start something here. Swung on a miss for strike 3. 1 up, 1 down. And since the first 3 base runners got on base, since then, there have only been 3 total base runners. As back to the top of the order with Zach Johnson. Ground ball to second. Little chopper 3 hopper. And an easy play for Hackensack second baseman Kieran O'Brien.
Designated hitter, number 49, Eric White.
Eric White now up. He has a single, an RBI, the lone RBI of the game, and a ground out to second. Bullpen's very quiet for both teams. You would expect that, especially for Berea, as they've only given up 1 hit. 1-1 the count. Outside, ball 2. Winner of this game moves on to the quarterfinals. Inside, ball 3. Both teams 1-1. And the 6:30 game will be the Lombard Orioles going up against the Portland Rockets. Both of those teams are 1-1. Outside, ball 4. That'll bring up Darius Washington. He has a 100 on-base percentage today, got hit by a pitch, and also has a single. Runner at first, 2 outs. Dan Carter looking to get out of this unscathed. Outside, ball 1. That one, a high fly ball, and it finds its way out of play. If this inning continues, Andrew Kendrick on deck. He's 0 for 2. Misses down low. 2-1. Pretty average lead at first for Eric White. Two hopper to third base and gets him by a step on the throw with Cisco Ramirez. So the 2-out walk goes for naught. We go to the bottom of the 5th, still a 1-0 lead for the Berea Blue Sox.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
In the bottom of the 5th we are. I'm Kyle Smith alongside Rolando Delgado and Mike Goodberry. 1-0 lead for the Blue Sox. But their offense has been pretty stagnant since the top of the 1st. Meanwhile, for Hackensack, things not exactly going on a roll, but much better than the first 3 innings. The first 3 innings saw nobody get on base except Ramirez with the walk. The last inning, a 1-out double as they got the runner in scoring position, did Ramirez, but maybe things will be going good for the one's fouled away. Butch Bellender on deck and Michael Karsich in the hole. O'Brien trying to get on base. High fly ball. This should be an easy play in center. And the right-handed center fielder and Masiak able to make the play.
I'll fly at center field the first out of the inning.
Bellender struck out his first at bat.
47. Put Bellender.
As we tally the strikeouts right now for Jeff Saleh, 4 strikeouts thus far. The ball has rarely gotten to the outfield. 2 flyouts, a double. That's it. Everything else has been groundouts or strikeouts. 0-1 the count. Nobody on base. A little bit high for ball 1. Fouled away right behind us. 1-2 the count. Karsich on deck. He grounded out to second base. Bullpen's inactive. Looks like both pitchers, Carter and Soleil, are going to go all 7. Just missed. 2-2. Bellender looking to make up for that strikeout. And what's interesting about this league is we've seen on more than a couple occasions, some of these players don't like to wear batting gloves, and Bellender is just like that. Fouled away off the netting. Hackensack, all you got to do, get on base. Get Soleil out of his rhythm. Swing and a miss, second strikeout of the day for Bellender. 2 up, 2 down.
Second out of the inning. At the plate, the first baseman, number 11, Mark Carrot.
High fly ball. Masiak got a good read on it. He'll catch it to end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We go to the top of the 6th. 1-0 lead here at the home of Wheaton College Thunder baseball.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation
of your transportation needs. More information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
It'll be the heart of the order for the Berea Blue Sox. Kendrick, Nola, Masiak trying to get on base. Nola with a single. Everybody else is hitless today. Pretty quiet day offensively for Kendrick. He flew out to second base, and then he struck out in the 3rd inning. We find ourselves in the top of the 6th. A lot of hits for Berea, but they've only gotten 1 run to show for it. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. Outside for a ball. Andrew Kendrick will tell you his offensive numbers in a second. And he gets on base via the leadoff single. Good way to start it for Andrew Kendrick.
First, no out. For the Blue Sox, the catcher, number 6.
356 coming into the tournament. 16 games on the year. And here's a bunt. First base side. Tries to avoid the tag. And just lays down as he was trying to duck underneath it and lost his balance. But a good sacrifice bunt for Nola.
That sacrifice bunt gets 1 over second. Now 1 out. At the plate for the Berea.
Runner on second, 1 out.
No ball, Brady, Buckier.
And possibly a pitching change here. We'll see what the pitching coach wants to do.
And the mound will be.
He's wearing a hoodie. Isn't it a little bit hot for that? You don't have to get your bullpen warmed up. I guess you could keep your reliever on the bench and then go to him, but you've got Masiak up. He flew out to center and then a double play in the fourth. Then after him is Plata. He had that 2-out single, but he also struck out looking. The idea is if you want to walk Masiak, then you have the double play in play, but I think you're just looking for outs. I don't think you want to put runners on base when you're trailing by a run. Unless there's a guy you really don't want to face, and that hasn't really been the case. Rhyme scheme unintended. Maybe broke his bat. That's going to be a little blooper. Shortstop, an easy catch for Pizzotti. 2 out, 1 on. And it's up to Plata to get things done.
At the plate for Berea, the right fielder, number 20, Jake Plata.
One for 2 on the day with that 2-out base hit back in the fourth. And Hudson gives Plata time. Winner advances to the quarterfinals. Inside for a ball. Then it becomes seeding. So either team will take the win, but this win really won't help in terms of run differential. So you'd be a lower seed in the quarterfinals with that 2-1 record. Ground ball, and it gets through. Not able to make the play was Karsich. And they're going to send him. Sliding in for the second run of the day is Kendrick. 2-0 lead for the Blue Sox.
2-0 Blue Sox. On the plate for Berea, second baseman, number 34.
And I'm not going to say that's the dagger yet, but a key insurance run. And now the Truths are 6 outs away from being eliminated. As Hudson calls time, allowing his base umpire, the third base umpire, and Mark Snyder to get into the B position. And that's in there for a strike. Well, it seemed a little bit high, but he is a tall guy. Second time I'm accidentally rhyming. Remember, it's where it crosses the plate, not where it starts. And it's from a stand-up stance. So, like the guys that used to do Jeff Bagwell, you could do that all you want, but they look at where you stand, and that's the normal strike zone. So if Aaron Judge ever wonders, why is that a strike? Well, you're 6'5". It was 6'7". Oh, wow. 6'7", folks, not 6'5". 2-1. Is that 6'7" with or without high heels? 3-1 the count. We like to goof here at WNY Athletics. Runner at first, 2 outs. Swung on a miss. Swung at ball 4. Got to be disciplined at the plate if you're Jacob Connery. Homage on deck if this inning continues. The payoff pitch, runner will go on the pitch. And a chopper to hopper to short. This should be an easy play, and is able to make the play is Pizzotti. We go to the bottom of the 6th. A run scores for the Blue Sox. They lead 2-0 here at the home of the Thunder.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Bottom of the 6th. It's been a fun one here at the home of the Thunder, Leaf Fund Stadium. It's a Division III baseball stadium in the suburbs of Chicago. Quiet day offensively for both teams, but especially the Truce. Scoreless thus far. In the bottom of the order, the no batting gloves, John DiGirolamo here to bat. He grounded out to the first baseman his first time up. Trying to frame it, and a good frame from Johnny Nola. In there for strike 2. One hit on the day for the men in yellow, and that's their 3-hole hitter in Ramirez. Ramirez also got on base via the 2-out walk. Really close. Hard to take that pitch on 0-2, but DiGirolamo watches that pitch go past for ball 1. This late in the game, as here's the 1-2. High pop-up, slicing towards the line, and making a catch is Washington to make it 1 up, 1 down.
First down at the bottom of the 6th. Top of the lineup for the Truth is now batting. Except for 24 is Jake Lutz.
Jake Lutz now up. Yeah, he was part of that controversial thing that happened at first base. So what happened was a liner off the foot of Soleil. And bad bunt attempt, but luckily goes out of play. Don't want to push at the ball. You just want the ball to hit the bat. You just put it over the strike zone, it'll hit it. But it went off the foot of Soleil. I know we've talked about this a couple of times, but for people that are just joining the telecast, went off Soleil's foot. And then Jackson was actually going to field it like a normal ground ball, but then it hit the base. So all he could do was get it on the foul side of first and then tag the runner. And he was called out, and at the time, it preserved Soleil's no-hitter. And then Ramirez ended it in the 4th inning. Ramirez, the only guy to reach base today. That one is slicing into the gap, but there to make the catch is Maciak. 2 up, 2 down.
In the fly out the center field, the second out of ball 6.
Tough day for Grippo. His 3rd at bat of the day. He has 1 strikeout looking and another strikeout swinging. And they need a 2-out rally. They're down to 4 outs of their season. They need a bloop and a blast to tie this one. High pop-up. This should be an easy catch in right field. After it is Plata, and he'll get it. 3 up, 3 down, 3 straight flyouts. We go to the top of the 7th. 2-0 lead for the Black Sox.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
WNYathletics.com. You can thank me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Top of the seventh, the Berea Blue Sox, not the Black Sox, lead 2-0. Jackson Homage, 0 for 2 on the day. It'll be Homage, Johnson, and White, the 1-2-3 hitters today. And we might see a pitching change to start off this 7th inning. As the manager for Hackensack comes out. Right now we have a defensive change. I mean, you can make the pitching change at any time you want. He can start warming up and you can make the change. In a time limit game, you can't do that, but with no time limit, you can. But I think it's just going to be a defensive replacement. And this late in the game, it could also be an injury to your pitcher. Dan Carter is number 4. 13 on the mound. So Carter's day is done. Looks like he's hurt. As we'll let you know who the new pitcher is after this commercial break. You're watching the Blue Sox against the Truce here on the WNY Athletics YouTube channel.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Explore your next idea. Blaze new trails. Imagine new ways to do things. What will you do next?
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Explore your next idea. Blaze new trails. Imagine new ways to do things. What will you do next?
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out.
All right, so a lot happened there. So Carter got hurt, but they're gonna they're gonna go with their position play. They can never make it easy for the broadcasting team, can they? So they're gonna put a position player into pitch. Okay, so stick with me. I know it's gonna get a little confusing, but you know when you're this far in the season, you got to find ways to win. Sometimes you have your position players pitch. The count is 1-1, by the way. So they move 66 into pitch. 66, of course, is Justin Grippo. And can't frame that pitch, the catcher in Lutz. By the way, the text line's open. 330-957-7653. All FCC regulations and SMS regulations to apply. As that misses for a ball. Count is 3-1, nobody on base. And the leadoff man gets on via the walk. Carter wanted to pitch, but he showed some slight pain in his shoulder as he was warming up, so they had to make the pitching change. Now, when an injury happens, you get as many warm-ups as you want, so if you don't want to pitch one of your position players, and the dugout, there's not a lot of players in there, so they didn't have a lot of subs to go to. So they decided to go with a position player to pitch outside for a ball. And the reason I say that is, yeah, you could have position players who are very athletic who can also pitch, but sometimes it's easier when you're warming up down in the bullpen to get ready to pitch for these high leverage situations. Down and inside for ball 2. And the other thing is, too, when you're in the field, you get kind of hot, the sun's on you, so you're kind of tiring out, and you're already tired going onto the mound. As that's inside for a ball. Pickoff attempt. And a little bit of a dangerous play with nobody out. But luckily, the throw wasn't that bad and able to get at the first baseman for the truce in 47, Karsich. But 3-0 count to the leadoff hitter and Johnson. Right down the middle for strike 1. And once again, that text line, 330-957-7653. And that one's fouled away from Johnson. This is his 4th at bat of the game. He had that leadoff double, pretty quiet since then. And if I were the Blue Sox, I would consider sending homage here. But he has a pretty average lead at first base. 3-2 count, nobody out. He will run. And might have been a hit and run. Johnson made contact, but fouled away. And that's dangerous to call a hit and run because you obviously want the walk too to get runners at first, second. But you also don't want your runner to get thrown out. Being a manager can be a tough job because these are the decisions you have to make, right? 3-2 count. Is it a straight steal? Is it a straight steal, but the hitter's going to try to help him out unless it's way out of the strike zone? Do we call hit and run, et cetera, et cetera? That's ball 4. 2 on, nobody out.
Ball 4 to Johnson, that's runner. Now, of course, from second, no out. Definitely lives in the 49 here. White.
And because Dan Carter has to play in the field, the DH is no longer there for the Hackensack Truce. And looking at second base is Grippo. Just get out of this inning. The other problem is, if you're the Truce, you really want to win it in the 7th. You don't want to have Grippo pitch in the 8th or longer. Outside for a ball. And that one's fouled away. One the count. Runners at first and second. Nobody dead. Showing bunt is White. Bad bunt. And out of play. 1-2, but with runners at first and second and nobody out, he might just have to try to get this bunt down with nobody dead. You're just trying whatever you can to get Darius Washington a situation with runners at second and third. Runners at first and second, 1-2 the count, nobody out. Yep. And White knew it, didn't even argue the call, and that's the first out of the inning. Not a good at bat by White. He battled, but not good enough, and can't make contact. The good thing about that at bat, no double play. Darius Washington now up. He's 0 for 1 on the day. He's reached base via a walk and a hit by a pitch. One swing of the bat could break this game wide open. Swing and a miss, strike one. Kendrick on deck. He has one of those 7 hits for the Blue Sox today. And got to be careful if you touch your face. Make sure if you're a Grippo, step off before you do that. 0-1 the count. One the count. Runners at first and second. And Hudson will grant time to 22 in Darius Washington. 1-1 the count. Runners at first and second. The umpires today wearing the black. Doing a nice job behind home plate. Fouled away is Hudson, as well as his 2 umpires. Padres on the bases. 1-2 the count. The Truce need to get out of this inning unscathed, and they need 2 to tie, 3 to win. Pickoff attempt. And that was a key play by O'Brien to walk towards the bag, because if you throw it to the fielder and he's not running towards the bag, that is a balk. He has to be throwing to an occupied base, and he has to be throwing to a fielder that's near the base or running towards the base. 0-2 the count. And O'Brien doesn't want to be right on the bag because he doesn't want to allow Washington to hit it through the left side. In the dirt for a ball. 2-2 the count. Washington a little frustrated But he's just got to barrel down here and make contact, kid, and try to get a base hit or better. Tough spot for Grippo. High leverage situation. 1 out and runners at first and second. And one of those weird plays. It went off the leg of Lutz. And in hindsight, Homage probably should be at third base, but you also don't want to make unnecessary outs at third either, when your team is only up by 2 runs. Count's full. Runners at first and second. Wouldn't be shocked if there's a double steal here. That gets through. It's in shallow left. They're going to send him anyways. Here comes Homage. The plate's plate. It's cut off. Grippo cut it off. It looked like it was going to be to the right of home anyway, so it looked like Homage was going to be safe regardless. Grippo cuts it off, and things not looking so good for Hackensack right now. He's very surprised that they sent him, especially with Kendrick on deck, but they decide to risk it. Other thing is, too, now everybody does it differently, but usually your best arm's in right field, your fastest guy, your most intelligent guy, leader of the outfield is in center, and sometimes your weakest arm's in left. The guy you keep in there for his bat. But there are some left fielders that can really throw. And that's why I said the ball was pretty shallow, but that's something you have to keep in mind when you're a third base coach. Was the ball hit to right, center, or left? If it's hit to right and Ichiro's in right or Guerrero's in right, you don't want to test that arm. Swung on a miss for a strike. Button left, depending on who the left fielder is, Scott Podsednik, Andrew Benintendi. Can you run on them? Sure. Juan Pierre, as Pierre played both center and left. 1-1 the count, runners at first and second. Swing and a miss for strike 2. Still only 1 out, double play in effect if you can get a double play ball. Infielders right near the bag. Third base for the Truce and Ramirez hugging the line. High pop-up, but it does not have the distance. It's going to get close to the warning track. And how about this? Thinking about tagging up was Johnson, and then he gets back to the bag. A fly out to left field, and DiGirolamo able to make the play. Anything can happen in a baseball game. I remember that Cubs-Nationals game. The Cubs were down 3-0. And then Ryan Bodie on a 3-2 count with 2 outs hit the golden slam. In there for a strike. Anything can happen in baseball, because until you get 27 outs or 21 outs, it ain't over. Runners at first and second, 0-1 the count. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Nola with a sac bunt, a base hit, and a strikeout. Looking to put this one away with a double. 0-2 the count. Ground ball in the hole. Going to be a tough play. Needs a good throw and gets it. As Pizzotti able to get the runner and Nola to end the threat. We go to the bottom of the 7th. It's a 3-0 lead for the Berea Blue Sox here on the WNY Athletics YouTube channel.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Bottom of the 7th inning, 2 bloops and a blast, and the true season's still alive. Other than that, it's over. They have 3 outs to work with. Yeah. Appreciate everybody watching today. Final reminder, the text line is open at 330-957-7653. And Soleil's going to go all 7. And for Dan Carter, he pitched a heck of a game. Hope he feels better on the drive home. His offense thus far has not supported him, but they have 3 outs to work with, and they have the heart of the order to do so. And they got the right man at the plate in Cisco Ramirez. But they need more than just him. Preferably 2 base runners to do so. If you're just joining us, 1 run in the first inning, 1 run in the 5th, and 1 run in the 7th for the Truce. 1 hit today, that's it. And it's this young man, number 7, Cisco Ramirez, the third baseman. He's the only guy to reach base for the Truce. Just a little ahead of it. In fact, I know that there's nobody on, nobody out. I'd consider walking this guy because nobody else has reached base or done much offensively for the Truce. Why put yourself in a position where Ramirez could hit a home run, and now you're only up 2 at the same time, though? You don't want to put the Truce in a position to potentially hit a 2-run homer, so I understand not wanting to put him on. High for a fastball. Just one of those things about baseball, right? And Buck Showalter was one of those guys that said, hey, even though the bases are loaded, I'm still going to intentionally walk Barry Bonds. It's fouled away. He did it when he was managing the Diamondbacks. Diamondbacks were up by 2 runs. Barry Bonds was up with the bases loaded, and he intentionally walked him. And then the next batter, I think it was a fly out to right, and the Diamondbacks won by a run. 0-2 the count. Swung on a missed strike 3. And not even Ramirez can get on base in his 3rd at bat. The Truce are in trouble. They are 2 outs away from their season ending. Meanwhile, Soleil is absolutely cruising. And it's an old-fashioned performance by Soleil. He doesn't have a lot of strikeouts. As the game has progressed, he's given up more flyouts. But we talked about in those first 3 innings, not a single flyout. In the first 4, only 1 fly ball. And that's going to be the second hit of the game. Anthony Pizzotti. His run doesn't really matter, but you could do a pinch runner if you want.
Now it's plate for the Truce. The left fielder, number 17, Michael Diagorlama.
Do not have a lot of subs, though, in that dugout. High for a ball. And a diving attempt knocked it down, but couldn't finish the play. Jackson Homage, all he could do was knock it down. Runners at first and second, and now the tying run at home plate. Bullpen getting active for the Blue Sox. And here comes the pitching coach for the Blue Sox, wearing number 3. I will say about this World Series, whatever it is about it, the 7th inning is the most adventurous inning. Seen a lot of good things happen in the 7th. Yesterday, remember, it was 5-0 in favor of Buffalo, and then Erie. No, sorry, it was 5-0 the Cleveland Indians down to their last out. They got 4 consecutive base runners, then they got the tying run to the plate, down 5-2. They entered the inning down 5-0. Meanwhile, nobody out, 2 on. Sorry, 2 on, 1 out. Kieran O'Brien trying to keep the rally alive. Bellender on deck. Fouled away. Quickly an 0-2 hole. Anything but a double play. If you're going to get jammed, try to avoid something on the inner part away from the strike zone. Right on top of the batting box, really close to the plate, is O'Brien. Fouled away, just staying alive. Humongous gap in right center. As that's a high pop-up. Slicing towards the line in foul territory, just foul. Not able to make the play was Plata. The Truce are finally coming alive offensively, but is it too little too late? They got Bellender on deck. He struck out twice. A base hit probably scores Pizzotti, as the outfielders don't want to let the corresponding base runners to advance. In the dirt, wild pitch. Don't touch that if you're the on-deck hitter. And that'll bring Pizzotti to third base and D. Girolamo to second. 1-2 count. First base unoccupied, so a drop third strike means that Johnny Nola is going to have to go to first base. 1-2 count. Fly ball, foul territory, and way out of play. You like to see the hustle that time from Zach Johnson, but don't run too fast, big boy. You might hurt yourself. And more baseballs to Hudson. First base open, but I don't think you want to put the go-ahead run in Bellender, even though Bellender is 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. 2-2. Up by 3. If you want to throw something out of the zone and get him to chase it, even if it gets to the backstop, you're still up by 2. That one's a liner into right field, and can't catch it. Plata made a good effort, but he can't catch it into second base. The throw goes, and a 3-1 lead now for Berea, and that will do it for Soleil. So the go-ahead run now at the plate. We're going to take a break. Pitching change brought to you by SBS. Coming up next, you're watching the Blue Sox.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Explore your next idea. Blaze new trails. Imagine new ways to do things. What will you do next?
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Johnny Servitz, the new pitcher, brought to you by WNYathletics.com. He comes into a tough spot, and what was interesting about that double from Kieran O'Brien is D.G. Arlamo actually tagged up on the play, so he could not score. His run doesn't really matter, though, so he didn't want to get doubled off. They'll go to Servitz, coming into the tournament, 11 2/3 innings pitched, giving up just 5 hits in those over 11 innings of pitch. No intentional walks, 24 strikeouts, just 2 walks. Wow. 12-1 K to walk ratio. And here we go. It's Bellender at the plate. In there for a strike. First base open, but Bellender is 0 for 2. If you get Bellender, you could walk Karsich to get to the 9-hole hitter in D.G. Arlamo. Downstairs for a ball. Winner advances to the quarterfinals at noon tomorrow. Loser, you get orange slices and a juice box, and that's it. Outside, ball 2. Just 5 hits given up on the season, 2 walks. A walk here would be very bad for the Blue Sox. Just barely made contact there, 2-2. They were scoreless going into this inning, but now they've got 2 ducks on the pond and the outfield playing medium depth. Tying run at second base. 2-2 count. Really close to take on 2-2, but Bellender saw it all the way and the home plate umpire agreed. Ball 3. Counts full with first base open. It's going to be a fly ball to center. D.G. Arlamo will tag up. And they will not try to go home. They'll just throw it straight to third base. Sack fly, but it cost him an out.
Run score is now 3-2 Blue Sox.
So now decision time for Servitz and the Blue Sox. Do you want to walk Karsich to get to D? You would put the go-ahead run at first base, but you get to face, arguably, in some cases, the worst hitter in a team's lineup. But other coaches, like I told you before, some coaches like to put guys that can keep the line moving in the 9-hole, so you got to be careful of that when you're a manager. And of course, they're evaluating and reevaluating the game changer and spray charts, all of that. One the count. Base hit probably ties the game. If it's a tie score, we go to California rules, and it's the MLB version. Runner at second, 0-0 count. But for that to happen, we need a base hit. This is their 3rd mound visit, by the way. In high school, that's an automatic change, but we go by MLB rules. You get 1 per pitcher, and then you got to, second one you have to take him out. One the count, runner at second. All the way off the netting, down to their last bullet. without a runner at third, if you want to throw something in the dirt, you can. Worst thing that can happen is O'Brien gets to third base. Everybody deep except third base. Just behind the bag is the third baseman and Kendrick. In the dirt, ball 2. And a pickoff attempt, interesting, with 2 outs and 2 strikes. He fakes the flip twice for the potential hidden ball trick. And there's some trash talk probably happening at second base between O'Brien and the shortstop and Homage. 2-2. Base hit ties the game, of course. Right there, he gone. Grabs some pine. That does it for the game. Excellent breaking ball. Narcich can't believe it. Probably frustrated at himself as that was right there. A nice effort by Hackensack, but they fall 1 run short of going to the quarterfinals. 3 runs, 8 hits, 1 error for the away team Blue Sox, 2 runs, 4 hits and an error for the home team Hackensack Truce. A big thank you to the NABF for having us here. For Rolando Delgado and Mike Goodberry, I'm Kyle Smith. Third game of our doubleheader coming up next here on the NABF World Series.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
300 Level Media is a locally owned and operated multi-purpose media company right here in Western New York. You'll find us everywhere covering the Bills, Sabres, Buttes, Bisons, Big Four basketball, local college sports, and much more. Our staff offers a variety of media services, from video production, live event coverage, audio broadcasts, professional voiceovers, camera operation, and videography. Visit www.300levelmedia.com or give us a call at 716-427-2600. This is 300 Level Media.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
WNYathletics.com. You can thank me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Were you injured in a car accident? Or were you injured on the job? Don't wait. Call your patient coordinator, Tom Prince, at 716-771-9690. One of the hardest things to do is to find a physician that accepts no-fault car insurance or workers' compensation insurance. Let your patient coordinator help you find the physicians that can get you on the road to recovery.
Build your next connection. Earn your next internship. Crush your next goal. What will you do next?
Box Out gives you the ability to create graphics at the speed of sports to highlight your athletic department, teams, and student athletes in seconds. Used and trusted by Notre Dame, Ohio State, UConn, Marquette, Georgetown, and many more of the top college brands in the country. If you want your school's brand to stand out through all the clutter, start your free demo at boxoutsports.com.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your team? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
300 Level Media is a locally owned and operated multi-purpose media company right here in Western New York. You'll find us everywhere covering the Bills, Sabres, Buttes, Bisons, Big Four basketball, local college sports, and much more. Our staff offers a variety of media services, from video production, live event coverage, audio broadcasts, professional voiceovers, camera operation, and videography. Visit www.300levelmedia.com or give us a call at 716-427-2600. This is 300 Level Media.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
WNYathletics.com. You can link me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Were you injured in a car accident? Or were you injured on the job? Don't wait. Call your patient coordinator, Tom Prince, at 716-771-9690. One of the hardest things to do is to find a physician that accepts no-fault car insurance or workers' compensation insurance. Let your patient coordinator help you find the physicians that can get you on the road to recovery.
Build your next connection. Earn your next internship. Crush your next goal. What will you do next?
Box Out gives you the ability to create graphics at the speed of sports to highlight your athletic department, teams, and student athletes in seconds. Used and trusted by Notre Dame, Ohio State, UConn, Marquette, Georgetown, and many more of the top college brands in the country. If you want your school's brand to stand out through all the clutter, start your free demo at boxoutsports.com.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Education has power. Binghamton University students discover it, apply it, unleash it. Unleash your education today.
Were you injured in a car accident? Or were you injured on the job? Don't wait. Call your patient coordinator, Tom Prince, at 716-771-9690. One of the hardest things to do is to find a physician that accepts no-fault car insurance or workers' compensation insurance. Let your patient coordinator help you find the physicians that can get you on the road to recovery.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
At WNYathletics.com. You can thank me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Box Out gives you the ability to create graphics at the speed of sports to highlight your athletic department, teams, and student athletes in seconds. Used and trusted by Notre Dame, Ohio State, UConn, Marquette, Georgetown, and many more of the top college brands in the country. If you want your school's brand to stand out through all the clutter, start your free demo at boxoutsports.com.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
On a glorious afternoon here in beautiful Carroll Stream, Illinois at Lee Fun Stadium, I'm Kyle Smith alongside Stephen Taylor. Most of the postseason bids are set for the quarterfinals of the 2025 NABF World Series, but we still have a couple of games to go at both fields. We're at the Legion Field, Lee Fun Stadium, home of Wheaton College Thunder. It's the Cleveland Indians against the 2-0 Addison Braves. If Addison gets in, Steve, they're automatically in. A Cleveland Indians win, and things get real interesting in terms of who gets that second bid or even first bid for pool play winners in second place for the quarterfinals.
And the discussion becomes again about scoring because that will be the tiebreaker between these two teams in Pool C play. You got to know that the Braves are 2-0 with a 10-2 win over the Tribe and a 4-0 win over the Diesel earlier today. The Indians 1-1, 5-2 loss to the Diesel on yesterday, but then earlier today, just now actually, they wrapped up and drove over here. They got an 8-0 win against the Tribe. So you got to be looking. We've got a 14 versus 13 on the 14 versus 13 on the run differential here. So you really got to hope that the Indians can pull through if they win, that they get the differential being higher than just one run.
And starting on the mound today will be Robinson Reyes for the Cleveland Indians. And leading off for the Addison Braves will be J.J. Jakubowski. He had an excellent game. Started off the game with a triple and then 3 consecutive singles to go 4 for 4. He's back in the leadoff spot to give his Addison Braves an automatic bid to the quarterfinals, but still got to win, right? I mean, you win the first two, but nothing's guaranteed for the third one. Every game of baseball is different. As that's in there for a strike. Late start today because the first game there was an ejection of both a manager and the player for an illegal bat. And that was a huge discussion because it was a big point of the game. It was the bottom of the first inning. The leadoff batter, he hit a leadoff double, but it was an illegal bat, so the manager and the leadoff hitter got ejected, and it pushed everything back. That's high for a ball. And the team that it happened against was the Addison Braves. They were playing in that game, and the incident happened towards was the Buffalo Diesel. 3-1 count to Jakubowski. And thought it was going to be ball 4 for Jakubowski, but the home plate umpire decides that it was in there for a strike. High pop-up as it goes out of play. Jakubowski thought he was going to be on base via the leadoff walk, but the home plate umpire said, you got to keep going here.
Reyes looking to reel in this pitch, get it over the plate.
Another fouled away pitch. As it's J.J. Jakubowski, A.J. Putty, and Cameron Yearsley. It started off here at beautiful Lee Fun Stadium. Stephen James at shortstop. So that one's fouled away.
Staying alive.
Yeah, for the Indians. Carter Macko in center field. It'll be Andy Finn at third base. Travis Outh, the DH. Jesus rolled in right field. And swung on a miss for strike 3. So Jakubowski thought he had a walk. A called strike ends up leading to a first batter of the game being a strikeout.
Jakubowski against the Buffalo Diesel had 3 hits, but comes up empty on his first at-bat.
So that'll bring up the 2-hole hitter, A.J. Putty, in there for a strike. fouled away. 0-2. Robinson Reyes started off a little shaky as first batter, but now getting ahead on the second batter. In there for a strike, 1-2. Cameron Yearsley on deck. Dan Blickman in the hole. Braves scored 3 in the top of the 7th. So that's fouled away as they scored 3 in the top of the 7th to beat the Buffalo Diesel 4-0. Buffalo had a leadoff double, and after that, just a couple of hits after the ejection. Now, he cheated, literally, but they couldn't rise above it. And for the Braves right now, a lot of fouled off pitches. They're just a little bit late, Steve. Why do you think they're so late?
Well, it could be they're trying to get a read on Reyes this early in the game. Reyes has not been a go-to pitcher. He's only got 7 innings pitched in the entire season for the Indians.
Fly ball to left. It's pretty deep. And it's out of play.
Reyes only 1 game played on the entire season for the Indians.
So he went 7 innings in that game.
Only 97 pitches.
Look, if there's not a lot of stats about you and there's not enough game film, sometimes that's advantageous for the Indians. The Braves don't know about you. That's going to split the gap. Will it get down, though? It will. It's going to be at least a double for Putty. As he gets into second base, he's thinking about 3, and he's going to get there standing up. He thought about sliding and then almost fell down, stumbled a little bit, and a 1-out triple.
Got to watch out for the turf. It'll trip you up there.
The turf monster is undefeated.
Undefeated on the turf.
What do you want to do here? It's early on, but this game is so important to the Indians. Runs have been hard to come by for most of the games, the last 3. Do you bring the infield in, or do you bring the corners in and keep the infield back? It's Appeal at first, but he touched first base. They're wondering why he got there standing up. Well, it was a heck of a hit. Plus, center field was playing to the left of the second base bag. High fly ball towards foul territory. And out of play.
In a dumpster by the concession stand.
And that's one of those situations, if it gets to be late in the game and it's tied, or you're down by run or up by run, sometimes as a right fielder, you don't want to catch that on purpose because then the sac fly can't happen. But it's risky as that's out of the strike zone for a ball. But going after it, the right fielder and Jesus Roldan. Jesus Roldan. Bruno at second base today for the Indians. That one fouled away. At first base is Brofman.
Yearsley's got 3 hits on the tournament.
Had that big sac fly in the previous game. 1-2 the count. Missed. The Indians thought that was a strike, but Steve, that was in the other batter's box.
Oh, yeah. A righty would have gotten out of the way of that one.
A 2-2. Well, if they're working that pitch count, they're a little behind. So maybe you think about throwing the changeup or the curveball here.
Absolutely. You're trying to see if you can trick the batter on this one. You want to get this guy out at the plate because you know you've got a runner at third. He's antsy to score.
2-2. High for a ball. You got Brofman in, and at third base, Finn is even with the bag. Fouled away near us off the netting. Working that pitch count, making them work. Indians are still very much alive, but they need a win. Otherwise, you become a huge Midland Tribe fan.
Big hit.
Yep. High fly ball to center. Tagging, of course, is Putty. And no need to hit the cutoff man as it was far too deep to consider a relay to the plate.
Important sac fly, another one for Yearsley.
Triples, if you can get them, man,
Designated hitter number 34.
you're going to stay in this game a long time.
Absolutely.
Because there's a lot of different ways you can score 90 feet from home plate.
Put yourself in a position to score. You might come away with one.
Sac fly, suicide squeeze, safety squeeze. But when you're at second base, it's harder to score, right? It's got to be a base hit and run.
Otherwise, you got to hope you're Usain Bolt.
So if you're Pete Crow Armstrong or Ty Cobb, Ricky Henderson, if you can get triples, so valuable. But when you're a right-handed hitter, because most guys are right-handed, you want to go right center gap because left center is closer to third base.
Anything to put yourself in an advantageous position.
It also puts so much pressure on the pitcher knowing you're 90 feet away from scoring. 1-2 coming up for Reyes. Thought about it, laid off, did Blickman. If you're just joining us, where were you, man? Come on, you had one job. You blew it. Just kidding. Strikeout, a triple, and a sac fly to center field. Oh, boy. Ruffman thought about going after it with his bare hand. I'm glad he went back to the bag. That would have hurt. And a base hit for Blickman.
Second baseman number 7, Joel Sarman.
You ever see that video of Evan Longoria? Evan Longoria being interviewed with the Tampa Bay Rays, and the field reporter was in foul territory, but still like in the field of play, kind of. And here's a liner into left field, another base hit.
Blicken holding on.
Swarbrick gets to first, Blickman to second, but Evan Longoria, he puts his hand over the woman's face to make sure she doesn't get hit with the ball. I mean, that's really cool that Evan Longoria did that. But number two, why was the field reporter interviewing Evan Longoria on the field? Couldn't we have done that in the seats?
Live field reporting. Looks really cool, but you got to be mindful. It's an active diamond.
I think the dugout interview would have been a better idea, but that's just me. But luckily, Evan Longoria was there. He had an excellent career with both the Giants and the Rays.
And he's always going to have that video. He's going to just look that up on YouTube. And anytime at the club, he's just going to show that. And it's like, that's me.
In there for a strike. He broke my heart 2008, though. He played the White Sox in the first round of the playoffs. And the Rays won that series, ended up going to the World Series, lost in 5 to the Phillies. 0-1 count. And a foul tip right into the glove of the catcher in Perez. Oh, 1 with Peyton Burch at the plate. That ball's absolutely smoked. Will it stay in play? It will. And it's out of play for the ground rule double. It looked like it went over the fence, but they do not call the ground rule double. The Indians might argue that it was out of play. You see the left fielder for the Indians and Lennon saying that ball went out of play. Now, if it hits the top of the yellow, comes back in, it's out of play, but it's play. If it hits the foul pole, it's out of play.
Gotta check the replay on that one.
And that's a big call. They're going to talk about this. And they might do another appeal, or do they touch all the bases? If it hits the top of the yellow and comes back in, it's in play. If it hits the foul pole, it's out of play. And I repeat that because it's such a big call, because it goes from 2-0 to 1-0.
Pulling those runners back onto the base, that's going to be important.
Yeah, so they're going to say, what are they going to say? Yeah, okay. So I was right. But as an umpire,
Number 19, Trey Hernandez.
sometimes you want to play it live because he can always go back to third, but he can't score again.
Right.
And the Indians, quietly, and under control, went to the home plate umpire to see what's the call, why is it the call, blah, blah, blah. That one's fouled away. But it sure looked like it either hit the foul pole or hit any piece of it and then came back into play.
Really affects the flow of this game.
2-0 lead, fouled away. Regardless, Robinson Reyes having some trouble here.
He's just trying to find his pitch, and
fouled away by Hernandez.
Unfortunately, Addison seems to have found it first.
There is no tomorrow, and you wonder why he's only pitched 7 innings. Well, he could have joined the team late, as that will end the inning. But the damage is certainly done. 2 runs cross the plate. We go to the bottom of the first. It's a 2-0 lead for the Braves here on the WNY Athletics YouTube channel.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Stephen James to lead it off for the Cleveland Indians, not to be confused with the Cleveland Guardians, who used to be known as the Indians. But they do wear the old Indians logo, and their jerseys are similar. That's a soft liner, and it gets into left field. 1 pitch and a single.
That's the start you want if you're the Indians right now. You really need to set the tone here on the offensive side of the ball. You give them 3 runs, or you give up 2 runs. Excuse me, 2 runs. And you want to make sure that you come and get those runs back.
Yeah. So what they did is they reset the scoreboard on the Jumbotron. That's why you thought it was 3. And has to go back to 2 because they put the runner back at third base. That was the right call, though. We've gotten clarified with numerous people at the field. It did hit the foul pole. Just a crazy play, right? Usually the only time it hits the top of the yellow when it's like a live ball right on the hit. It hits the top of the yellow, then comes back in for a potential home run ball. There was a play, I think it was last week, and I forget the Brewers outfielder. It might have been Jackson Churio. There's an 0-2 count. Nice pickoff attempt, but getting back there safely. The leadoff hitter in James. Pickoff attempt was from Cole Benson, but it went off Chorio's glove and then hit the top of the yellow. So that one's fouled away. Hit the top of the yellow, and then wouldn't go back into play, but then it also wouldn't go out of play, and then finally, like, it went off like Chorio's shoulder and then came back into play. It was the ball that wouldn't make up its mind what it wanted to do.
Usually you see that out of a football, not typically out of a baseball.
They're going to go to second first where they get the lead runner, and see him. And Steve, I don't know if Maka was hustling on that play. 3-6-3 on the double play. And a big double play for the Braves.
Yeah, there was no hustle in Mako's step, and it's it's unfortunate to hit the ball like that and see it headed straight for first base. You don't think you're going to make it, but you really need to run that out. You have to know they're going to go for the double play.
And this should be an easy play at second, and it is. Easy throw from Swarbrick over to Putty. So the Indians get a leadoff single and a double play and a ground out. We go to the top of the second, 2-0 lead for the Braves.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
2-0 lead at the home of the Wheat College Thunder. I'm Kyle Smith alongside Stephen Taylor. Well, they're going to stick with Robinson Reyes. Bullpen not active. Do you like this decision by the Indians coaching staff? Any more runs could be very troublesome for the Indians.
Well, you got to think that Robinson Reyes is trying to convince his coaches that he's settling in, he's getting a hold of it. You got to show up to the ballpark on time, ready to play at the first pitch, not at the first pitch of the second inning. But maybe he's just settling in, trying to get a hold of it, and you want to give him the opportunity. It's still early on in this game, but with only 7 innings to work with and potentially the season on the line, you want to be honest with yourself as a manager and see if you can get your next guy up into the bullpen soon.
You don't want to wait too long, right? The other thing is, too, if there's a run that hasn't crossed home plate yet, so if there's runners at second and third, they haven't scored yet, but you're putting your bullpen pitcher in a high leverage situation. If you put him with a runner at first as the first pitch from Reyes, right down the middle for a strike, harder and harder it is on the pitcher, and more stress pitches on that arm. You wonder why some guys have Tommy John, as that's a grounder. Nice job reading it by Brofman. He'll take it himself. 3 unassisted if you're scoring at home. You wonder why some guys have Tommy John. Well, when they're kids, when they're in high school, etc., they keep pitching in these high leverage situations, so maybe they try to put more umph on their fastball, more break on the breaking ball, and their arms aren't fully developed yet, so it leads to more arm trouble. And just to go into this game, it's harder to pitch in high leverage situations, so if you're going to go to the bullpen, you'd rather do it with nobody on or a runner at first or even a runner at second instead of 2 ducks on the pond or the bases loaded. 0-1 the count to Valdez.
And it's always a mixed bag when you got young pitchers like that. They want to get the experience in these high leverage situations because you can't really teach. You can only get poise from experience.
In there for strike 2. Valdez, the backup catcher. He's in there because the starter in Cuniff played all 7 earlier today for the 11 o'clock game. Whew, just missed. But the home plate umpire has been very consistent with that spot. All you ask for is consistency, right?
You got to know where the strike zone is, but it all depends on the umpire and his view. Valdez pointing to the
first base ump and Hudson.
I think he must see something or want to get something that he's not going to get, because that was an easy check swing. It did not come even close to going around, but sometimes you want to take what you can get.
Sometimes the home plate umpire does that to just make sure his teammate at first base is awake, because you don't want to miss plays at first base, right? Because here's the thing too, Steve, as you're aware of. If you blow a call at first base, the home plate umpire can't overrule you. It is not a reviewable call. It is not an appealable call. Now, if there's interference down the line, the home plate umpire can see that, so you can appeal that, but you can't appeal out or safe at the bag. Sometimes you do check swings, even if it's clearly he went around or didn't, just to make sure the first base umpire is, not checking their phone, not, making sure they're awake. Oh, potential hidden ball trick. Valdez saw it all the way. These guys are having a lot of fun here at this tournament. 1-1 the count. Ozzie Guillen fell for it back in the day when he was playing shortstop for the Sox. Now in high school, you can't do it. It's a balk. You have to be more than 15 feet away from the mound, but we're playing Major League rules, so you can do it today.
And with the championship on the line, this is pool play leading into the World Series for the NABF.
Yep.
Pulling out all the stops.
Yep. Tomorrow's the quarters at noon, the semis at 3, and the championship game at noon at beautiful Zimmerman Field in Naperville, Illinois.
We'll be here on the call for the semifinals.
Yep, semis and the quarters. Do we consider it the quarters, or is it like a play-in semi? Because it's not like a true quarterfinal because it's not 8 teams.
It's a 6-team bracket. Big hit into right field.
Yep, right at the right fielder, and it's going to be close. Braffman can't stretch for it. And a liner to right, and able to make the catch for the Indians was Jesus Roldan. So that'll bring up Putty. He had that triple and scored back in the first.
Baseman number 23, AJ Putty.
So he's definitely settled in. He gave up those 3 hits in the first, and then 2 strikeouts, a walk, and a liner to right for Reyes in there for a strike. Runs have been hard to come by these last 3 or so games. Last night's game, it was 1-1 going into the 8th. The 11 o'clock game, 4-0, and the final 3-2 before this one.
Nail biter came down to the last batter.
So,
last game.
No surprise, bullpen getting up. Like we talked about, if you're going to bring in a reliever, you'd like to do it in a low leverage situation. The quote-unquote pressure pitches.
Addison had a similar situation against the Diesel. 2 2/3 inning for the starter, Aris Cossack.
It would be interesting to do a survey of 50 middle relievers and 50 closers and how much pressure they feel as a closer versus a middle reliever. Because one would think pitching in the 8th inning would be less stressful than the 9th inning, but you're still only up by a run. You get a hold in the 8th inning, you get a save in the 9th inning, right? Or because you're a professional, whether you pitch in the 8th or 9th, you've gotten to that level of success, you don't feel pressure anymore.
Yeah, just wake up, it's Tuesday, you're going to work, and work is throwing it in the strike zone.
You ever hear the story of when that Game 3 of the World Series kept going and going into extra innings? Mark Burley didn't think he was going to pitch, so he actually had a beer or 2 in the bullpen, or outside the bullpen, because that's high for a ball. And then Ozzie said, we're out of pitchers, you got to pitch. And he had a 1-out or 2-out save. I think it was a 1-out save in Game 3. I believe that went 12 or 14 innings. Full count with 2 outs. High for ball 4. Cameron Yearsley now up. He had that sac fly to center in the first. This might be Yearsley's last batter if he can't get Yearsley out. Might be Reyes' last batter.
Yeah, even 2 outs in the top of the second. Got to keep your options open.
Because a base hit should score Valdez. Now you're down 3-0. And we didn't see a lot from the Indians offense in the bottom of the first. Liner to left. This is going to get down for a base hit. They send Valdez. Here comes the throw. It's going to be cut off. And a 3-0 lead for the Addison Braves. That might be Reyes' last batter like we previously said. But decision time for the Indians. Yearsley now with 2 RBI thus far in the game. Walk there. You could have walked him, Steven, but do you really want to walk him to get to the cleanup hitter and Blickman?
I wouldn't say so. I think you're trying to face every batter that you can right now. It's a little early on in the game, even being down 3-0 now.
If you wanted to walk Blickman, you have Swarbrick.
Swarbrick has been pretty quiet through these playoffs.
He's pretty good yesterday. Base hit, RBI in the first. And this is a lazy fly ball to right. Roldan's under it and catches it. But the damage is certainly done. An RBI single by Yeardsley. We go to the bottom of the second. 3-0 Braves here on the WNY Athletics YouTube channel.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Kyle Smith alongside Stephen Taylor as a 3-0 lead early on for the Braves, but not too early, partner, as they only play 7 until we get to the championship game.
And the Braves are currently rolling towards that championship game, 2-0 in pool play.
They sure are, partner, so we'll see how this game turns out. It'll be Perez, Lennon, and Brofman.
Catcher to the 24, Ricky Perez.
As Perez trying to get on base here. And just missed for ball 1. Ground ball to short. Should be an easy play as Jack Ubowski with a nice throw over to Putty for the first out of the inning. It was a leadoff single for Stephen James to left field. After that, 3 consecutive ground outs for Cole Benson. As for the Indians, that'll bring up Flynn Lenalden. That one's fouled away. Brofman on deck. Swung and a miss by Lenalden. Cole Benson in a rhythm right now. Very tall guy. And that's a fly ball. Yeah, fly ball to center and easy catch for Birch. 2 up, 2 down. If this starts to get away from the Indians, we might see the Braves go to the bullpen, try to preserve Benson for later on in the tournament.
Definitely worth considering going into the semis tomorrow, or the quarters.
Obviously, if Addison goes 3-0, their chances of being the 1 or 2 seed are very high.
They'll be interested to see what happens with the Beecher Muskies and the Chicago Clout in Pool A. Bouncer.
Yep. Should be an easy play at third base for Hernandez, and is. And that does it for the Indians. They go 1-2-3. We go to the top of the third, 3-0 Braves here on the WNY Athletics YouTube channel.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
With the Indians trailing 3-0, they're going to stick with their starter Robinson Reyes, and then a late change. Thought they were going to make a change, but they're going to stick with Robinson Reyes. We saw the manager for the Indians talking with the home plate ump in Mark Snyder, but they're going to stick with Reyes and the rest of their defensive alignment. They only have a couple guys in the dugout for subs. The Braves have been dominant in this tournament, and that is putting it lightly. We'll give you their stats in a second coming into this game, but wow, it's been impressive if you're a fan of the Addison Braves.
Addison Braves are 16-7 on the season.
Ground ball short. This should be an easy play, and is, as it's Stephen James on the putout. 6-3 if you're scoring at home.
Center fielder number 3, Peyton Burnham.
In there for a strike. It's been a fun tournament thus far here at beautiful Leaf Fund Stadium. 0-1 count. As Birch tried to lay down the bunt, but it went foul. Hernandez on deck. Birch struck out looking in the first. Cameron Yearsley with 2 of the 3 RBIs.
Mosterberg's hits to left field.
That one's fouled away.
He's only got 1 hit to right.
Another one fouled away. 3-0 lead here at the home of the Thunder for the Addison Braves. This is the second game of the day for Addison. They won 4-0 for the 11 o'clock game. Little pop fly, but it finds its way foul.
The Indians pulled a bang-bang. They were over at Zimmerman Field, where they won 8-0 over the Tribe. Vedrano pitching for them. Gave up no runs, but 3 hits. And Brofman, first baseman, star for the Indians in that game.
What was his stat line?
He had 2 RBIs, 3 hits.
Pretty good.
Third baseman number 19, Trey Hernandez.
It'll be Trey Hernandez. He struck out swinging in the first. Remember, we still play Slaughter today, 8 after 6 and 10 after 5. Bullpen active, of course, for Cleveland, but is it too little too late? 43 runs have crossed home plate. And I say too little too late as Benson is in a groove right now for Addison.
It's really important to get started on the offensive side of the ball, but right now you still got to worry about getting out of this jam, and you got to hope that Reyes is staying true to his form and staying locked in.
In there for a strike. Ryan Jenkins on deck. R.J. Valdez, the speedy catcher, in the hole. Valdez, Blickman, and Putty have all scored. Another pickoff play. That's a huge run at first base. why being a manager is so difficult. You have to win to get into the corners, but if you use all your pitchers today, you got nobody for tomorrow. Outside for a ball.
On time, it's a stolen base.
But at the same time, when you have a chance to put a team away, it's the old question, should I put in Randy Johnson out of the bullpen? Should I put in Madison Bumgarner out of the bullpen? And some managers have done that, and it's been very successful. Non-relievers going into a relief spot.
For the Braves, you got to consider that as far as Cole Benson is concerned, whether you want to preserve his arm at all. It could be one of those situations where you feel like you're going to be playing a lower ranked team, or you may get that first round bye.
Correct. And that gets through for a base hit. Coming in to score will be Birch. And here we go, an RBI single. And it's 4-0.
Left fielder number 22, Ryan Jenkins.
So an RBI single for Hernandez. Jenkins at the plate. He grounded out to first his first time up. Tough day for Reyes. As that's a pop fly, Perez going after it. And instead he lets his third baseman and Andrew Finn to take it. F5 if you're scoring at home.
RJ Valdez.
Valdez back.
Valdez had that walk and then scored in the second. Four runs on 5 hits for the Braves. Outside fastball for a strike. Pickoff attempt. Getting back there easily as Hernandez.
Valdez's got a pretty wide spray chart. He's got hits to third base, left center, right center, right.
Swing and a miss for a strike. Here's the stolen base attempt. And they call him safe. Able to get there is Trey Hernandez. The base umpire in Edward Hudson. Sorry, that's Kevin McNeese, called him safe. And looked like he was safe. Stolen base for Hernandez. 0-2 count on Valdez. Base hit should be able to score Hernandez. Center field especially very deep for the Indians, but Valdez strikes out, swinging. But the damage is done once again. The Braves score to make it 4-0. We go to the bottom of the third. 4-0 Braves here at the 2025 NABF World Series.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Travis off now up for the Indians. He has a 309 batting average and a 924 OPS.
Reliable DH, played in 19 of the 28 games for the Indians. 17 hits on the year.
Not too shabby at all, my friend. But you can't score 4 runs on 1 hit, unless it's a grand slam, of course. So you got to find a way to get on base, have your teammates help you out. Can't give up any more runs, obviously, on defense. In the dirt for a ball.
Well, the journey of coming back from 4 runs starts with a single hit. And Oth seems to be the guy that you want in this situation to lead us off.
Swing and a miss for a strike. Fouled away. The young man with a 924 OPS down in the count. 1-2. That one's a ground ball and going to be close at first base. I'll let you call it, Steve. Hit or error?
Error for sure. Just bubbled or you fumbled with the ball a little bit, and that's what got Oth onto base.
So it's going to be an E6 on Jakubowski, one of the few mistakes he's made all tournament long. And a break for the Indians. Can they do something with it? As this offense has been pretty quiet for the Indians thus far today. They've had the leadoff guy on twice out of the 3 innings. James got on with a leadoff single, then a double play. And before that error, it was 5 consecutive hitters retired. Stolen base attempt. It was a good throw. He would have been out, but Valdez one-hopped it to the shortstop. And stolen base for Outh. Valdez one-hopped it. Jakubowski couldn't get to it.
Jesus rolled on. 235 on base percentage. .71 batting average.
Fouled away. Valdez, second baseman, couldn't handle that throw. As that's outside for a ball. Jesus rolled on with a 2-1 count. Furno on deck, James in the hole. Coming set is Benson. High for a ball.
Rolled on 2 strikeouts in his last game, which was the 130 matchup against the Tribe.
3-1, you're in the catbird seat here, kid. Sit on a fastball. Outside for ball 4. Runners at first and second. And nobody out.
Second baseman number 13.
This is why you got to be almost perfect on defense, because when you aren't, could be one runner at first and 1 out. Instead, runners at first and second, nobody dead.
That's the first walk given up by Cole Benson today.
In there
but
for
that's
a
a
strike.
big walk against Jesus rolled on. Not a strong hitter. 2 strikeouts earlier today, but now he's sitting first base. Front out of the plate now.
High fly ball. Probably can't tag on this, as it's an easy catch for the Braves center fielder and Peyton Birch.
Off won't try it.
Not when you're down 4-0, maybe 1-0. Even then, it's got to be right center to even consider it.
Stop number 7, Stephen James.
Back to the top of the order.
James with that first pitch swinging, went opposite field with it, but then was thrown out on a ground ball to the left side.
Off does have 5 stolen bases on the year. Definitely keep an eye on him at second base.
And this is going to be a base hit to right. This will at least load the bases, and with the score being 4-0, they're going to hold Oth at third base. Now, base is full of Indians, just 1 out. And, man, baseball can change in an instant. Just when it looked like the Braves were just going to roll with this one, a base hit probably scores 2. 1 swing of the bat, and it's a new ball game.
Mako's just trying to shake off that double play from earlier today. He's in a great position right now with only one out.
Gotta hustle on any ground ball. And Valdez dropped it. The good thing about being up 4-0 is for the Indians, your run at third, I mean, it matters, but it also doesn't. You don't want to run yourself out of an inning. So unless it gets to the backstop, you probably have to go back to third just to be safe.
Got to play it safe. Mako's got 19 hits on the year. You got to trust your batter here.
What's his batting average or on base percentage?
Mako's a .432 batting average.
Wow.
1.019 on his OPS.
Pretty good. Anytime that on base percentage is over 500, you're doing something right. Fouled away.
That ball finding a Nissan Rogue.
I love how you said the actual make and model of the car.
Red Nissan Rogue.
Favorite color. I mean, it's the color of the team, right? You got to hit a red Nissan Rogue. Thought about it. Shied away from swinging. 3-1. Benson struggling. Can't wait too long if you're the Braves. There's no guarantee you get in with a loss in this game.
And he walks him home.
Base on ball, RBI.
Third baseman number 12, Andy Finn.
A lot of pitches thrown by Benson this inning. Still one out. Could be two, but the air at shortstop. One swing of the bat, and the Indians have the lead. Fouled away, and I say that because we got the 3-hole hitter and Andy Finn up.
This is really the guy that you want in a position like this.
Because, yeah, usually leadoff guys, your on-base guy, your 2-hole hitter is your on-base guy, maybe a really good hitter. 3 and 4 are your best hitters most of the time.
Finn's a .358 batting average.
Right. But he might have better power numbers than James and Mako. Not all the time, but
a little bit lower on the slug percentage.
He has a humongous gap in left center. He gone as Andy Finn is retired on strikes. Not a good at bat by Andy Finn, but the good news is he didn't ground to do an inning-ending double play.
That's the big thing. Sometimes you can just take a strikeout. Right now, the road back has begun. 1 run this inning.
The thing about it is when you're down by as many as 4, you want to put a crooked number on that scoreboard because you don't know how many more times you're going to have the bases loaded or runners at first and second, etc. 0-1 the count. Fouled away by Richie Perez. And the cleanup hitting catcher is down 0-2.
Roldan's threatening from third base. You know, he's still going to be a conservative runner, but he really wants to draw the attention of the pitcher.
Flynn Lenalden is on deck. High fastball for a ball.
Valdez showing some aggression, keeping the base runners honest.
Outside for a ball. 2-2 count with Lenalden on deck, Brofman in the hole.
.562 slug percentage for Richie. Excuse me. For Richie Perez.
Very nice day for baseball as the crowd continues to get bigger and bigger here at Leaf Fund Stadium. Couple of dogs here enjoying the atmosphere. 2-2 count. Outside miss, count full. Runners go on the pitch. That means anything to the gap will most likely score all 3 base runners.
Perez knows how important this is.
Cannot strike out here. Got to put the ball in play. And that one's going to be close, but fouled away.
Staying alive. Up in that pitch count, too. Cole Benson. got to be mindful about his pitch count.
3-2 the count. Runners go on the pitch. The payoff coming up. High fly ball, but it finds its way out of play.
Just a bonk on top of the dugout. Here in the bottom of the third, Benson's currently sitting at 40 pitches.
What do you want to throw here on 3-2? You want to throw a curveball?
Absolutely. You want to get a breaking ball here, but you got to be very mindful about that because I would throw a breaking ball, try and get the batter, but if you give up a base on balls, that's another run scored.
Ground ball. This should end the inning. Jakubowski on the throw, and he throws out Perez, but they do get a run back. We go to the top of the fourth. 4-1 lead for the Braves here at the 2025 NABF World Series.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Explore your next idea. Blaze new trails. Imagine new ways to do things. What will you do next?
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
JJ Jakubowski will lead it off with an .896 OPS as one of the Braves coaches talking to the home plate umpire.
Correction there, it's a TJ Jakubowski, and that's the importance of penmanship, folks. That's when your manager comes in, gives us the lineup. It's important to make sure it's clear.
So TJ Jakubowski.
And Reyes has found the bench. It's Morrison in pitching for the Indians.
Any pitching stats on Morrison?
Working it out.
While Steven does that, we want to give a big thank you to everybody watching and listening. The text line's open. Your favorite high school, college, or MLB memory, text 330-957-7653. All FCC and SMS regulations and protocol do apply.
Morrison has 4 games played. Correction, 8 games played. He's got 1 win and a save.
ERA?
Morrison's ERA is 5.7.
Oof. How many innings in that ERA?
2.1.
Okay, so small sample size. So he's pitched only 2 1/3 innings with an ERA over 5.
Leading off the top of the fourth,
it's up to TJ Jakubowski.
Shortstop number 27, TJ Jakubowski.
His last appearance was against the Berea Blue Sox on June 16th.
So very familiar with one of the teams in this tournament. Here comes Jakubowski. Fouled away by number 27. He struck out swinging. There was a close pitch he didn't like, and strike two was called on a 3-1 count. He ended up striking out later on in that at bat. He's 0 for 2 to lead off this game. In the dirt for a ball. Big run by the Indians, and they didn't want to waste any more time. It just wasn't Reyes' day. They go to Morrison. See if Morrison cannot give up any runs through 5 innings plus of work if we go to extras. Need him to go at least 4, right? And if it has to go to extras, maybe he'll have to pitch into the 8th and or 9th. 2-1 count with the lefty at bat. Good drive. Frozen rope, but it went foul. Putty on deck, having a nice game with that triple and a walk. Run scores.
Jakubowski usually a profiter. He's got 6 RBIs, but 19 runs. Usually profits off the RBIs.
How many stolen bases?
He's got 5. 100% percentage.
Right? If you're never caught, it's pretty good, right?
He's going to try and get on base here.
Ground ball is short. And tried to one hop at the first in the dugout. So Jakubowski is in there. If you're scoring at home, it's a single and an error. It was a really tough play at short. He didn't have time to set his feet. He just gobbled it up and then threw it. Jakubowski hustling on the play, hitting an error. And that's something you got to know as Brofman. When it's that close, knowing you're down by 3, sometimes it's okay to just get off the bag and allow the hit to happen.
Anything to keep the runner at first. If you give up the guy making it to first base, that's better than a situation like this where the ball gets by you. Now you've got a runner in scoring position. A runner with 5 stolen bases. Not that. So that brings up AJ Putty.
1 for 1 with that walk and a run scores. Run scores. I've been in Illinois too long. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, in Illinois, sometimes people put S's at the end of things. I mean, that's the state, right?
Oh, yeah.
We put an S, a silent S at the end. 0-1 the count to AJ Putty. 1-1 count.
And it's silent for those at home. It's not Illinois, despite the fact that we are going to Jules.
Going to Jules to get the meats. Jules. 1-1 count, runner at second. In there for a strike. Putty didn't like it. Could have gone either way, Steve, but it looked like it crossed just below the letters.
Just a little bit coming back, just enough. And the umpire liked it.
Remember, it's where it crosses, not where the catcher catches it. That's why being a home plate umpire is so difficult. You don't know when the curveball is going to take place. 1 and 2, 0-2, you probably know it's taking place, but you don't know if he's going to throw a hanging curveball on 2 and 0 or a nice curveball on 1 and 1.
And it's the difficulty as a young pitcher when you're getting ready for this. You got to make sure that the curve hits at the right time. We were seeing some issues yesterday where the curve was just not curving.
That ball hit very high, but it's leaning foul and it goes out of play.
A little bit of help from the wind, cool breeze here in Carroll Stream.
Yeah, it's been very nice for baseball.
Very pleasant. A heat wave over the past couple weeks here in Chicago, in the Chicagoland area. But cooled right off. Rainstorm Wednesday, and now we've got cool 70-degree temperatures.
1 and 2, runner at second, nobody out. It's going to get into the outfield for a base hit. And they will send Jakubowski, and he'll score. It's a 5-1 lead now for the Addison Braves.
Right fielder number 15, Cameron Yearsley.
One of the reasons Addison is that much closer to going to the round of 6, they're 2, 3, 4, 5 hitters. A.J. Putty, 2 for 2. Cameron Yearsley, sac fly. Dan Blickman, the single and a run. And, of course, J.D. Swarbrick with that RBI double.
Yearsley, a 1.771 OPS. 1.2 slug percentage.
That'll get it done. 0-1 the count. Still nobody out. If you're just joining us, 2 runs in the first for the Indians, 1 in the second, 1 in the third, 1 in the fourth. Consistency, consistency, consistency. Outside for a ball. Want to win a championship, got to be consistent.
The Addison Braves can really lean on their consistency. Win against the Tribe to start it off. Mercy Rule win, 10-2. Followed by a shutout of the Buffalo Diesel earlier today.
That was a close game up until the 7th. Hi, pop-up. Wouldn't be a homer in a phone booth. It's first out of the inning. Easy catch for the second baseman for the Indians, Inferno.
Okay, hitter number 34, Dan Blickman.
Blickman, 1 for 2 with that fly out to right field. Swarbrick, 1 for 2 with that RBI double. Yeah, Swarbrick is on deck.
Blicken another hefty OPS, a 1.076.
In there safely. And it's Blickhan or Blickman? Blickhan.
Blickhan.
See, the handwriting has not been the greatest for this tournament. As that's going to get into the hole. All he could do is dive for it. Good job knocking it down by Stephen James. But the runners advance. Infield hit. Second one of this inning. There is no tomorrow for the Indians if you lose today, but you overwork your bullpen. Who would be available tomorrow? I guess you can't think about that. You got to think about today and let tomorrow be tomorrow.
That's where you're at in this tournament. We're getting down to the wire here in pool play. It's tonight, and that's it. Tomorrow we start our semi and quarterfinal play.
You brought in Morrison to relieve Reyes. Do you have anybody left?
Plenty of stats, but it's about how many people have made the trip to the Chicagoland area, Naperville area.
Yeah, we're about half an hour from Naperville. 1-1 count. Nobody out. Not one out for the fly out. Even broadcasters make mistakes on occasion. It was such a lazy fly ball. I kind of fell asleep for a second. Forgot about the out.
Woke up and runners had stayed put.
Yeah.
Chasing one.
Yep.
2-2.
Peyton Birch on deck. He struck out looking, and then the base hit and the stolen base, and then scored back in the third. 2-2 count. Runners at first and second. Huge gap in left center. Outside. 3-2. And stepping off the pitcher and Morrison. 4-1 lead. Now 5-1 in this inning.
Oh.
Inside for a ball, little chin music accidentally, and bases are now full of Braves. Bases full of Braves. As that'll bring up Birch.
Tough situation for John Morrison here. Coming in as the relief. currently feeling all the pressure.
Came in with his team up by 3 and has not done that well.
Team down by 3, now down by 4.
Gave up an infield single and then the error at shortstop. A base hit, a fly out, an infield hit, and a walk. And now we have bases loaded. That was close to him getting hit, but then there was a breaking ball that finally broke on the inner part. 1-1 count with Hernandez on deck. A base hit could put the Indians away. Outside for a ball. Indians had their chance in the previous inning to maybe tie the score. It was 4-1, but they had the bases full. Richie Perez got it to a 3-2 count, but could not finish the job. A ground out to short to end the threat. Meanwhile, bases full of Braves here. On their first strike, 2-2 count. Hernandez on deck, 1 for 2. And after him is Jenkins, who's 0 for 2. Foul tip right into the glove of Perez. Losing his bat was Birch. And now there's 2 out with the bases loaded.
Third baseman number 19, Trey Hernandez.
Morrison hitting 26 pitches in only 2/3 of an inning.
That's not a good combination for the rest of the game.
We talk about getting high in pitch count, and when you only have 4 innings to work with coming in the 4th.
Appeal at first. Hudson say he did not go. Any kind of hit would probably put this game away. Never say never, of course, but a single would really hurt the Indians' chances of coming back. Outer part for a strike.
Important strike.
And the more runs the Braves score, the more they can consider using their emergency pitchers or their long relief pitchers. Save whoever you can for tomorrow. 1-1 count. That one is absolutely smoked to right field. It'll go over the right fielder's head. Roldan trying to get it back in quickly. And a 2 RBI double. And the floodgates are now open in favor of the Braves. Runners now at second and third.
Ryan Jenkins.
Trey Hernandez, a double, a single, a stolen base, and 2 ribbies. Well, with first base open here, Steven, do you want to walk Jenkins to get to the 9-hole hitter?
He struck out on the last one, but at this point you got to look to see what you can get out of Jenkins. He grounded out followed by a fly out.
Yeah, at least he's got a slightly better stat line in favor of the Indians than Valdez with that strikeout, but also a walk. And like I said before, just because they're in the 9-hole doesn't mean that they're a bad hitter. Sometimes managers do that to keep the line moving.
Something to keep in mind is with runners in scoring position, Jenkins is his spray chart puts most of his hits into right.
It's something the manager has to know, which I'm sure he does. If they don't, or if the pitcher isn't aware about it, the manager will just say, hey, Kyle, or blah, blah, insert name here, step off, and then have your first baseman play to pole and your second baseman play to pole. 2-1 count. Ooh. Hit by a pitch, or did he not get out of the way of it? Now, if they're going to say lean in with the elbow, and that's ball 3. Yeah, you can't do that. You got to push back, or just let it hit you or do nothing. You can't push in with the elbow.
Got to be very careful. Sounded like it went off the knob of the bat.
Oh, they're going to say a foul ball. I got you. Nope, 3-1, 3-1. Nope, it's not off the knob of the bat. They're going to say that he pushed in with the elbow, which is not a hit by a pitch. It's a ball. 3-1. Honestly, I think that Jenkins would rather hit anyways.
Absolutely. You get an opportunity to get yourself 2 ribbies.
Close, ball 4, and actually a break for Addison as it forces Morrison's pitch count to go up.
Catcher number 1, R.J. Valdez.
Another tough position.
They have Cuniff off the bench. They'd like to give him this game off to get him ready for tomorrow's action, but if you pinch hit him here and he gets a double, you can get that slaughter rule quicker. The more you can rest up for tomorrow's noon game, the better. In there for a strike.
Yeah, still at least another inning to go, but you got to think the Braves are looking at tomorrow at this point. We'll see if the bottom of the fourth produces anything for the Indians, but the Braves already might be thinking to weekend play.
If they get a 1 or 2 seed, they play at 3. Anything less, they got to play at noon. This would have been a perfect spot to pinch hit Cuniff. That's going to get to the backstop. Perez has to hurry, no chance. Did not touch it. It's a wild pitch against Morrison. And Morrison going to help out his catcher by picking up Perez's mask. It's starting to unravel right now for the Indians.
You got to ask yourself if you have much more pitching depth, whether you're looking at it again. This is a rough situation to find yourself in, but do you keep Morrison out there for much longer? Maybe you start the next inning with a different pitcher? No movement from the bullpen that we've seen.
Ooh, ouch. Perez goes off his mask. Wind starting to pick up. Home plate umpire is going to take a break, as is Perez. And Valdez, the fellow catcher, asking Richie, my bad, man. Are you doing okay? From one catcher to another. 8-1 score. Base hit, probably scores 2. They have batted around this inning. The 1-2. And inside, almost hit Valdez. Perez with the fake throw back to third. Valdez looking for his first hit of the game. If the inning continues, it's back to the top of the order with Jakubowski in the dirt for ball 3. Walk, of course, would load the bases. And I know you talked about a pitching change. I think with the game unraveling for the Indians, they might just put a guy that doesn't normally pitch later on in the game. Valdez fouled it off as this is starting to just get away from the Indians. It's a long trek from the state of Ohio to here. So I'm sure that they have some guys that don't pitch as much, and you want to have a little bit of fun before this tournament ends. We'll see if Valdez gets a hit here for them to consider doing that. Valdez called out on strikes. Close pitch. Could have gone either way. This time it goes the way of Morrison and a break for the Indians. But the damage is certainly done. 4 runs across home plate, and a crooked number goes on that board. We go to the bottom of the fourth. It's 8-1 in favor of the Addison Braves.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Cole Benson still on the mound for the mighty Addison Braves as they continue to dominate in this tournament. But we have a score update from the other game taking place right now. It is 2-1 last time we checked in favor of the Midland Tribe. And partner, that game matters because the Indians could still get in with a 1-2 record.
Absolutely. The Buffalo Diesel also have a 1-1 record and currently losing 2-1 to the Midland Tribe. Midland Tribe winless in pool play. Big hit to right.
Yeah, absolutely smoked, and that's going to go over the right fielder's head in Yearsley. And a leadoff double for the Indians. Is it too little, too late? Well, got to get base runners to have any kind of chance of coming back. We're going to tell you the exact tie-break scenarios in a second. But we did talk about earlier about run differential and runs given up. That is important. Here is the tiebreaker criteria for the two teams advancing out of each pool. Obviously, one is wins, then head-to-head tiebreaker, then runs allowed, runs scored, and then a coin flip. So that head-to-head matters. So I know there's going to be a lot of different scenarios, but if we go by what's currently happening right now, the Braves are dominating the Indians. The Diesel are down by a run, so that's not going to affect their run differential at all. As Benson comes set. Ground ball to short. Should be an easy play for Jack Uboski. Makes the runner go back to the bag. And a 6-3 put out. But let's talk about that scenario. So every team would be 1-2, except for the Braves, obviously, it would be 3-0. The Diesel beat the Tribe. Lost to the Braves. Sorry, the Diesel would have lost to the Tribe, but they beat the Indians. So everybody beat up on each other, so the head-to-head doesn't really come into play there. The next tiebreaker would be runs allowed. So that's in favor of the Diesel. They've only given up 6 coming into this game. And now if it's a 2-1 final, they'd only give up 8. The Indians gave up 5 coming into this one, but now they've given up 8, so it's now at 13. And the Midland Tribe, they have no chance with that tiebreaker because 18 coming into that third pool play game. That's in there for a strike. So because they've beaten up on each other, it still favors the Diesel. As that's off the foot. And he's going to be slow to get up and see how he battles through that foul ball.
Off the lone scoring runner.
Travis South. High fastball for a ball. Berea's 2-1. Horland and Lombard both 1-1. They play after this game right here at Leaf On Stadium. High and outside for a ball. Winner of that game advances. And Beecher and Chicago Clout are going to the round of 6. That's fouled away by Outh. We just have to find out who's going to be the higher seed. That's going to be a good game, but I think Beecher is going to win that one.
Chicago Clout's been putting them on, though. It's definitely going to be a tight game, and it'd be interesting to see what kind of pitching duel they would have.
Stolen base attempt, good throw, and out is the. No, he's going to call him safe. Call him safe.
Might have been some fumbling with the catch there.
Okay. Yeah, originally I thought he called him out because he looked like he was going to signal him out, but it's a stolen base there for Flynn and Len Alden. Don't know why I'd be stealing third down by 7 runs. And it indeed is a walk for Outh. Stolen base attempt, and he is safe. Ugh, couldn't get the words out there.
Sound like some folks down from Atlanta calling the other Braves.
Yeah, I guess. Stolen base attempt. And they're doing whatever they can to get around the bases. That's back-to-back stolen bases. As out into second base, Linalden into third. One swing of the bat, things get a little interesting. And that's going to get through the hole. 1 run scores. It's into shallow left field, so that's going to have to hold out. But Jesus Roldan gets the job done with an RBI single. So they get aggressive with a couple of stolen bases, and it works out for the Indians, but they're still trailing by 6.
There's still some time left in this game because it's an untimed game, but smart with your base running, and I appreciate the aggression that they've shown with some of these stolen bases, but you really have to be safe here because it's not quite the last opportunity, but you put the Braves back on offense, and it's going to be an entirely different situation.
You want to try to score as many runs as you can, but you don't want to run into outs either. And for Cole Benson, you got to be faster on your slide step. Faster on the slide step and a good pop time for Valdez. Valdez, the backup catcher. Yes, he is backing up Cuniff in this tournament. It's up to Furno to keep the line moving. Inside for a ball. Furno's last at bat, it was a fly out to center. As a pickoff attempt at first goes for naught. Furno flew out to center. As that's a fly ball, this time to left. Diving attempt. And a
Play
quick,
at the plate,
yep,
not quite.
throw to the plate, and in there safely is Travis South. Sac fly for Furno. It was a diving catch and a nice one by Jenkins. And that's 2 outs now in the inning.
Shortstop number 7.
Stephen James now up with his team trailing by 5. 2 errors for the Indians and 1 for the Braves. That one's fouled away.
Into the parking lot. Goodyear blimp sighting out in center field.
That one's going to get to the outfield for a hit. Cole Benson showing some signs of fatigue. And just going to give the home plate umpire the baseballs, but now he's going to get a talking to by Larry Kurkowski, manager for the Braves. Some action in the bullpen, and we'll see if they take out Benson here. And if they took it out, I don't think it would be for bad play. I think it would be to just save him for tomorrow, as long as you trust in your bullpen.
Yeah, I'll see what I can find out about Cole Benson here.
So it will not be a pitching change. They're going to keep Cole Benson in there. And with his team up by 5, Cole's going to try to battle his way through this one. Back to the top of the order. After Furno's sac fly, put the runners at first and second. But an RBI sac fly for Furno.
It's Cole Benson's first appearance as a pitcher. So no telling on his history, but he's riding it right now.
That's a fly ball to right. That'll be an easy catch, but the damage is certainly done. We go to the top of the 5th. It's an 8-3 lead for the Braves here at the 2025 NABF World Series.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
How's it going, everybody? I'm Kyle Smith alongside Stephen Taylor. If you missed any of the action, just hit that rewind, fast forward, or pause button. You can rewatch, play, and fast forward all of the action of today's broadcast. 8-3 lead for the men in blue, the Addison Braves. It's 2-1 still in favor of the Midland Tribe, but the Diesel have the bases loaded, nobody out, and their leadoff hitter and Jacob Victor at the plate. Make it now a 2-2 score as a base hit for Victor. Meanwhile, the Addison Braves batted around the last inning, so it's back to Jack Grabowski at the top of the order.
27, TJ Jacobowski.
He has an infield hit, a liner to right, and a strikeout.
There's the first pitch from Chase Mayer.
Saw him yesterday. Pitched a pretty nice game, up and down for him. Interesting how they didn't go to him earlier. Every decision as a manager important, because if you went to him earlier when the score was 5-1 or 6-1, you know, it would be 5-3 or 6-3 arguably. Easier to come back from.
His performance against the Diesel was not as exciting as one might have hoped. 5 runs on 6 hits. The Indians in that game couldn't get their runners around. They had 6 hits themselves.
Yep.
Still lost 5-2.
And they scored both of those runs in the bottom of the 7th with 2 outs. Ground ball to second. Should be an easy play. Tough hop, but able to stick with it and throw him out to Sferno. Over to Brofman. 1 up, 1 down. A.J. Putty now up. He's had a heck of a game.
A.J. Putty.
Triple, a single, and a walk, and a run scored. Actually, 2 runs scored. In there for a strike. 0-1 the count with 1 out. Nobody on. That ball absolutely smoked to the outfield in the gap. And good beat on it, though. Center fielder and Carter Macko able to avoid hitting the wall. As he caught it, absorbed the wall, made a nice catch.
Cameron Earsley.
2 outs here in the top of the 5th. An opportunity still coming in the bottom.
Every play you make on defense, you don't know how it's going to impact the final result. Outside, but called strike. 2 flyouts for Yearsley, including a sac fly and also a base hit.
He's got 2 RBIs on the day.
How many guys with 2 RBIs on the day for the Braves?
2 by my scorebook.
Outside for a ball. Trey Hernandez had that 2 RBI double back in the 4th. Fouled away by Yearsley. That'll even it up at 2-2.
Hernandez has 3 RBIs on the day. Yearsley with 2.
Yep, because Peyton Birch stole second base, and then Hernandez drove in with the single. Fly ball to center. That one is drifting away from Macko, and he can't catch it.
Going for
And
3.
he's thinking 3, and he's going to get in there with a head-first triple. Cameron Yearsley. That was pretty high for a triple, but Mako couldn't get to it. And a 2-out triple for Cameron Yearsley.
Have yourself a day.
Sac fly, a single, and a triple. When 2 guys on your team both have a triple, you're probably going to win the game. Fouled away by number 34 in Blickman. Blickman has an infield single, a regular single, and he scored twice. Ground ball, trying to shoot the box. Athletic throw on his back foot, but an infield single again for Blickman. Run scores, that's Yearsley. And now 9-3 lead for the Braves.
Yearsley got himself a run. Not just doing the hard work, but doing the running work.
Second baseman, number 7, J.D. Swarbrick.
That's low and inside for a ball. Swarbrick. A run, an RBI single, a walk. That one's fouled away. Here comes the 1-1. Outside for ball 2. The way things are going right now, as that one's fouled away by Swarbrick. The number 1 seed will most likely be the Braves, the Muskies, or the Clout. And with the run differential and the runs against, very good for the Braves right now. They have a good chance at the number 2 seed. If the Muskies' defense and pitching continues the way it's at, that's high and outside for a ball. The Muskies right now would be the number 1 overall seed, as their run differential is plus 17. They've only given up 1 run. High and outside for a ball. So the Muskies and the Clout, they're playing for the number 1 or number 2 seed. The Addison Braves, they got to be careful because they've already given up 5 runs. The Clout have 5 given up. So if the Clout were to lose that game tonight at Zimmerman Field against the Muskies, they would fall to the 3 seed.
That extra game you have to play, that does make a difference here in this tournament.
0-1 the count.
It's considerations for your pitchers. A doubleheader tomorrow.
0-1 the count to Birch. Swing and a miss. Quickly 0-2, trying to avoid the trifecta of strikeouts.
Mayer had 11 strikeouts in the game against the Diesel.
He had 11 strikeouts, wow. But you know what? When you can't locate, he still gave up 5 runs, 6 hits.
5 walks. That'll get away from you. That one outside.
That's like the Nuke LaRouche of Bull Durham. 15 strikeouts in a game, but also 10 walks. Can't win games when you're walking people. 1-2 count with runners at first and second. Swing and a miss. That'll do it for the inning, but the damage is done once again. This time, 1 run goes across the board. We go to the bottom of the 5th. 9-3 lead for the Braves.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
6 p.m. game, 6 p.m. time right now, as we're going to get an update on the Buffalo Diesel versus Midland Tribes.
Midland Tribe 2.
And finally, the Buffalo Diesel have overcome the deficit against the Tribe, and it's now a 6-2 lead for the Buffalo Diesel. So the Diesel will be moving on, most likely, to the round of 6.
Barring some late theatrics by the Tribe, you'll definitely see some Buffalo Diesel baseball tomorrow.
Third baseman number 12, Andy Finn.
Also, good news if you're a Diesel fan, you only have given up 2 runs this far in the game, so your runs allowed tiebreaker's good.
Keep holding on to that. Got to see if the Indians have some comeback left in them.
That ball is an absolute smash to left field, but a nice catch in left by the Braves' Ryan Jenkins.
And that brings up Richie Perez.
Yeah, Perez had that ground ball earlier in the game with the bases loaded, but couldn't get the job done. And it was an inning-ending ground out. Perez, in fact, both of his outs have been via a ground out to shortstop.
Jabowski's got his number.
Especially because Perez is a lefty, you'd think he would hit it to second base. This time he does, and this time it's a hit. So keep hitting it that way, kid. Avoid Jakubowski. Perez with the 1-out single.
Left fielder number 14, Glenn Lenahan.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Foolman can't get fooled again. Perez is on base.
So if that score continues, and if this score continues, even though the Berea Blue Sox have a 2-run record because they have so many runs against in 17, there's a chance they could fall all the way to the 6th seed. But you know what? I like that tiebreaker. You shouldn't be rewarded for giving up a lot of runs.
They have the mercy rule in here to keep it from getting too crazy, but big base hit here.
Yep, it's going to be at least a double. Things
stand up double.
Yeah, it's not over yet. You hit a home run here, right? It's back to a save situation.
Lenahan a big stand-up double down the right field line. Brings up Rothman. Brofman had 2 RBIs in the earlier game against the Tribe. He's got an opportunity for 2 RBIs on a well-placed hit.
That one fouled away. The problem is, Steve, when you're down by so many runs this late, the outs are so valuable. So you're trying to get hits and walks without sacrificing outs to do it. So you try to avoid sacrifice bunts and sacrifice flies as much as you can.
And that's why they're swinging away.
That ball is going to get to right, but it will be a sac fly or a fly out.
Play at the plate, not quite on the plate.
Yeah, we'll tag up, but getting in there safely. And it's a run scored for Richie Perez. Sac fly for Brofman. Right idea, but they have to sacrifice an out to get that run.
And they seem to start pulling the right field.
Which is an interesting idea. It's harder to do that when it's an inside fastball. You got to inside out it, but go with the pitch, right? If it's an outside fastball, go with the pitch.
Take what they give you, and putting Yearsley on the spot this inning. He's had all 3 hits towards him. Both hits, to be more accurate with the way I'm calling this.
So Travis South, he has a single and he reached on an air. Well, I don't know about that one, Blue, but He's closer than I am, but I don't know, Steve. We're pretty close to the plate.
Yeah, it looked a little outside, but maybe it just came right back. That one?
Not so
Not as
much.
close.
Just a bit outside. He tried the quarters a miss. Do you know the name of that play-by-play announcer from Major League?
Oh man, now you're putting me on the spot again. Second day in a row.
He
called the Brewers.
Yeah, he called the Brewers. Down and away for a ball. So there we go. 1 out, 2 out walk.
Left fielder number 33, Jesus Roldan.
One swing of the bat. You're right back in it.
You got first and third again, and you don't want to give up anything, but this is the same situation.
Oh my goodness, that was close.
It was a real close one.
Gotta be careful if you're Travis out on the base pass. Your run does not matter. Do not get thrown out. Ooh, just missed for a ball.
Benson's been real mindful of the runner at first for this entire game. Single at bat, he had 4 pickoff attempts.
We'll tell you his pitch count for Benson in a second. That's high and outside for a ball. The Indians are fighting. Hard for them to win when you give up 9 runs, but they're still in it. Another pickoff attempt. Interesting that Benson cares about that runner at first. Not only is he up by 5, but it's the designated hitter at first. Most DH is not known for their speed, but he's going to go with the pitch. Stolen base attempt, but doesn't matter because it's a foul ball.
Benson's 73rd pitch, 74th coming up. He's getting up there, but it's the bottom of the 5th, and the run differential is such that you go into the top of the 5th, or excuse me, the top of the 6th. You might be looking at a mercy roll situation.
Fielder's choice, you have to end the threat. But the damage is done. A sac fly, and the Indians get 1 run closer. We go to the top of the 6th, 9-4 lead for the Braves.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Pitching change for the Cleveland Indians. We'll let you know who it is in a second. That does it for Chase Meyer. It's basically a bullpen game today for the Indians. So if we're wondering why Robinson Reyes started the game, maybe they expected Reyes to go no more than 3 innings and it was going to be a bullpen game regardless.
Morgan Woods, the new pitcher for the Indians. His last appearance on July 26th, which was before this tournament. 3 2/3 innings pitched. 1 earned run, a 3.689 ERA.
So pretty good numbers. How many innings again?
1.5 for WHIP, but for the innings pitched here, 3 2/3.
And for people that wonder what WHIP stands for, most people call it WHIP, walks, hits per innings pitch. So basically what it's telling the audience, the players, etc., you're not giving up that many walks and hits, things you can control. Not that ERA is a bad stat, but what WHIP tells you is, okay, if your WHIP's low and you're giving up runs, maybe your defense has bad range and they can't get to those fly balls or ground balls that well, or those line drives. That's what makes baseball so great. You can pick these stats that you
for
like and
Edison
pick these other
Braves.
stats you don't like so
Third
much.
baseman number 19, Trey Hernandez.
You know, if you like the movie Moneyball, Jonah Hill was very anti-batting average, but he was pro on-base percentage. 9-4 lead for Addison. It makes sense, too.
More runners you have on base, the more likely they are to get around those bases.
Right. Into the hole,
Make
diving
+1.
play, no chance to get the leadoff hitter in Hernandez. Now that's 2 singles and a double for Hernandez. I'm excited for the game following this between Lombard and Portland.
22, Ryan Jenkins.
That should be a good one. Win, you play tomorrow at noon. Lose, you get orange slices and a juice box. And a high five from your parents. That's it. In the dirt for a ball. Richie Perez couldn't block that one. Try to use the glove instead of the chest protector. Did hit the dirt, so it's technically a wild pitch, but maybe could have had that one. 1-0. It's so weird as baseball has changed, as the analytics have changed. Catchers go to one knee to frame these pitches. And as an umpire, as we'll see this pitch go by, and that's a ball, but as an umpire, you see him go to one knee, you're like, oh, it's going to be too low, right? He's going to one knee, you can't frame it. But no, they do that on purpose because it's easier to move their other knee to frame. 3-0 count. Don't have to throw him a strike here. In there for a strike at the knees to Jenkins. 3-1 count. He's in the catbird seat. Still has not gotten a hit today. Valdez on deck, who's also hitless. The 3-1. Fouled away. It goes off the leg of the umpire, and Wagner.
Woods has battled back in the count.
Bullpen somewhat active for Cleveland. It has gotten really quiet here in Carroll Stream. The 3-2. Liner and fouled away off the fence.
Woods second this season in innings pitched, 24 and 2/3.
They're going to need him to probably pitch both innings. I don't know if they want to go to the bullpen again.
This would be their 4th pitcher on the day. Pulling out all the stops, trying to make an opportunity for him.
He's out on strikes. He was close to the plate, and the home plate umpire says, you have struck out.
Catcher number 1, R.J. Valdez.
R.J. Valdez now at the plate. Backup catcher. Getting some meaningful playing time today.
He's got 2 strikeouts on the day, but made it around the bases off of starting off on a walk.
1 out, runner at second in the dirt. Perez able to block that one. If you're just joining us, it's been all Braves most of the day. It was a pretty close one until the 4th when the Braves scored 4 runs. That made it 8-1. Now it's 9-4. Steals on the pitch. Perez the throw. And couldn't catch it. That's going to be a stolen base for Hernandez.
An update on the other Pool C game. Midland still 2. Buffalo Diesel still 6. We're in the top of the 7th. Midland's hitting. No outs. But this may be it. Midland's got to put up or shut up. And the Diesel want to put them to bed.
And we're going to talk about the Portland Lombard game after this pitch. That's a fly ball to right. And that's going to stay fair. So Valdez will at least have a double. That'll score 1. Valdez sliding in head first into second base. And a double for the backup catcher. And things continue to go well for the Braves.
Big RBI.
27.
Valdez
Jankowski.
puts him up by 6. If they get up 8, 1, 2, 3 in the bottom, and that could do it on this game.
So we talked about Portland against Lombard. Lombard with a very good run differential of +11. That goes off the leg. And a chance at first, and they got him for the second out. As Woods on the putout, able to get it to Brofman. But Valdez able to get him to third base. A blast and a 1-2-3 inning, and Addison has advanced officially to at least the round of 6. In the dirt for a ball. So we talked about Lombard having a +11 run differential. Portland with a -1. They've given up 7 runs, just 3 for the Orioles. So obviously Portland needs to win to get in. As coming set is Woods. Outside for a ball. But the problem is, Steve, even if you win, because you've given up so many runs, you're going to fall down in the seeding process.
You got to be really mindful of that. And Lombard has can rest on a little bit of their laurels here. 14-1 against the Blue Sox to start off this tournament play. But
but lost to Hackensack.
2-0 loss to Hackensack, and that puts them behind.
So they got to win to get in. Doesn't matter what pool you play in. That one's a fly ball to left, but a good read in left from the Indians left fielder in Flynn Lenalden. We go to the bottom of the 6th. 1-run scores. That makes it 10-4 in favor of the Braves.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Back to beautiful Leaf Pond Stadium. Kyle Smith alongside my partner in crime today, Stephen Taylor, has a 10-4 lead for the Addison Braves with Benson still on the mound. Outside for a ball.
Second baseman, number 13, Todd Farino.
As Fruno out there for the Indians at the plate.
Looking at the first strike there.
In there for a strike. 1-1 the count.
Verna's got 2 flyouts on the day.
Has another one in there for a strike.
Second one was a sacrifice fly.
1-2 count. As the 9-hole hitter Inferno trying to get on base here. Count full at 3-2. It's Furno, James, and Mako this inning. Yes, that's close, but it's going to stay foul. Valdez didn't get a great jump off the ball being hit off the bat from Furno. James is the guy you want at the plate. He's 3 for 3 with 3 singles.
Furno's obviously looking to set him up.
Pop fly, major league pop-up. This should be caught and is. It's an F3 if you're scoring at home, as Putty with the easy catch. See if Steven can get an extra base hit here. The Indians need a lot of runs, and they're running out of outs to do it. In there for a strike.
For all the Stevens watching at home, I'm Steven with a V, and Mr. James out here is Steven with a PH.
Does he have a PhD?
Well, I'll ask him after the game. Try a post-game interview, though he might be a little frustrated if the outcome stays like this.
Always wondered how that works with the English language. Right down the middle for a strike. Stephen, but we pronounce it Steven.
Yeah, I say it fast enough.
Or Stepahen is pretty much how it should be pronounced.
Maybe it was a Stefan, an old Germanic name. I only say maybe to, cover my butt because I haven't looked up the etymology of my own name. I just know it means crown.
Swung on a miss, and that's a 2-out strikeout for Stephen James. Here comes Carter Mako, 0 for 2 on the day.
He did get to base once on a walk. And it sounds like I cut you off to say the same thing.
Yeah, for sure. 8 hits for the Indians, 13 for the Braves. That one's going to get to the outfield. Will it get down? Oh, beautiful catch in center field from Peyton Birch. So 1, 2, 3 go the Indians. We go to the top of the 7th, 10-4 lead for the Braves.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Top of the 7th, it's a 10-4 lead, as the Braves are 3 outs away from moving on to at least the round of 6.
New pitcher Jeff Petcock for the Cleveland Indians. He leads the team with innings pitched at 29. He's got a save. ERA of 5.31.
Became a bullpen day for the Indians, and they're hoping to get 1, 2, 3 here, and then score 6 in the 7th, and just have a crazy finish to advance to the round of 6.
You got to take what opportunities they have, and they're putting their best guy out on the mound. They've put their top 4 pitchers in innings pitched: Morrison, Mayer, and Woods and Petcock.
So, I mean, we still have the night games to go, and of course, we still have to get 6 more outs, 3 in the top half and 3 in the bottom half. But if this continues, and let's say for the sake of argument that Beecher beat Chicago, if Beecher doesn't give up that many runs, it could be Beecher as the 1 seed, Addison as the 2. In there for a strike. 3 seed would probably be Chicago Clout with only giving up 5 runs. But remember, they play tonight, so this is all going to materialize. If Lombard has a nice game in terms of pitching and defense, they're 2-1, and Clout loses, then Lombard would be the 3 seed. high for a ball. And then we gotta consider Buffalo Diesel in this. They've given up 2 in that game.
And that game has gone final, 6-2, Diesel over Midland.
So they have 8 runs against. So for the Clout tonight, you're hoping to only give up 2 and win. For Lombard, you're hoping to give up 0, but 2 or less, no more than 4. And for Portland, now look, you're just thinking about winning and just get to the next round, right? Get into the tournament, get into the next phase of the tournament. But for Portland, you're hoping to win and maybe get a shutout, which we've seen a couple of times in this tournament. Fly ball to center, can of corn. Oh no, he dropped it. Kind of the story of the day for the Indians as Mako with an E8. That's now 3 errors today on the Indians. Got a bad read on it at the last second. He might have lost it in the sun, Mako, and he tried to underhand it with the glove and it went off the glove.
You got to be smarter with that. You're down 6, and your next opportunity at bat is going to be your last. You got to be a little bit smarter. You got to be a little bit more careful. He had all day to get under the ball and just couldn't pull it in. Sometimes it's decisiveness. Sometimes it comes down to, like, are you going to overhand it or underhand it? But whichever one you choose, it's going to be the right choice. Just make the decision.
Fouled away that time by Blickhin. One there for a strike, 0-2. Outside for a ball. 1-2 the count.
You got to think Petcack, he was probably the guy they were looking at to start pitching in the quarterfinals. But you'd have to get there first. He leads the team in innings pitched, but he has not made an appearance yet in pool play. This is his debut here at the Blackburn World Series. Big hit.
Fly ball to Mako, looking to make up for his mistake. This time Mako with the catch. Thought about tagging up, did Yearsley, but it'll go right to third base, and no need to run into it out at third. So runner at second, 1 out. Swarbrick now up.
Number 7, J.D. Swarbrick.
And with the 3 errors, there was an infield hit that the Jumbotron is considering an error. Goes straight on the pitch. And Brofman able to get the out at first and flips it over to his pitcher. And that's now 2 outs as Petcack trying to get out of this inning unscathed. That'll bring up Peyton Birch. 3 strikeouts on the day and a single. Trying to avoid the dreaded golden sombrero.
Petcack's got 12 pitches, very light this inning thus far, at least by comparison to his compadres.
0-1 the count. Runner third, Yearsley, fouled away. (0-2) as the Braves lead by 6. High fly ball. This is going to get to left field. Wynn takes that one, but a good catch that time by Linalden. We go to the bottom of the 7th. The Indians need 6 to tie here at the home of the 2025 NABF World Series.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Leadoff bottom of the seventh.
Bottom of the seventh, Andy Finn, Richie Perez, Flynn and Alden. And the Indians are hoping for a slew of more if they're going to make a comeback here. And maybe the Indians use the old John Belushi speech from the movie Animal House to try to get back in this game. Nothing is over until we say it's over. Was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? As that's in for a hit.
Important hit. Starting it off for Andy Finn.
The Germans. Nothing is over until we say it's over. Because when the going gets tough, the tough get going. I'm a zit, get it? You ever seen Animal House?
I actually haven't. That's another on the list.
If you like Jim Belushi, you'll love John Belushi. He was also in Blues Brothers.
I'm a big fan of the Belushis.
Everybody Loves Jim, great show. Only bad mark on either of those careers is Jim Belushi was in the movie Jingle All the Way. I think he just did it for the check. There's a pickoff play, and Finn goes into second base on the E1. You get a couple more bloops. Maybe you bring in the closer to finish it. How many pitches is Benson at?
Working that now. Benson has been pitching the whole game. Probably trying to give him the whole game.
Outside for a ball. Linalden on deck.
That'll be his 95th pitch.
High for a ball. Closest this game was early in the game when it was 3-0 and 4-1. As that's a liner into the left center gap. It's going to get to the wall. That'll at least be a double for Perez. Finn scores 10-5.
Bit by bit. That's the mindset you have to have. Everything has already happened. All there is the future here. And a mound visit for Cole Benson.
And that should do it for his day. Give you his stats the commercial break, but this will most likely be the end for Benson as he reaches 100. He gives the ball to his manager. Benson, the pitcher of record. In comes the reliever, and we'll be back.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
10-5 lead for the Braves. This pitching change brought to you by Logistics Plus. It's going to be Kovalchuk into the game for the Braves. He inherits that runner on second, so If Perez scores, that would close the book on Benson. My partner, Stephen Taylor, has Kovalchuk's stats this year with the first name Isaac.
Kovalchuk's made one appearance so far. He faced the Tribe, 3 pitches, got the last out.
That's like the definition of a low sample size right there. 3 pitches.
3 pitches to choose from. He has 7 and 2/3 innings on the season with 3.5 ERA.
Okay, I mean that's somewhat of an okay sample size.
Well, he's got instead of 3 pitches, he's got 3 outs to work with here.
That's right, still nobody out. Look, you get on base here with a base hit, gets to be 10-6. You never know, right?
You never know. Bit by bit, that's the mentality. That has to be the mentality on the Indians bench.
This is where that golden batter thing would come into handy because we're getting closer to the bottom of the order for the Indians. Runner at second, nobody out. Perez at second. Missed inside. Isaac Kovalchuk coming in with 7 and 2/3 innings pitched. 1-0 count. Facing off against Linalden, who's 2 for 3. Outside for a ball. If he gets on with nobody out, Brofman's on deck. He had that sacrifice fly in the 5th. Other than that, a couple of ground outs. The 2-0. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Glad you came out, Steven. It's been a fun tournament thus far.
Absolutely, and still more waiting in store. The excitement of the NABF. It sounds like I'm being sarcastic, but no. There you go.
No one's going to catch that. It's a home run for Flynn Linalden. Don't call it a comeback yet. A 2-run shot to the right center gap, and they're only down 3. So they go to the bullpen for the righty-lefty matchup, and Linalden makes him pay with a monster home run.
Big, big shot. That changes the momentum of this game. That changes the attitude on the Addison bench. That changes the attitude on the bench. This is a different ball game than even we entered the bottom of the 7th with.
It has not been a 3-run deficit until all the way back when it was 4-1 back in the 3rd. Still nobody out, by the way.
And Kovalchuk's starting to get a little rattled. He's not quite experienced in this tournament with only the 3 pitches against the Tribe. And closing out the last out against the Tribe is very different than a team with nothing to lose and everything to gain, just looking to swing away.
Trying to get in the tournament, but remember, even if you get in, you're going to be in that low seed, so you got to play a team like the Chicago Clout in the first round.
It's tough, but you know everybody wearing red right now just wants to be playing more baseball. They want this to not be their last game.
Brofman with the sac fly, but other than that, pretty non-existent offensively, but he has a 3-0 count here.
This is the same concept we were talking yesterday about whether you're due. Whether he's due for a big hit.
3-1, nobody out and nobody on base.
He had 3 hits against the Tribe for 2 RBIs.
Swing and a miss, strike 2. It was a close pitch, but I think it was going to be called a strike no matter what.
Yeah, I don't think he could have taken that one.
Anything close, you got to swing at. The open stance from Brofman. Swung at ball 4.
Chasing that one. And plenty words for the bat there. Wishing it hadn't let him down.
Gotta be careful, you don't want to get ejected.
Number 9, Travis off.
Uh-oh.
Kicking bats at the coach.
And he gets a pat from his batting coach. Look, in the heat of the moment, you get mad at yourself, Steve, but there's a lot of movement on that 4-seam fastball. Oh, boy. That's why you wear a cup, Steve, even when you're an umpire.
You always got to look out for that. You have a couple of those moments when you're playing sports and if you got the cup involved, you get to the rink, you realize you forgot it, and then you just question whether or not you want to risk it.
See, that pitch was pretty high. I originally put base on balls in my scorecard, but no, there was some movement on it. Because that's the thing, the four-seam fastball, it starts in, then it just drifts up, and then two-seam, it starts in, and then goes down a little bit. That's why Mariano Rivera's split finger was just so nasty. It looked like a regular four-seam fastball, and then it just died out of the zone. And there'd be games he would just throw the split finger.
Kopechek's got some good movement on the pitches. Even in his short warm-up, started to see some slider action.
And what's interesting is Mariano Rivera had a fantastic career, arguably the greatest closer to ever do it. But the one movie he's in, and I'll talk to you about it after this pitch. In there for a strike. Beautiful pitch at the knees. But he's in the movie Fever Pitch because that's when the Red Sox come back to win. And believe it or not, Mariano Rivera blew back-to-back saves. Maybe the greatest to ever do it. Like baseball, there's so many of these games. Like eventually, you're not going to have your A stuff. Fouled away, goes off the home plate umpire. 2-2 count right now to Travis out. But like the one movie he's in is when he blows the save. How unfair is that to Mariano's career?
Oh man, just puts him on the spot there. This is the thing you're most memorable for, is not all the stats, at his legs.
To be honest though, like he was great for most of that postseason. He had a 3-2 count on Kevin Millar, and then he walked him. David Roberts stole second. I believe it was Bill Miller who drove him in for the tying run in Game 4. Then they won in extra innings. Ortiz did it again the next night in extra innings, and then everything happened after that. Swing and a miss. Did it hit the dirt? Didn't matter. It was a foul tip. And they say it was a foul tip into the glove. Reason why I say did it hit the dirt
Midfielder number 33, Jesus will die.
is if it hits the dirt before the glove, it's not a foul tip strikeout. But if it hits the glove first and then the dirt, if the glove is part of the dirt and it hits the glove before it goes to the dirt first, then it's a foul tip strikeout. Anyways, down to their last bullet, things got interesting, but the Indians, they need hits very quickly. Out of the zone. You got Roldan up and then the 9-hole hitter, Inferno, on deck.
Kopechek about to hit 18 pitches. That's 6 times his total from the other day.
It's possible they only pitched him 3. Obviously, if you pitch to contact, you only throw 3, but...
It was a contact. It was a ground out.
But it's heads up managing by the Braves, knowing they might need to use him in Game 3 of pool play.
And even though you can say that he gave up 3 runs, or was it 2? It was 2 runs. It was a 2-run shot.
Yeah, it was a 2-run shot. Remember, the runner on second is the previous pitcher's run. So he only gets credit for the home run.
Gotcha.
And
He
the
has
earned run.
put up a home run today, but that's 2 strikeouts,
Right,
but now a base on balls.
Like, I know we've been repetitive with it, but when there's a runner on base and you're a pitcher, even if you warm up in the bullpen, it's still a high leverage situation, right? That's why if you're up by 5, but there are 2 runners on base when you enter the game, it's still a save situation because it's still high leverage.
Yes. It's very much like an opportunity for a blown save for Kopechek, but not to get ahead of ourselves. We still got Furno at the plate after this mound visit. Just everybody checking in with him, making sure he's all settled in.
What's Furno's number, by the way? Because I see 13.
It's 13 for Furno.
Okay, so they're not going to pitch yet. Because I was thinking about pinch hitting because you got your 9-hole hitter, and you want to give it to Stephen James, get him another at bat because he is 3 for 4.
I would absolutely consider a pinch hitter, but the Indians are trust Inferno on this one. He's got 3 flyouts on the day.
Yeah, including that sac fly. 11 hits for the Indians, 13 for the Braves. Jakubowski is pretty far from the bag, as is the second baseman in Swarbrick. So they could allow defensive indifference here. Thought about stealing, did roll down, but went back to the bag. That's high for a ball. 1-1 count. High fly ball.
It's in between the two of them.
And here we go! Runners still on the base pass. It's dropped by Swarbrick, and here comes the tying run.
Critical error. You do not have this game in the bag. It is not over until the Indians say it's over. Well, and now the tying run coming to the plate.
So here we go. You got Steven James, who's 3 for 4 with 3 singles. Mako is on deck. He had that liner to center, a fly out to right, a walk and a double play. So James is having the better day, and usually your leadoff hitter is your best contact hitter regardless. They're going to pitch to him. And that is Jakubowski able to handle it to first. Is he off the bag? He is! Not able to handle it, A.J. Putty. And Steven, I want your expertise. Is it E6 or E3?
Ooh, that one might be an E3. Just a little off the bag. That being said, you got to make a better throw.
You just got the bag for a split second, but you have to be under control with the ball. I don't know if he had control of that ball.
It didn't seem like it. It looked like he was really reaching for it.
Well, if you're Addison, you got to fight it, right? You got a 3-man crew, home plate umpires running up the bag. I think that's the right call, though I think he was safe.
Absolutely the right call, and we've got ourselves a ball game. The go-ahead run at the plate.
If you're the Braves, I think you got to tell your pitcher to just step off and Kovalchuk and just take a breath and relax.
At this point, nerves are getting to him. He wasn't worried going in when he was up 5, but now.
Oh boy, 2-0.
Now you can already see the nerves setting in for him.
Andy Finn on deck. He started this thing off with a base hit. Then he got to second on a throwing error by the previous pitcher in Benson. Blowing away, ball 3.
Yeah, he is rattled. Going to start seeing some action in the bullpen for the Braves.
Now you're getting to the heart of the order if you can't get Mako out.
Well, the rally caps are on in the first base dugout.
Not even
and there's
close.
Ball 4.
It's not all his fault. His defense just was not behind him. This game should have ended twice. A fly ball to second base, a ground ball to short. And that's what I think Valdez is saying to his pitcher. Look, we had this game in the bag. It's not on you, kid.
Big errors. And then that might do it for him.
Bases full of Indians. Kovalchuk departs. A new pitcher coming in, and we'll be back.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Third baseman number 5. Third baseman number 12, Andy Finn.
Back to the action at beautiful Leaf Fund Stadium. Andy Finn, who started this rally, they batted around, and here comes Andy. 27 in for the Braves. Hit by a pitch. It's now a 10-9 game.
And that's Jabowski. That's Jabowski on the mound.
They're going to put Jakubowski, the position player, into pitch. A base hit could win it for the Indians. The tying run 90 feet away. Here we go. Richie Perez with a chance to be a hero. 5 runs have crossed home plate. In there for a strike. 2 errors in the inning, 3 if you include that throwing error on the pickoff attempt.
Richie Perez had a double earlier in this inning.
Catcher number 24, Richie Perez.
I say the third if you include the pickoff attempt because that didn't really impact. They were up 10-4 at the time.
And
in
what
the
a
dirt.
game.
Here we go. Here comes the tie and run. Ty Inferno.
This is what NABF baseball is all about. The game is not over. You give up 6 runs in an inning, and it's a different ball game. Now in walk-off position, the go-ahead run, the dagger, 90 feet from home plate. Here's the pitch from Jakubowski.
Into right field. That'll do it. Let's win. The most improbable finish that I've ever seen in a baseball game.
Incredible comeback behind.
Indians score 7 in the bottom of the 7th. A walk-off hit for Flynn Alden. I can't believe what I just saw.
What an incredible, incredible game. An incredible effort by the Indians. They just did not quit. The magic of this game is that there is no time limit. It is not over those last 3 outs. And you can see that the Braves were going so deep into the bullpen, they pulled the shortstop, and he could not get the save. And that's the game. 12 hits for the Indians, 13 for the Braves.
3 errors in the inning, including that throwing error from the pitcher in Benson.
And that's all the errors for the game.
Yeah, well, they had 1 coming in. And
one
then,
coming in.
Yeah, and then 3 this inning. The 4th error I don't really count because it didn't really impact. He got to second base, but they were up by 6 runs at the time. But the other 2 errors did impact the final score. So the Indians might get in, but they gave up a lot of runs today, so that run differential is going to hurt them. But they do win, and now we'll have 3 teams from Pool C with a 2-1 record. We're going to take a break. The 4th game of our quadruple header coming up next. But for now, that wraps up Game 3. For Kyle Prodzinski, Stephen Taylor, Matt Goodberry, I'm Kyle Smith. We'll see you for the 4th game of our quadruple header between the Orioles and the Rockets coming up next.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your team? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
300 Level Media is a locally owned and operated, multi-purpose media company right here in Western New York. You'll find us everywhere covering the Bills, Sabres, Buttes, Bisons, Big Four basketball, local college sports, and much more. Our staff offers a variety of media services, from video production, live event coverage, audio broadcasts, professional voiceovers, camera operation, and videography. Visit www.300levelmedia.com or give us a call at 716-427-2600. This is 300 Level Media.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
At WNYathletics.com. You can thank me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Were you injured in a car accident? Or were you injured on the job? Don't wait. Call your patient coordinator, Tom Prince, at 716-771-9690. One of the hardest things to do is to find a physician that accepts no-fault car insurance or workers' compensation insurance. Let your patient coordinator help you find the physicians that can get you on the road to recovery.
Build your next connection. Earn your next internship. Crush your next goal. What will you do next?
Box Out gives you the ability to create graphics at the speed of sports to highlight your athletic department, teams, and student athletes in seconds. Used and trusted by Notre Dame, Ohio State, UConn, Marquette, Georgetown, and many more of the top college brands in the country. If you want your school's brand to stand out through all the clutter, start your free demo at boxoutsports.com.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Education has power. Binghamton University students discover it, apply it, unleash it. Unleash your education today.
Were you injured in a car accident? Or were you injured on the job? Don't wait. Call your patient coordinator, Tom Prince, at 716-771-9690. One of the hardest things to do is to find a physician that accepts no-fault car insurance or workers' compensation insurance. Let your patient coordinator help you find the physicians that can get you on the road to recovery.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
WNYathletics.com. You can thank me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Box Out gives you the ability to create graphics at the speed of sports to highlight your athletic department, teams, and student athletes in seconds. Used and trusted by Notre Dame, Ohio State, UConn, Marquette, Georgetown, and many more of the top college brands in the country. If you want your school's brand to stand out through all the clutter, start your free demo at boxoutsports.com.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your team? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
300 Level Media is a locally owned and operated, multi-purpose media company right here in Western New York. You'll find us everywhere, covering the Bills, Sabres, Buttes, Bisons, Big Four basketball, local college sports, and much more. Our staff offers a variety of media services, from video production, live event coverage, audio broadcasts, professional voiceovers, camera operation, and videography. Visit www.300levelmedia.com or give us a call at 716-427-2600. This is 300 Level Media.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
At WNYathletics.com. You can thank me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Were you injured in a car accident? Or were you injured on the job? Don't wait. Call your patient coordinator, Tom Prince, at 716-771-9690. One of the hardest things to do is to find a physician that accepts no-fault car insurance or workers' compensation insurance. Let your patient coordinator help you find the physicians that can get you on the road to recovery.
Build your next connection. Earn your next internship. Crush your next goal. What will you do next?
Box Out gives you the ability to create graphics at the speed of sports to highlight your athletic department, teams, and student athletes in seconds. Used and trusted by Notre Dame, Ohio State, UConn, Marquette, Georgetown, and many more of the top college brands in the country. If you want your school's brand to stand out through all the clutter, start your free demo at boxoutsports.com.
It's 7:27 p.m., which means it's about some time for the NABF World Series, our final pool play game at Lee Fun Stadium. I'm Kyle Smith alongside Stephen Taylor. We're going to start in 3 minutes from now. The Lombard Orioles are the home team, the visiting Portland Rockets. The scenario is simple here, Stephen. You win, you play tomorrow. You lose, you get juice boxes and orange slices, and that's it.
Well, you got to come in with the right mentality. This is a win and in, and a lose and you're done. Do you want to be drinking beers tomorrow, or do you want to be sipping Gatorade on the sidelines, hitting balls and hitting dingers?
So here we go. It's Wyatt Warrow in center, Hudson Williams at short. Dylan Holmes is doing the catching, and the pitcher today, Cody Freitas, for the Lombard Orioles. But here we go. It'll be the Portland Rockets to start things off here in the top of the first. And right at the knees for strike one.
First pitch is a strike. You haven't seen that much in these playoffs, but it's a very important first pitch.
Some of these pitchers have struggled with their location. Shows bunt and takes a ball. Noah McEldowney at the plate. It's a 1-1 count as Freitas with a high fastball and missed. In there at the knees for a strike.
Both teams are 1-1. Center fielder for the Lombard, Wyatt Warrow. The big star in the win against the Berea Blue Sox. He had 6 RBIs, 3 of those coming off of a grand slam, as they beat the Berea Blue Sox 14-1.
Remember, runs against are a lot more important than runs for. Outside for a ball is Noah McEldowney. Now has a full count.
In that same vein, on the discussion about runs against, they did lose to the Hackensack Trosts, but only 0-2.
In the dirt for a ball. As McEldowney is in for a leadoff walk. Corbin White, the catcher, will bat with Joel Kennedy, the DH, on deck. Freitas, the pitcher, Hudson Williams at short. The second baseman is John Flieka. Jake Trainer at first base. Sean Cody in left. Vinny Spadafora at third base. As the Orioles look to get a 0 spot on the Jumbotron. Just missed for a ball. Hudson Williams' second game behind the plate. 1-0 count with McEldowney at first base. And it's in there for a strike on the inner part. Corbin White trying to get things done by getting his leadoff hitter over to second base or possibly even driving him in. Fouled away as it goes off the fence.
A snipe at the concession stand. Not a big fan of the pretzel dog, I see. These teams did have a little extra time for not necessarily to warm up, but a little bit of extra time before the game, as we just got done with an 11-10 thriller.
That was fun. Not so much for the fans of the Addison Braves, but you know what? I saw a couple of the coaches and the players, and they won according to the run differential and runs given up. And that is in there for strike 3. Corbin White decides to go right back to the dugout, not argue the call, and 1 up, 1 down after the leadoff walk to McEldowney.
Now at the plate for the Rockets, the designated hitter, number 45, Joel Kennedy.
Kennedy now, the 3-hole hitter. He had a leadoff walk and then a strikeout looking. Give you Lombard Orioles stats in a second.
Kennedy batting a .527 on his average.
We also have up-to-date tournament stats as to Cook for Fort Wayne has the best batting average at .667, along with Wenz, Girolamo, and Fleca. Of course, Fleca is playing in this game for Lombard, batting .600 in the tournament. He went 2 for 4 against the Blue Sox, as that's off the foot of the 3-hole hitter in Kennedy. Went with the pitch, did McEldowney, but foul ball, and it becomes an 0-2 count.
Kennedy got 29 hits on the season, 14 singles and 10 doubles. Big contribution to his .982 slug percentage.
So back-to-back strikeouts after the leadoff walk by Cody Freitas. Johnny Hatekamp is up now, the left fielder.
I did get a little bit of some word from the Portland bench. This is Johnny Heitkamp. And
then, yep, going to be a throwing error by Freitas as Trainer after it. But the damage is done. An error by Freitas, and the first base run of the game gets into second base.
And so it's Heitkamp at the plate and Garrison Brage on deck.
As that's fouled away. Yeah, Gamson Brage. That's an interesting name. Not a lot of Gamson Brages out there, right? There's a lot of Kyle Smiths, but not so many Gamson Brages.
And this was the help. It's a Garrison Brage.
Oh, even though it's written Oh, there I see the R's. Okay, it looked like an M. Okay, Garrison.
And then in center field, we've got Crosby Henizer.
They don't make it easy on us, do they? Struck out swinging and struck out the side after giving up the leadoff walk. We go to the bottom of the first. Lombard is up to bat here at the 2025 NABF World Series.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Kyle Smith alongside Stephen Taylor as it's a 0-0 game very early on at beautiful Lee Fun Stadium. A leadoff walk for Portland went for naught, and now it's up to the Orioles to do some damage. Their first at-bats of the day. For Lombard, it's going to be Walro, Williams, and Spatafora.
Mentioned it at the lead off the broadcast. Waro coming off of a grand slam in the first game against the Berea Blue Sox.
Well, we won't get a grand slam, at least not in the first inning, but maybe a solo shot.
Not to start off, but as you've said, you want to start off with one of your stronger hitters. And he's got an average of .273, but the way we talk about it, he is a strong hitter as shown earlier in this tournament.
Outside for a ball. 1-0 the count.
Got a .768 OPS.
In the dirt. Excellent block that time by the Rockets catcher and Corbin White. So it's a 2-0 count to the leadoff hitter in Wyatt Walro. In there for a strike. 2-1. You know, Freitas is pitching, but according to the Lombard Orioles website, he also has a couple homers on the season. So he's going to pitch in this game, but he might be a position player for others. Swung on and missed. That'll be strike 2 to Wawrow. Parker Ranke, Jake Troiner, and Jordan Vasquez, all with 2 homers on the year for Lombard. The 2-2. Outside for ball 3. Full count. Leading the Lombard Orioles in hits is Ricky Colazzo and Charlie Parcell. That ball absolutely smoked to left field, but able to get a read on it. Great positioning, and it's caught by Johnny Heitkamp.
On the bottom of the first. Coming to the plate for the Orioles. The shortstop, number 9.
That'll bring up the shortstop and Hudson Williams. As we get to the heart of the order, on deck is Vinny Spadafora. Also goes by Vincent. 18 hits on the season, 4 doubles for Vince.
Hudson Williams' spray chart, pretty evenly matched between right, left, and center. It's as even as you could ask for. It looks like it's an ellipse. And ... Here comes the second pitch of the at-bat.
Fouled away by Williams as the temperature has dropped a couple of degrees.
It got real chilly here last night. Got into the 60s. Not something you'd expect from mid to late summer in Chicago.
I mean, isn't this the dog days of August?
This is supposed to be where it's the hottest and the humidest. Most humid.
The humidest.
The humidest.
Guess they didn't teach you English at North Carolina State.
48th in education. That did get me some college.
You did get you some college.
North Carolina State University. Go Wolfpack.
I do love that Survive and Advance 30 for 30 documentary.
Solid 30 for 30.
Ground ball to third. Should be an easy play. Getting it is Brady over to first. How about that stretch by Henry Bailey?
Very strong stretch. Good start for the Rockets.
So 2 up, 2 down. That brings up Spadafora.
Number 16, Vinny Spadafora.
Spadafora also with 4 doubles on the season. A home run, 7 ribbies. 6 walks, just 1 strikeout. Ground ball to second. This should be a chopper to Hopper. And it is a 4-3 putout. Quinn Faulkner over to Bailey. And that does it for the Orioles. We go to the top of the second. No score here at the home of the 2025 NABF World Series.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Rockets coming up to bat here in the top of the second. Both teams without a hit, an error. That was a throwing error by Freitas. Other than that, pretty much unscathed in terms of hits and damage given up by both pitchers.
Real solid start for both. Scoreboard still empty except for that one throwing error.
So it's Garrison Brady up to bat here in the top of the second. Right there for a strike. It'll be Brady, Faulkner, and Henser.
Brady 250 on the year for his batting average. An OPS of 5.62.
In the dirt for a ball. We will give you up-to-date scores of the other pool play action. The Indians are out. I talked to their manager after their win. Inside for a ball. But you know what? They said they had a lot of fun, and they told me, look, you just can't give up 15 runs and expect to advance to the quarterfinals.
And they're right, but if that's the last game they're playing in, I heard one of the managers talking at the end of the game. He says, this might be the end of the line for us, but if that's the last game, then that's a heck of a one to leave on.
Jumbotron guy, we're having a lot of fun in this tournament. I'm laughing because on the Jumbotron it said 3 balls, 3 strikes.
Well, that would be a real tough one. Let's see if he can get out of that jam, but a full count here for Brady.
And now it's a walk. He did not have 3 strikes or 4 balls.
Ball 4 has run on first with no outs.
Live update. It's the Beecher Muskies and the Chicago Clout. Clout up 2-1 in the bottom of the second. 2 outs.
So with all these teams at 2-1, the winner of that game gets an automatic #1 overall seed. That one really hurt for Addison. Swung on and missed for a strike from Faulkner.
It's a league of their own in Pool A with the Muskies and the Clout.
Not only do you want to win, but you don't want to give up a lot of runs. Swung on a miss for strike 2. Getting ahead of the count is Freitas.
And the Clout was a high scoring game, but so too were the Muskies. Puts them in a real tough position. You wonder if it's going to be an offensive matchup or a defensive matchup, but as you said, you don't want to give too many up.
Pickoff attempt, and Dylan Holmes thought he would be able to get the runner out in Brady, but Brady got back there.
Faulkner also batting a .250 batting average.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss. It was in the dirt, but first base occupied, so don't have to throw it down. One of those weird rules of baseball. You can throw it to first when first base isn't occupied, but when it is, you can't. I guess try to avoid contact at first, too many people on the base. But what if he tries to advance towards second, like if it's a wild pitch or a pass ball?
Yeah, you gotta see if you can let him play. That's the first rule when you're making rules for these games, is you want to make sure you can let him play, because it's all about the athleticism. It's not really about all the technical stuff.
Just one of those interesting rules of baseball. You can throw it to first when it's not occupied, but if it is, you can't. It's an automatic out, but the runner can still advance to second base. The 1-1. Outside for a ball. And these are rules that have been around for years, hundreds of years, some of them.
And Iser at 382 on the season.
The 2-1.
I think a lot of people forget how old baseball is as a game. Looking to turn.
The 4-6 put out and trying to get him at first, but good job by Hennister hustling on the play. So it was Fleak over to Williams, but they couldn't get it to Trainer in time.
Now at the plate for the Rockets, the right fielder, number 47, Evan Pierce.
Evan Pierce up with Bailey on deck. Runner at first, 2 down. Freitas is rolling right now. He's got 4 strikeouts through the first 2 innings.
Pierce, solid OPS, 814.
Swing and a miss. He's got to be throwing some gas. You can hear the pop on the glove as Holmes catches it. No radar gun today, but got to be at least 85. In there for strike 2.
Freitas has played in 5 games this season. 7 1/3. Innings pitched.
That ball hit the center field. It's dropping in, and it'll drop in for a hit. Evan Pierce with a little duck snort single. And now runners at first and second.
Down first and second.
So you can cancel the post-game show.
To play for the Rockets, the first baseman, number 21, Kenny Philly.
That'll be the first hit of the game.
Yep, that's what Hawk Harrelson used to say every time the first hit of the game. You can cancel the post-game show. And what was cool, back in the FSN, which of course stands for Fox Sports Net for the young people watching, and the Chicago Sports Network, I'm sorry, Comcast Sports Network, right down the middle for a strike. You used to be able to email the play-by-play commentators, and Hawk would answer. They would question him, like, why do you say you can cancel the post-game show? And he would explain the no-hitter is no longer there. Thought about the pickoff attempt at second. You know, partner, I am surprised as a former catcher myself. I never would try to do that, especially at second base with 2 outs. And we've seen some throwing errors from some of these catchers.
I think it's very optimistic to threaten them a little bit, but you're trying to keep the base runner honest. I think it's
Right.
a little bit more of a show, a little bit more of a dance than it is the actual pickoff attempt, but
Swung on a miss, strike 2.
he saw it all the way there too. Just a little too early on that swing.
The 2-2, what do you want to throw here?
At this point, look for the breaking ball. Down in the dirt, full count.
Runners will go on the pitch at 3-2.
This is Kenny Bailey, the first baseman at bat.
Fouled away by Bailey as goes towards the parking lot.
And that one ends up in the back of a Ford F-150.
Did it really go in the back of the Ford F-150?
I think it was just a little bit outside. Oh, it's a Chevy.
There's a walk. It's a dreaded 2-out walk. Back and forth we go with Freitas. He's not giving up hits, but a lot of walks.
The shortstop for 17, Nolan.
That's 1 in the first and 2 in the second. 3 already, and we're not even in the third inning yet. Four games pitch for Freitas, a whip, which stands for walks, hits, inning pitch of 1.69. And there for a strike.
Freitas had his last appearance July 23rd at Crown Point.
123 pitches total in 4 appearances. Upstairs for a ball. .26 batters face, 3 hits, 1 earned run. Outside for a ball.
Correction, his last pitching appearance was in Calumet City on July 15th.
Okay, so he's got a lot of rest on that arm. Remember, some of these guys can't go to the games because they got work and other things. The 2-1. Right there, strike 2.
Yeah, I've had some experience myself. He may have just said unavailable on the bench app.
The 2-2. Fouled away, first base side. As the leadoff hitter and McEldowney looking for a base hit, ball 4. Led the game off with a walk. Line drive, 1 hopper to short, and it'll be a flip from Williams to Fleac to end the threat. So they load the bases, do the Rockets, but they don't score. We go to the bottom of the second. No score here at the home of the Thunder.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company. Great support.
Back to the action at beautiful Lee Fun Stadium. Cody Freitas got out of a jam, partner, and we'll see if he avoids those walks going forward.
That's going to be his biggest enemy. He seems to be a pretty solid pitcher otherwise, but if you get 10 strikeouts, but you walk 10 guys, that's how it's going to get onto you there.
Ricky Colazzo, the DH, leading it off. Outside for a ball.
And the Portland Rockets can kind of relate to that sort of situation. They threw a no-hitter between Onyegbu and Simpson against the Hackensack Trosts, but they won 5-1. Now, how does that happen where you have a runner score, but a no-hitter? And the answer, pretty obvious, is that they walked a guy.
Walks,
he made it all the way around.
Errors, sacrifice bunts, and sac flies, right?
Yep. That's pretty much all it takes. Next thing you know. A blemish on an otherwise pretty impressive game.
So here's something for you, since we're doing the scorecard today. So when there's nobody on base and you balk, it's a ball.
Mm-hmm.
If you do it 4 times in a row, of course, it would never happen. That's a walk. Or do you tally it a balk/walk? Because it wasn't really 4 balls, he just balked 4 times in a row.
Oh, balky-talky action.
On the plate for the Orioles, the catcher, number 15.
Leadoff walk that time to Colazzo.
Well, when it starts to happen, when you do get 4 balks, now you have a name for it. Well, balky-talky.
Well, there you go, the balky-talky. So BLK, TLK, how you would write it in the scorecard.
Oh, yeah. It's going to fill up most of the sports card on an inside pitch here.
It happens, though. There was a Cubs-Sox game, and the Sox were up like 5-0. Shota Imanaga just got smoked.
I do remember
the White
that
Sox.
one, yeah.
And I think the Sox had at least 2 or 3 balks in the same game. That was also the year they lost 121 games. So the talent was a little bit lacking that season, but it can happen. If it can happen at the major league level, it can certainly happen here. And you just got to find a way to move on from mistakes. In that Addison game where they gave up 7 in the bottom of the 7th, they're still going on to the quarters. You just got to move past it. Meanwhile, we talked about Freitas control. The leadoff walk to Colazzo, and now an early 2-0 count to Dylan Holmes, the catcher. Colazzo at first, the 2-0. Ground ball, and they'll at least get the force at 2. Try to get Holmes at first. The stretch from Henry Bailey, just not in time off the one-hop throw from Quinn Faulkner, but they do get the lead runner.
Fielder's choice has 1 out now. Not the runner on first.
That's the one problem, partner, of playing deep, is it takes longer to toss around the ball for the double play.
It was important that he got in front of the ball there, but you got to make sure you can get it over in time. Good to get the lead runner, though.
Pickoff attempt to Holmes. Right now for the Orioles. After that line out from Wyatt Warrow, 3 straight ground outs. Inside for a ball.
LaFuse used a couple times here on the season. He's got 18 innings pitched.
For LaFuse. That's an interesting last name, LaFuse. Ground ball to second. That hit the runner, so he's out. So Dylan Holmes is out. You know what you can do, partner? It's so hard to think in the spur of the moment, but as a runner, if the ball's about to hit you, you can run back towards the bag. And if the second baseman throws it to first, then you run towards second. Then they got to tag you at the base. But if the second baseman's smart, he'll just, throw it over to second for the lead runner.
It's important to know where the ball is and not just where it's in a player's hands. You got to be very smart as a base runner. And if you see that ball coming towards you, it's important to take a little second.
In the dirt. So it was Colazzo that was hit. Sorry, that was Dylan Holmes that was hit.
LaFuse has a 3.1 ERA.
Pretty good. That's why I like these analytical stats like wins above replacement, fielding independent pitching. And it shows us for these pitchers what can they control, right? Now, obviously at Coors Field, the wind blows out. You know, that weird 5,280 feet above sea level stuff. I still love Coors Field. It looks beautiful on the TV screen. But the pitchers don't really like it too much. The 0-1 coming up. In the dirt for a ball, the trainer.
I mean, it gets more interesting when you get games in these worldwide series. The Padres, I believe they played the Giants in Mexico City. That's an 8,000 feet above sea level stadium.
Oh, very cool. The 1-1 with a runner at first. Fleeka at first base. Traina at the dish. The 3-1, the catbird seat right now for Trainer. And if for a few, Steven, just avoid anything right down the middle.
Easy enough. Just make it harder to hit. Get it low in the zone if you can, but strike's worth something.
Good spot. I don't know. What do you think, Steve? Strike or ball?
That was a strike. Just right in there at the right position. His last appearance, the Camden LaFuse, is against the Royals. No city of origin on that one. I'm sure it's not KC. But July 19th, 2 weeks ago. And the runner will take second.
That was
kind of a wild pitch, but that's ball 4.
Yeah, so doesn't really matter.
The walk will have runners on first and second with 2 outs. Out to plate for the Orioles.
One of those interesting stats of baseball. If the catcher goes off his glove, but the runner was running towards second off the windup, it's not a pass ball. If it's a straight steal. But it was ball 4 anyways. Ground ball to first. LaFuse has time, and he can't get it out of his glove. He had time if he was able to gobble it up with both hands. He had time to throw it at first, but an infield hit doesn't necessarily matter how hard you hit it. It's a hit no matter what. Now the bases are full of Lombard Orioles.
Lombard's been showing the hustle throughout the game. It's important that you do still give your entire effort into that 90-foot run to first base, even if you think you're going to be out. Because you start doing some gamesmanship, you're trying to hold back a little bit, you're just opening yourself up for any sort of problem. Like if you just give them the opportunity, then they'll take it.
We got a Goodyear blimp over the field. In there for a strike. I guess this inning is brought to you by Goodyear.
Nothing sells tires like a dirigible.
The 0-1 with the bases full of Orioles. Close pitch. Potter didn't like it, but partner looked like it crossed just at the knees.
Just a little inside the strike zone there, but that's all it takes. The umpire liked it, and so now it's 0-2.
Doesn't matter if the catcher or the batter liked it. The unbiased observer, the home plate umpire, is the only guy that matters. The 0-2 with the bases loaded. Ooh, that was a nasty pitch.
Inside on Potter.
Yeah, nice job that time by Corbin White to just knock it down.
LaFuse with some Draco Malfoy energy. Not a big fan of the Potter.
You're not a Harry Potter guy?
Well, LaFuse doesn't seem to be a big fan of Potters. I didn't really much get into Harry Potter, but...
The 1-2. In the dirt, good block by White. So are you a Lord of the Rings, Star Trek, Star Wars guy?
Big Star Wars. Grew up on Star Wars. Never really got into some of the older fantasy, like the orcs and the swords and arrows and stuff, the elves.
The 2-2 coming up. Ground ball. Nice job with the glove from LaFuse. He'll underhand it to first base with Bailey on the stretch. So the Orioles threaten with the bases loaded. Still no score. We go to the top of the third here at the home of the 2025 NABF World Series.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Portland Rockets about to bat here at the home of the Thunder. I'm Kyle Smith alongside Stephen Taylor. It's been a fun one. No score. And most of these games, the last 3 or so, have been low scoring. I know the last game was 11-10. It started as 10-4. Nice bunt, but it'll go foul. As the attempt from number 20 and
Corbin White. Corbin White batting a 483 on the year. And he really gave it his all on that bunt, sprinting it out, almost making it to the 330 feet sign in right field. They tell you can run through first, but if you keep running.
0-1 coming up. Cody Freitas on the mound. So the umpire gave the pitcher the benefit of the doubt, but those are those unwritten rules of baseball. As a catcher, you want to catch everything because it makes it harder on the umpire to call it a strike.
Absolutely. That's why you always see him, like you can see it in the majors, especially with the left field camera. Here comes the pitch.
In there, right down the middle. White didn't like the call, but partner, it doesn't get much better than that with a pitch.
Pretty solid, and he's just staring at it.
Top of the third.
You can see it when you're watching the majors. If you get the left center cam, you'll see the catcher will catch it way outside the strike zone, but still pull his glove right back center. He's trying to earn what he can get.
Move those knees. Try not to move the glove that much. You move the knees, not the glove. You move the knees more, and then the glove is placed closer to the zone. But if we ever have, and I'll talk about it after this pitch, it's a 1-0 from Freitas. Swing and a miss from Kennedy. But, Holmes took a shot. We'll watch it on replay in a second, but might have hit the groin or hit the chest protector. He's
holding his arm.
Yeah, it looks like it's one of those things as a catcher, your arm is exposed. You put the fist behind your back, but stuff is exposed when you're a catcher. This is a big game for the Orioles. Both teams are fighting for a spot in Pool B. As the manager asks if Holmes is okay, he says, I am, and we play on. Kennedy and Heitkamp are the two remaining hitters in this lineup this inning. So far, White, Kennedy, and Heitkamp, the 2, 3, 4 hitters, have 4 strikeouts thus far. In the dirt. Some of these players are really funny. What are you jumping? What are you jumping out of the way, Blue? You got gear on. 2-1 count. In the dirt for a ball.
Kennedy, swing batter, says Freitas.
If you're not having fun at a baseball game, you're doing something wrong, right? The 3-1. Downstairs for ball. They might have to get the bullpen up because I don't think these walks are going to stop for Freitas.
It's hard to tell what the manager is going to choose to do because 4 strikeouts through 2 1/3 inning. It's worth consideration of keeping him in as much as you can, but you can't overlook the walks. That really, I mean, it put him in a bad position last inning where they had a full count, and now it's a wild pitch, and he'll take his
you're
base.
putting your catcher in tough spots because he's so wild. The ball's about to hit him. It's off the glove. Steven, I think wild pitch, though. What do you think?
Absolutely wild pitch.
Only because it was about to hit him. If it was an inch to the right, I would have said pass ball.
Mm-hmm.
The 1-0. And I say get the bullpen up because your offense only has 2 hits. It's not like you're getting a lot offensively either.
Yeah, and I think that pitch will. That may, if I were the manager, that pitch might be the one that sticks out to me. Based on balls followed by starting out with a 2-0 count.
In there for a strike. Five walks thus far. And we're not even in the 4th. Fouled away.
First swing of the at-bat for Heitkamp.
Because the other thing is, too, you hope he can get at least through 5. But you're going to need him tomorrow, but you can't play tomorrow unless you win tonight.
It really all comes down to this, and at this point, you kind of just want an appearance in the tournament play. But regardless, you want to put your best foot forward. High infield fly.
As easy catch for the shortstop in Hudson Williams.
For a second out of the top of the 3rd.
That was a major league pop-up if you're ever going to see one.
Now batting for the Rockets. The
They're not hitting the ball hard, though. We talked about 5 walks, but all these strikeouts when they put the ball in play, a 4-6 putout.
The defense has been pretty solid, but it really does come back down to the pitching, and that's where the discussion about the bullpen comes in for strike 1.
But they're not hitting the ball hard. A base hit by Henniser, and that's it. But also 5 walks.
The Orioles are the bigger hitting team, at least as evidenced by their game against the Berea Blue Sox, but different team, and it's an entirely different game with a different team.
Ground ball to 3rd. Sorry, 1st. So for Pool C, that is over with. Buffalo Diesel are 2-1. They have the fewest runs given up, so they're the better team of that pool. Addison Braves gave up 13 runs. Swing and a miss, and Cody Freitas with another strikeout, but he's been wild. 5 walks for Freitas. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. Still no score here at the home of the Thunder.
No score.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Ready for some bottom of the 3rd action here at the NABF World Series, the Charles M. Blackburn Jr. NABF World Series. Here in beautiful Carroll Stream, Illinois. Sun is just starting to set over the houses out here. Getting ready for some baseball under the lights here on a very cool Friday afternoon, Friday evening.
Bottom of the 3rd. Up to the Lombard Orioles to get something started here. As you don't want to go to extra innings. No matter what, you have to finish the game. And we're late into the evening. This was supposed to start at 6:30. We're more than an hour past the first pitch because everything being pushed back after what happened during the first game of the day.
That's what we in baseball refer to as a slide. All sliding to the right.
Outside for a ball.
Started off with a little bit of controversy in game one here at Legion Field.
Yeah, it took a long time to determine if it was an illegal bat or not. And they determined it was illegal outside, but it's called strike.
Led to an ejection of a player from the Addison Braves in game one.
The leadoff hitter, Jacob Victor, and then the manager got the heave-ho. But they were in the game without their leadoff hitter for most of it. Then they gave up 3 runs in the 7th. Ground ball to first base. And he's not running it out. What's the call? They might have to talk this out. I did not see it go off the leg. This should be 3 unassisted, but that would be my interpretation from where I'm sitting behind home plate.
Looked like 3 unassisted for me too, but you know, no more credit because I'm sitting right next to you.
You know, we talk about embellishing the call. He's out.
There he is. 3 unassisted. Good night, Wyatt Warrow from the 3rd inning.
Got to embellish the call, right? If it hit your foot and you don't go to the ground right away, how is the home plate umpire going to be able to see that?
Yep.
Number 9, Hudson Williams.
And there are some things about sports, you know, flopping in basketball, but no, it's part of the game. You got to help out the refs see the call.
Same thing in soccer. I mean, like a lot of people complain about the acting awards for soccer.
Right. I don't like that it's done all the time, but there are times where if you don't do it, the ref can't see it. The umpire can't see it, right? The linesman can't see it.
Exactly. It needs to be something that's obvious. Because sometimes you can look at the replay, and you can see this a lot in the NBA, where you can see the hit, and then you can see the flop.
Right. The 0-1 coming up.
Strong hit to short.
Yep, ground ball is short. Nice arm from McEldowney. Able to get it to Bailey in time for the out.
We find out the second out of the bottom of the 3rd. Batting for the Orioles, 3rd baseman, number 16, Vinny Spadafora.
Yeah, Spadafora now up. So controversy for the home plate umpire. He went with his original call, asked for help, and they went with the original call of 3 unassisted, no foul ball.
Spadafora 360 on the year for his batting average.
Yeah, we talked about his offensive numbers during the 1st inning. Just 3 hits total as the 3rd inning is almost done with. Fly ball, but this will stay in play. After it is Hennesor, and he'll catch it. Almost dropped it. And we go to the top of the 4th. No score here at the home of the Wheaton Thunder.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
WNYathletics.com. You can thank me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers, the Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
How's it going, everybody? Kyle Smith alongside Stephen Taylor. If you like any of the action tonight, and you'd like to see it again, hit the rewind, fast forward, and play button. Also, the text line's open. Your favorite high school, college, or MLB memory, text it over to 330-957-7653, 330-957-7653. So it'll be for the Portland Rockets, Quinn Faulkner, and then on deck is Hennesor. 6 strikeouts by 5 walks for Freitas. The good, the bad, and the ugly.
It's important to have a balanced pitcher, but this isn't typically what we mean when we say that. Inside for ball 1.
You know how you have the food pyramid? Right, We want the carbohydrates and the grains with the strikeouts and the saturated fats with the walks. Minuscule walks.
Minuscule. It'll happen, but just in rotation. It's a sometimes thing. Pitcher can have a walk as a treat.
I don't know what's more entertaining, the game or the fans. Fans have said some funny stuff around here for this 7:30 game.
Quiet game last night, so it's interesting to see the fans out today. Hear what they have to say.
2-2. Just a beautiful summer night. Some people like this type of weather. I don't love 60 degrees in the summer, but when it's been 90 consecutive days at night, I do like it.
Nice little treat. Nice
Yeah.
little break from the heat.
7 strikeouts now for Freitas. That's just an unhittable pitch right at the knees. My goodness, that's now 2 strikeouts for Faulkner.
Now, walks aside, Freitas is their best foot that they're putting forward, the Orioles are.
Here's the guy that has the only hit against Freitas, Crosby Henniser.
Henniser. He'll take strike 1.
And that's in for a strike, 0-1.
Update from some Pool A action. Beecher Muskies 3, Chicago Clout 3 in the top of the 4th. Correction, bottom of the 4th. 1 out.
Winner of that gets the #1 seed in the tournament. As for the #2 seed, well, it could be the Chicago Clout or Muskies, depending how that game finishes.
Unless it turns into a hit fest. That's when it gets a little bit dangerous.
Well, we talked about the Diesel. They were really close to getting eliminated, then they came back to beat the Midland Tribe. As that's outside for a ball. And now they have an outside chance at the #2 overall seed because they only gave up 8 runs in this tournament thus far. Full count to Henniser. That's a line drive into the gap, but it's going to stay down. And a catch in left field from Sean Cody. Evan Pierce now up. Well, he's starting to settle down a little bit. He's retired the last 4 batters after issuing his 5th walk to Kennedy. The 0-1 to Evan Pierce coming up.
.432 on base percentage for Pierce. And he'll take that high. 1-1.
So getting on base 43% of the time. That is an excellent percentage. The 1-1. Ground ball is short. This should be an easy play for Williams as he throws it over to Trainer for the out. 1, 2, 3 go the Rockets. We go to the bottom of the 4th. No score here at the home of the Thunder.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Ricky Colazzo will lead things off for the Orioles. He reached base on a leadoff walk back in the 2nd, and then he was retired on a fielder's choice off the bat from Dylan Holmes. Both Camden LaFuse and Cody Freitas dealing right now. Outside for a ball. And that's fouled away. Ball one. Strike one.
Palazzo has the second best batting average on the team at a 410. OPS of 1.136.
In the dirt for ball two. Holmes is on deck. Remember, he had that fielder's choice. Got on first base, a ground ball towards him, and he ran into the baseball on the base pass.
Wants to see if he can make up for that. Get on base at his next at bat. Right up next.
Outside for a ball.
And there you go, catbird seat. 3-1.
Sit on a fastball or a hanging curve. That one's fouled away. Count full. Don't want to let him reach base now that it's a tie score in the bottom of the fourth. Pretty even game thus far. No runs for either team. 2 hits for the Orioles, 1 for the Rockets. As the tall righty and LaFuse wheeling and dealing right now. The 3-2. Outside, ball 4, and another walk for Colazzo.
Ball 4 has a runner on first with no outs.
Back-to-back 3-2 walks.
The pitcher for 15, Dylan Holmes.
We'll see if Dylan Holmes can avenge what happened in the second. Double play depth at second base. Shortstop halfway between the second and third base bags.
Strike
Showed
one.
bunt. They're going to call a strike on the pitch.
Usually you get one of those tries for the bunt. Sometimes they might go for 2 because they really want that bunt, but here, I don't know. He might swing away here. Nope, looking bunt again.
And he pushed at it. Yeah, you can't push. You got to let it hit the bat.
Little tap.
And that ball's still in place. They're going to have to get it before the next pitch happens. 0-2. Got to find a way to get Colazzo into second base. Both teams have had the bases loaded, but can't score. Fouled away. Third base side.
And I know it still feels like it's early on in this game, but this is halfway through the game.
Right,
We're getting
right.
into the second half, so now you start thinking that the go-ahead runs on first.
Right, but it ain't over till it's over. We saw the previous game was 10-4 going to the bottom of the seventh.
Saw firsthand.
But you still have to think the game is halfway done. The 0-2. Inside,
There
off
he
the
goes.
glove. Here we go, trying to be aggressive. The throw to second, and able to get in there with, it's off the glove. He didn't go on first movement. It was inside, I think pass ball, Steven.
I would call it a pass ball.
Can't really call it a stolen base because he didn't go on first movement from the pitcher.
And this is where we get to discuss how it's give an inch, they'll take a mile, so don't give him anything. And that's where we talk about the pass ball, advancing the runner to second. Now he's in scoring position. Because it seems like every run will matter in this game. It's not simply like, oh, you'll forget about that one later on in the game. We'll make up for it. It's fine. Low hits, no score. We're already over halfway through.
1-2 coming up. Ground ball. He's fighting his Holmes. You know, something my old baseball coach used to say to me, very wise guy. He said, Kyle, we got to score runs. Well, obviously, work with me here. Score as many as you can, because there's only one way you can win when you score 1 run. That's 1-0. The less runs you score, the more pressure you put on your pitcher and defense. The whole point is to relax when you're on defense. The 1-2. Way inside for ball 2.
That's LaFuse's 52nd pitch.
Well, with both teams being 1-1, you try not to have them throw until their arm falls off, but at the same time, there is no tomorrow.
Definitely get aware when you get into the 70s and 80s in these pitch counts.
High fly ball. Major League pop-up. He lost it in the lights, and it's going to drop in for a hit. What a break for the Lombard Orioles, as the second baseman could not see it for the Rockets and Quinn Faulkner. And that puts the runners at the corners because nobody touched it. It is indeed a hit.
The second baseman, number 1, John Flecka.
Would that be an error on the right fielder there?
No, because you can't call an error because no one touched it. It's one of those weird things about baseball. If it's a ground ball, it can be an error, but a fly ball cannot be an error unless you touch it. See, they updated on the Jumbotron. One would think you have to bring the infield in. What do you want to do here, Steve?
You got to make sure you're watching the guy at third. There's nobody out, and if you want to keep this a scoreless game, which if you're Portland Rockets, you do.
Outside for a ball. You also don't want to allow a big inning, so if you bring the infield in, any duck snort, not just is a base hit, but it could first and third the runner with nobody out.
Yeah, and the outfield's playing a little deep, but their first step forward, I mean, if you're running forward, it's going to be a lot easier than running back, so trust in your outfield and their positioning here, but...
That one's going to be a liner into the gap, slicing downwards. The diving catch is there, trying to... a lot happening there. Oh my goodness, he's going to try... What is going on with this?
Wow, okay.
So they're going to say that it was dropped in the outfield. So it's 9-3-6 force out and no RBI because it's a fielder's choice.
Wow.
That's Blake Lombard, the first baseman, number 27, Jake Brandon.
Right, because why else would he go to second if he didn't catch the ball? Regardless, there's one out. It's just for the stat sheet. There's no RBI for Fleeka. Looked like he caught it, though.
Yeah, I thought he had caught it, but I guess it was a drop. The field umpires have a little bit of a better view than we do.
Yeah, obviously he's, what, 100 feet away from us?
Minimum. Looking for the 1-6.
LaFuse, was he on the bag? To first for the double play. Save is Trainer. That was close to the shortstop potentially being off the bag, as it was a throw from LaFuse over to McEldowney. But Lombard's not going to argue it. The other problem is two-part. Remember the Chase Utley play back in 2015? Now we have neighborhood plays at second base. You got to really know he's off the bag to call him safe. So.
Oh, yeah. Talks about why we bring in replay in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I think he was on the base though. Not making it. I was just gonna say, not making it easy on these umpires tonight.
Not at all. They're digging deep into the rule book, or at least looking real close, making sure that everything is played fairly.
I wonder about that though. If it was caught or not caught, the runner went back to first. So if it wasn't caught, isn't he turning around to see the right fielder to see if it's caught or not? The runner at first base.
Yeah.
So he would see it all the way if it's caught or not. Now he's a little bit far away from the runner at first. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. They got the out, but it would be nice if Fleeka got his sac fly RBI, right?
Oh, yeah. Right now we got the Orioles on the board.
Nice pick that time by Corbin White. 3-1. As Sean Cody trying to get on base, set something up for Will Potter. If you're just joining us in this inning, a leadoff walk, then a pass ball, and then Quinn Faulkner lost it in the lights. Fouled away. And then The old-fashioned 9-3-6 fielder's choice makes it 1-0.
Like they always do.
Full count, 2 outs. Runner goes on the pitch. Oh boy, I don't know about that one.
Got him looking.
Rung up on that one, but I think Sean Cody, that was a walk for him. But it's a strikeout for Sean Cody, and we go to the top of the 5th, 1-0 in favor of the Orioles.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient personal approach for all.
Top of the 5th, Portland Rockets. They've got 9 outs to work with, trailing by a run. See if they can pick up their teammate in Quinn Faulkner. As that one is in the strike zone for strike 1. At the plate is number 21, Kenny Bailey. Then we get to the top of the order on the outer part for a ball. Freitas now starting to get to a roll here, has 5 walks, but those 7 strikeouts have been lethal.
An update from North Central College. Currently 5-3, Clout over the Muskies in the top of the 5th. Muskies at bat. Productive bottom half of the 4th inning for the Chicago Clout.
In there for a strike. 2-2 to the 9-hole hitter. Ooh. There was a lot riding on that pitch, and it was very high. And actually missed the netting, went right off the backstop, back into play.
Freitas targeting us on his 81st pitch.
Must be hearing us, right? And a leadoff walk to Kenny Bailey.
All boys run on first with no outs. Now top of the lineup, the Rockets.
6 walks, and no surprise here. Holmes talking to his young pitcher. Look, kid, they can't hit you, but we're not going to win if you keep walking hitters, because eventually your pitch count's going to go up, and you're going to leave a meatball down the middle, and they're going to drive it a long way. It doesn't matter how good of a pitcher you are. If you ever watched that 2016 World Series, Aroldis Chapman threw a fastball in the heart of the plate. It was over 100 miles an hour, but Rajai Davis still drilled it over the fence for a 2-run homer, and that tied up the game.
It starts to become a physics discussion, because unless you break the bat, which, you know, and when I see it happen, I'll see it happen, but breaking a bat with a fastball that goes in for a strike.
Right.
Unless you break the bat, the more momentum you get forward, the more momentum you get out.
Right. The faster the pitch, usually the better the exit velocity. And if there's no movement on it, it's easier to hit.
You got to be able to track it.
That's why a split finger and a cutter is so hard to hit, because there's movement on it, especially a split finger. It's almost like a fork ball. The 1-1. Outside for a ball, but it doesn't matter how fast you throw it. If there's no bite on it, it's right in the heart of the plate, you can hit it a long way. When you keep throwing balls, eventually you got to throw a strike, and then it's right in the heart of the zone. The 2-1. Fouled away by the leadoff hitter and McEldowney.
McEldowney 10 hits on the season, 7 singles, and then 1 apiece for a double-triple home run.
Okay. Home run would give them the lead. They have one hit tonight. Just kind of waved at that fastball. Freitas overpowering with that one.
A strikeout the first out, up top of fifth. At the plate for the Rockets, the catcher, number 20, Corbin White.
Corbin White struck out twice. Counts for 20% of the strikeouts.
Ooh.
A little
Watch out.
Sweet chin music.
Sometimes it's a strike, sometimes it's a ball, sometimes it could hit you. The way Cody Freitas is throwing it tonight. It's right there, but he missed just a little bit high. The 2-0 with a runner at first and one out. Bailey at first. Fouled away by Corbin White. Each team's season on the line. The Orioles with a run, thanks to help from the lights. Faulkner lost it in there. Foul tip into the glove of Holmes. Faulkner will get at least one more at bat. He has not put the ball in play yet. He's 0 for 2 with 2 Ks.
Watch for this breaking ball here.
Fouled away, went with the fastball.
The reason I say the breaking ball is because Corbin White struck out twice, both times looking.
So you think that he's just going to...
A little bit of trickeration potential.
Right. The 2-2. Nasty pitch. No chance for White. He now has the trifecta of Ks.
A strikeout, the second out of the inning.
Well, whatever the coaching staff said to him after the third inning, he has been full control.
Kennedy.
Freitas locked in. Kennedy. Last at bat got a walk.
Yep. Reached second on the wild pitch. High fly ball. Will it stay in play, though? And there is room. Is that a catch? And it is. Excellent catch on the play by the right fielder in Will Potter. So we go to the bottom of the fifth. 1-0 lead in favor of the Orioles.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
At WNYathletics.com. You can link me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Bottom of the fifth, it'll be Potter, who made that amazing catch in right field, caught it and then hit the fence. Then Wabro and Williams right after him. If you're just joining us, shame on you. Where have you been? It's the bottom of the fifth, and the only run of the ball game was in the bottom of the fourth. A leadoff walk, got to second on a pass ball. Losing in the lights was Faulkner, and then a fielder's choice because it was not caught in right field, but the runner at first thought it was caught in Dylan Holmes. So he went back to first, so it became a 9-3-6 putout. Here we stand with nobody on. Tried to get the bunt down and then got out of the way as it was an inside pitch. Potter, only one at bat thus far, grounded out to the pitcher. In there for a strike. 0 for 2 is the on-deck man in Waro. Williams in the hole. That's a curveball in the dirt.
Potter looking out for his shot, for his swing selection here.
As that's in there for a strike. The 2-2 now coming up.
Finding the inside of the zone.
2-2 the count with Wyatt Warrow on deck. Ooh, didn't miss by much.
So it's a full count to Potter.
See if he gets aggressive with a fastball on the inner part. Close, but ball 4, Potter on base.
Ball 4 will have Potter on first base with no outs. Out of the top of the lineup for the Orioles, the center fielder, number 3, Wyatt Ward.
Sometimes you got to make sure you're reading your own handwriting. Warrow to the plate.
See what Wyatt can do here. Ground ball, fouled away.
So a fly out and a ground out for Warrow today. Otherwise, it's had a pretty successful tournament. I keep noting the grand slam, but
that was a nice throw that time by White.
As close as you could get. Run just a little faster.
Stolen base awarded for Potter. 2 strikes. And now Warrow has a chance to get the runner to third with a ground ball to either second base or first base. Swing and a miss. Nasty pitch by LaFuse. A lot of bite on that curveball. Hudson Williams, 2 ground outs today.
Hudson Williams.
Very quiet offensively for both teams. 4 hits combined in the game. Fouled away. What could have been if the ball hadn't gotten lost in the lights. But for the men in yellow, you got to fight your way through it. Find a way to score 2 runs. Don't give up any more. If it goes to extra innings, it's California rules. Runner at second, nobody out, no count. Goes on the pitch, and easy steal that time for Potter. Got to go slide step when you're the pitcher. Makes it easier on the base runner.
Now 90 feet is the tying run.
No, that'd be they're up 1-0.
Oh, they are. Excuse me. 90 feet for an insurance run.
I'm surprised they're not on the grass.
Ooh.
That hits Warrow.
That's Williams, Hudson Williams.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Warrow struck out.
First and third with 1 out. Going to the plate for Lombard, third baseman, number 16, Vinny Spadafora.
Spadafora, fly out to center, and a ground out to second base. I'm just really surprised they're playing double play depth instead of everybody in. I know you want the double play, but that run to third, pickoff attempt, and got to be careful with Potter at third.
Got to be very smart with your pickoff attempts. We've seen a couple go wild, and I think that was the first of the game. The only error of the game was a wild pickoff attempt.
Yep. And they're going to throw it to second. Now back to home. One hopper. Is he out? He is out. Close play at the plate. Could have gone either way, but they're saying they got him right before he slid in. Potter went right to the plate after White threw it to second, and an excellent relay back to White.
That almost seemed like a set play. You got to think that Portland had the idea that they were definitely going to try and send the runner at first. You know, they were trying to send the runner at first so they could score the runner from third. It seemed like a set play by Portland. Keep an eye out for that, tipped by the pitcher.
And that's off the glove, so that'll be a base hit. What could have been, but there is 2 outs, runners at the corners. So it was caught stealing,
2 outs.
and it was 2-4-2.
The Orioles. Designated hitter. Number 45, Ricky Clausen.
Meanwhile, runners at the corners. Williams gets credit with the stolen base, but it's 2-6-2 for Potter in the 9-hole. Palazzo has 2 walks on the day. Another steal, throwing it down to second. And this time, Hudson stays at third.
Base has runners on second, third with 2 outs.
2-0 here, partner. You're already down in the count. First base unoccupied. Do you consider just walking him to load the bases to get a force at any base?
The way the Orioles have been hitting, they've now got 4 hits on the day.
3-0. Now you probably just walk him, I would think. The guy on deck is Holmes, the catcher.
It's worth consideration to make sure that you've got the plays. Because honestly, any sort of hit into the outfield, and you're looking at a situation, with the exception of a sacrifice, you're looking at an RBI.
That's in there for a strike, so it looks like they're going to attack. Holmes, 1 for 2 with a base hit. This is a ground ball to second. This should do it for the inning. Bad throw! 1 hops away from the first baseman. A tough day for Faulkner thus far. An E4 from Faulkner. Bailey can't get it. 2-0 lead for the Orioles.
On the plate, 2 runners score, making it 3-0 Orioles.
And 3 runs, actually. 2 runs scored on that, so 3-0 lead.
Now at the plate for Lombard, the catcher, number 50, Dylan Holmes.
Big error. You cannot give up errors like that. In a low-scoring game like this, which is starting to seem a little less like a low-scoring game, you can't make those kinds of mistakes.
Oh, 1 runner at second. Inside for a ball. 2-0 the count. Tough day for Faulkner, but you know what? It ain't over till it's over. Didn't miss by much. 3-0.
And wouldn't it be exciting, partner, if we got 2 exciting games back-to-back here to close out at Legion Field for the night?
Both walk-offs?
Both walk-offs. That'd be really cool, but might be tough to get a walk-off if you're the away team finding yourself down. And that's Holmes.
Yep.
Take his base on a walk.
Ball 4 will have runners on first and second with 2 outs.
So that might do it for LaFuse. But it is a mound visit for the young right-hander. That was just the first error, by the way, of the game for Portland.
And what a costly one it was.
That's why you got to set your feet, right? Always attack the baseball. Always charge the baseball.
It was real uncomfortable for Faulkner too, because he took the extra step. He wanted to make sure that he was in control of that ball. Still made an errant throw. But there is no in the past at this point. You got to shake it off and move on to the next play.
At the plate for the Orioles, the second baseman, number 1, John Flecker.
2 outs. Runners at first and second. Floodgates looking to open for Lombard in there for a strike.
Flecka had that awkward fielder's choice earlier
Right,
in the
yeah.
day.
We thought it was caught, then it wasn't, then the runner thought it was caught, went back to first. The 0-1 coming up. 2 runners on base. In the dirt. You know what, though? Even if Faulkner makes that play at second, they still have 1 hit. It's not his fault. I mean, yeah, it would have helped, but you can't win any games with one hit unless it's a home run or the other team is not getting any hits.
Inside.
Yep.
And that's the thing. It's responsibility on both sides of the ball. You got to be smart with it on defense to make sure you're not giving up too much. But you can't hit or you can't win if you don't score.
And they're not just not scoring, only one hit. Swing and a miss. Nice pitch by LaFuse.
Looking to get himself out of this inning.
He's done his job, right? Only giving up 4 hits. Honestly, could arguably be a 0-0 game. But things happen on defense, and now the Rockets have to adjust. Ground ball is short. This is going to be a tough play. Charging it. Good throw. Excellent throw, in fact, by McEldowney. But the damage is done. 2-run score off the air from Faulkner. We go to the top of the 6th. 3-0 lead for the Orioles.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Explore your next idea. Blaze new trails. Imagine new ways to do things. What will you do next?
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play.
Top of the 6th, Portland Rockers are 6 outs away from being eliminated. If you're just joining us, you've missed a heck of a game. But Portland has struggled offensively, and one of the reasons for that is Cody Freitas on the mound. He has been fabulous.
He has had his successes and his struggles, but overall 9 Ks, that's a good day.
You know, at the same time, when you're not giving up any hits, only 1 on the day, yeah, the 6 walks, they were troublesome, and most of them were early on in the game, which is why I brought up getting the bullpen up, because you would think those walks would come back to bite you, and eventually they would become hits. But, and a new bat coming up for the Rockets. As a 0-1 count.
That broken bat will be
Yeah.
a nice souvenir for the younger cousin.
Johnny Heitkamp at the plate. 0-1 to Heitkamp. Looking to get something going here. Inside fastball. Ball 1.
Heitkamp, a strikeout in the first.
Called away by Heitkamp.
Also fly out in the third.
I'm excited for tomorrow's quarters. And we'll find out which of these two teams will be playing in the quarterfinals. Outside for a ball.
It's been some exciting action over the past couple days in full play. Straight back to the pitcher.
Yep. Freitas with the 1-3 putout. Nice job staying with the pitch, and you got to field your position, right? It's not just pitching. Got to field it too. Greg Maddux was the best at it. Early was pretty good at it too. He made some highlight plays.
Maddox, a famous member of the Chicago Cubs for a while, but I knew him as an Atlanta Brave later in his career.
Had some excellent years with the Braves. Went to all those playoffs. Look at this bunt. My goodness. Sets his feet, throws, but Freitas late on the throw. And that Faulkner error looming large now because that would be the tying run. That's just the second hit of the day for Portland.
Now Brady a runner. And a meeting with Freitas. See some hustle from what looks like the bullpen, and that might do it for Freitas tonight.
Not surprising, his pitch count was very high with all those walks. So a new pitcher coming in from the bullpen, and we'll be back.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
At WNYathletics.com. You can thank me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Trevor Fishman on to pitch for the Lombard Orioles. Freitas did his job, partner. Struggled with his location at times, but kept the ball down so that it couldn't go the other way, a far way. And a 3-0 lead for Freitas. He's the pitcher of record. And looking for the hold or save even is Fishman.
And he is the guy that you want in this situation. 3 saves on the season. He's got 16 innings pitched, and currently he's got no earned runs.
Oh, wow.
Pretty solid closer in Trevor Fishman.
How many innings was it?
Let's double check. It's 16.
16 innings, no runs, or no earned runs?
No earned runs.
Any runs against?
Nope, no runs.
Okay, so
clean slate for the fella.
The defense plays behind him as well.
And that's in 8 games played.
Time ticking on the Rockets season. The Airs haven't helped, but they got to awaken the bats right now. Ground ball, and that's fouled away to the dugout. And I would not be surprised if we see Cody Freitas again in the quarter, semis, or championship game.
Ooh, late curve, but not inside enough. It's 2-1.
Close pitch, didn't get it. 3-1. Fishman coming out of the bullpen. There is a humongous gap in left center for this right-handed hitter in Faulkner. Trying to avenge that error, and when he lost it in the lights. Losing it in the lights, not really your fault. You know, it happens, but the error, you gotta do better. Foul tip. It's a dead ball. It's only live if it goes right into the glove.
And an update from North Central College. It's currently 5-3 Chicago Clout in the top of the 6th with 2 outs, but the bases are loaded for the Muskies. The hit could make that game more interesting, and a hit in this game to center, flying out.
Yeah, just a lazy fly ball and an easy catch for Waro.
Now the top 6 with 2 outs. The center fielder, number 3, Crosby, Hensler.
And Henizer coming to the plate.
See what Henizer can do here. A single and a line out to left. In the dirt for a ball. Good pick by Dylan Holmes. Pretty big gap in right center. Need a bloop and a blast, and it's a tie score. 2 outs, runner at first. Missed. Ooh, called a strike on that.
Nice movement on that ball.
Looked like it was in the batter's box, but 2-1 count. Ball. Looked like it hit the dirt, so wild pitch. If you're scoring at home. And we hope you are. We hope you're having fun, scoring the game, watching the game. Obviously, if you're an Orioles fan, having a little bit more fun than the Rockets fans. 3-1 count. Looking for a base hit, ball 4 if you're Quinn Faulkner. Sorry, Henizer. Ground ball to third. This is going to be a tough play on his back foot to the base. Gets there in time, does Henizer. Infield hit. Runners at the corners. Tying run coming to the plate. Evan Pierce looking to do something here.
Right fielder, 47, Evan Pierce.
As we're here in the 6th inning, this is the tying run at the plate. It's really exciting here down the stretch. I'm curious to see what they start doing with this. 2 outs, though.
In there for a strike. Oh, 1. That's going to drop down for a hit. As the second baseman for the Orioles and Fleeka decided to throw it over to second base.
Nice crack of the bat. And so the Rockets are on the board.
Swing of the bat, and you're up 4-3.
An update from North Central College. Still 5-3 Clout. Top of the 6th is over. So they get out of the jam.
Clout looking for the #1 overall seed. To be honest, though, it doesn't really matter if you're the 1 or 2. You just don't want to have to play at noon. You want to play at 3.
You really need that bye, or at least you really want that bye. It puts you in a better position. And hey, we were looking earlier at the number of hits because the Rockets just weren't getting it done. But here in the 6th, they're starting it off. It's 4 hits apiece for the Rockets and for the Orioles.
Yeah, they are hits, but bunting for a hit, a ground ball to third base, and it gets through the hole up the middle. But they're hits, right? 3 hits.
Yeah, they don't ask how, they ask how many. Little bouncer.
Over the pitcher's head. This is going to be close and past the second baseman. Fleeka can't make the play. And thinking about running home was Henizer. And fell down the play and then had to dive back to the bag. Infield hit. That's the 3rd one this inning as Kenny Bailey aboard. As McEldowney up. The lefty hitter, a base hit. Will score at least 1. Probably tie the game. Look how deep center field is for the Orioles.
They're set up expecting some heat from McEldowney.
They're rallying. Bases full of Rockets. Golden opportunity to tie this game up.
And it's
Bunt.
the sacrifice squeeze, but it's over the line.
And they go with the squeeze bunt, but 0-2 the count.
I think that's another thing to note for McEldowney is that he did strike out last inning, but that was against Freitas. Against Fishman, this is his first appearance.
0-2 the count. Bases are loaded. Pretty big gap in right center. But you got to attack anything close. McEldowney does, and he strikes out. Not happy is McEldowney. And Fishman gets out of the jam, but a run does score. We go to the bottom of the sixth. It's 3-1 in favor of the Orioles.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available.
Here come the Lombard Orioles, possibly their last at-bats of the day, as they're up 3-1 on the 3-1 on the Rockets. But still got a while to go here. Leading off for the Orioles will be Jake Trainer, the first baseman. A walk and also reached on a fielder's choice. Outside for a ball. Just joining us, the Rockets have had their opportunities. They've had the bases loaded twice and just one run to show for it. In there for a strike.
The Orioles have been aggressive on their base running, and it shows from the success last inning. But the Rockets still managed to get out of the jam, LaFuse being able to pitch his way out of it.
In the dirt for a ball. Good pick by White. The issues with losing that coin flip, even if the Rockets were to tie it up, right? You're the away team, so Lombard gets last licks.
Everybody wants to play hero in the walk-off situation.
It is nice when you're up to bat, and if you score, you win. It's a different feeling than when you're the away team. We still have to get 3 outs to win, right?
Oh, yeah.
2-2 the count. Makes it a full count.
Yeah, one of my more embarrassing baseball memories was the 2016 World Series with the Cubs. So Game 7 against the Indians, Cubs and Indians, in the 8th inning, the Indians come back.
Yeah, one hopper to short. It's going to be a long throw. It was a long throw, but it was right at him, so I'm going to say E6. McEldowney can't make the play. Second error of the game for the Rockets. But yeah, it's like I told you before, Rajai Davis hit that 2-run homer to tie it up.
And the Cubs had it in the bag for the most part, but that 2-run homer, and next thing you know, we're in a rain delay. So it's the most exciting game in Chicago Cubs history, but my nerves couldn't take it. I turned it off. Checked in again at 1 o'clock in the morning Eastern time and found out the Cubbies were World Series champs.
Yeah, because you were on Eastern time zone. Here's a bunt to the pitcher. LaFuse has to attack it close. First base umpire calls him safe. I agree. Sure looked like that Cody got there in time. Infield hit. Runners at first and second. And this is not looking good right now for the Rockets.
You got to look to the bullpen. Looks like we've got some folks going to warm up in the bullpen.
Would be a big insurance run if you score here. You got first and second, nobody out. Bottom of the order, so Potter will probably be bunting here, one would think. He does. Foul ball. Potter having a pretty decent game. He has a walk, a run, and 2 stolen bases.
Got real close to getting a 3rd stolen base to take home, but picked off. by the Rockets. So he couldn't quite make it all the way around
Right.
the bases.
Yep. They did the double steal, and the Rockets were not fooled.
Another bunt. So it's 0-2 for Will Potter.
Oh, 0-2 the count. Both teams with 5 hits, 2 errors for the Rockets. One of those errors costly. The second one might also be costly. It was a leadoff hitter that got on base via the E6. Middle infielder struggling a little bit for the Portland Rockets. And tried to get the bunt down on 2 strikes, fouled away for strike 3 as Potter goes back to the dugout.
Runners on first and second.
Walrow now up. He's 0 for 3 with a strikeout.
Ward.
Fly out, a ground out, and a strikeout. He's done everything but get on base, and so you'd argue he's due.
Yeah, the old saying, the back of the baseball card stats.
Oh, yeah.
Fouled away. And that's something you have to think about as a manager, right? Remember that start that Carson Kelly got out to this year for the Cubs?
Oh, yeah.
But as a manager, you got to be like, look, this guy isn't going to hit 500 the rest of the season. We still have to attack. And when Juan Soto got off to that bad start, well, he's not going to hit 182 the whole year.
Right.
So don't always attack him in the middle of the plate. 0-1 the count with 1 out. Right, law of probability. A 3-point shooter is shooting 40% that night, but he's an all-time 30% 3-point shooter. Is he going to continue to shoot 40% the rest of the series?
Yeah, maybe he's having himself a night, but go to sleep, that game is over.
That might be caught. Throwing over to second, and the umpires agree. So it's a line drive to the second baseman. Faulkner makes up for that error a little bit, throws it over to McEldowney, and that does it for the Threat. We go to the top of the 7th, a 3-1 lead for the Orioles here on the NABF World Series.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
At WNYathletics.com. You can thank me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers, the Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
How's it going, everybody? I'm Kyle Smith alongside Stephen Taylor. It's the top of the 7th as it's 6 for 1 in the 6-hole. So that would be Fleeka's day is over at second base, and they're going to put Jeroen Vasquez at second base. It was a late substitution. We just found out about 20 seconds ago. So a defensive substitution, and we'll see how Vasquez does at second base. But meanwhile, that's a pitch on the outside part for a ball. And time's a ticking right now for Portland.
Jordan Vasquez did make an appearance against the Hackensack Prosts.
So it's Jordan, not Jeroen. We'll have to have a penmanship test after the game, right?
Yeah, we'll all go back and we'll practice our cursive.
That's a ground ball to first. This should be an easy play. Flipped over to the closer as Fishman gets to the bag in time.
A 3-1 ground out. The first out of the top of the seventh.
Down to their last 2 outs.
Now at the plate for the Rockets. The designated hitter of 45, Joel Kennedy.
Hard to win games, partner, when you only score 1 run.
Got to make sure you get the bat on the ball, but you got to complete the run because 5 hits apiece for both Portland and Lombard, but you got to get them around. And it's the top of the 7th in the Pool A game between the Clout and the Muskies. 6-3 Clout with 1 out. Down to their final 2 outs, the Muskies are.
Kennedy trying to get on base. As that's outside for a ball. Makes it 1-1. Kennedy today, a strikeout, a walk, and a flyout to right field. He reached second on the wild pitch from Freitas. Ground ball to short. Over to the bag. Throwing it over to first, and a nice throw from Williams. Able to get Kennedy 2 up, 2 down.
Now at the plate for the Rockets. The left fielder, number 44, Johnny Heitkamp.
And so it's down to their final out, Portland Rockets. Heitkamp to the plate. Strikeout, a flyout, and a ground ball.
Down to their last bullet. On the outside corner for a strike. If Heitkamp gets on, it'll be Brady. And then if Brady gets on, it'll be Faulkner. Excellent pitching today from the Lombard Orioles. In there for a strike. The home plate umpire was thinking about it, but it was just too much on the inner part of the plate to call it a ball. But like we talked about before, partner, it's easier for the umpire to call it a strike when it's not caught. You can see him thinking about it. Should I call it a ball? Should I call it a ball? No, it was a strike. But it's harder for me to do it when it's not framed. Liner up the middle, so the tying run coming to the plate. Don't call it a comeback yet. That's how that famous Mets rally began in the 1986 World Series Game 6. A 2-out single by Gary Carter.
That third out's going to be super important, and not just because it ends the game, but because, like, that's the whole thing.
Right, you can't. It's not over until it's over. You still got to get the third out, right?
And until you do, you're stuck on the field.
And the pressure cooker continues to be worse and worse, right? We saw it in the previous game. It went from 10-4, then 10-5, then they went to the bullpen, then it became 10-8.
And I think what you have here that's a little bit different is that Fishman's a pretty confident pitcher. He's had some time on the season and had no runs given up until tonight.
Did that hit his foot? And not even an argument from the Rockets. And I agree. I think it hit off the home plate umpire's foot and not the left-handed batter at Bragy's foot.
I agree. And a final from North Central College, Clout over the Muskies, 6-3.
So the Clout get the #1 overall seed. Congratulations to them. They'll be at Zimmerman Field tomorrow. We've got the 2 seed.
Fouled off into the neighboring soccer field here.
So the Muskies give up 7 runs total in the tournament. They didn't make it easy on this tournament committee, right? Tailing all the runs for the runs allowed tiebreaker.
Really keeping the scorekeepers honest. What's baseball without math?
Close. Ooh, that was a nice piece of hitting.
Real close to exactly the hit you want.
Inside out swing. Third base playing off the bag and almost an RBI double for Brady, but now he's down to his last strike. Here we go. The 1-2 coming up. That ball, it's going to get through as not able to make the play was Flake. And into home plate is Kennedy. Actually, it was Heitkamp. And here we go. 3-2 game.
It's getting a little exciting here, Legion Field. Get your Rockets rally cap on.
RBI single for Brady. Faulkner, wouldn't that be something? He made up for his error with a game-tying RBI double.
2 strikeouts and a flyout on the day. He is due.
Oh, 1 home plate umpire calls time. It's been a fun one here at the home of the Thunder. If we go to extras, it's California rules. Ground ball. This is going to be a tough play at third base. The throw in the dirt. Can't make the play. It goes into right field. Rounding third base. Here comes Brady. The throw. He is safe. Is he out at third? We're going to say outside. Outside the baseline is Faulkner. Now, you can't throw your helmet. You can get thrown out for that. Base umpire decides not to throw him out. It's not 4-3, it's 3-3, so they updated on the Jumbotron. Looked like he was out of the baseline. So if he wasn't out of the baseline, he was tagged out anyways.
100%. It was one or the other. He was just done on that base running.
So it was a bad throw, partner. We're going to say E5 on that.
E5.
E5. Brady scores. We're going to take a break. It's 3-3 going to the bottom of the 7th.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
At WNYathletics.com. You can thank me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Well, the baseball game continues. It was 3-1 in the top of the 7th, but a crucial error at third base as Spadafora, with a bad throw, not able to get it in the dirt, was Trainer, and a 3-3 tie.
Leading off the bottom 7 for the Lombard Orioles, the shortstop, number 9, Hudson Williams.
When Faulkner that last out on the in the top of the 7th. Very aggressive on the base running. I know you want to see if you can put it up and end it in 7, but
here's a little pop fly to right field. Look at this diving play. Faulkner making up for the air with a brilliant catch.
Faulkner is locked in.
And a nice diving play by the
aggression, confidence. That's what you like to see out of your players.
Look, nobody likes to be remembered for an error. Just ask Billy Buckner about that.
Oh, yeah.
Over 2,000 career hits, but Bill Buckner in Boston. After what happened in the 1986 World Series. Had an excellent career with the Red Sox, the Cubs, and a couple other teams. And we'll talk about Buckner because he was traded for a certain first baseman for the Cubs. I went outside. Everybody knows what happened to Bill Buckner, right? I'm not going to talk about what happened. If you just want to know what happened, Google it. But he was actually traded to the Red Sox as the 1-0 coming up. Outside for a ball. He was traded because the Cubs had an up-and-coming first baseman named Leon Durham. And in Game 5 of the 85-84 World Series, that one is absolutely smoked, but foul. It's just a very loud strike. He made a play at first base, went under his glove. just like Buckner. But nobody remembers that play because it wasn't Game 6 of the World Series. Cub fans do, but it's not as remembered.
It's tough when you're in a tight situation, much the same as this one here. Got to make sure you put your best foot forward. It'll be unassisted.
Yep, nice play at first base made by Bailey. We've got ourselves a ball game here. 3-3. One away from going to California rules.
Defense really stepping up for LaFuse, who's about to throw his 109th pitch.
You know, what was interesting about that play from Faulkner, he wanted to be overly aggressive, but it was close to him being thrown out before the runner got to home, which means he's out and the game's over. The run's got to score.
Be careful when you're getting into that situation. Because I know you want to play hero, but the guy ahead of you is more important.
Correct. And you don't know if you're going to get another opportunity.
It really was do or die time. It comes down to the wire, and that's a perfect example of how it's good that he crossed home plate before the out.
1-0 the count. Obviously, it's always easy to say in hindsight, right? That was going to be a tough play for Spatafora regardless. Do you think he should have considered eating it?
You definitely consider it, but everybody wants to make the play.
Right, just to finish the game.
You never know whether you're going to hold on to one, and it's actually going to be the decision maker there.
Yeah, you can never play not to lose, right? There's a difference between being conservative and overthinking it. Yeah, could Trainer gotten off the bag to avoid that? Well, if Its and Butts were candy nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas, right?
Oh, yeah.
You can't do woulda, coulda, shoulda. And for the Lombard Orioles, they just got to move past it outside. Same thing we talked about Faulkner. Heads up base running was just an excellent throw in right field from Potter. He's made some excellent plays today. That catch in foul territory. 3-1 right now to Colazzo. Close pitch, called a strike. Colazzo not arguing the call. Fun game tonight. How about that? Back-to-back night games. The primetime slots have gone into the bottom of the seventh. Both teams with 2 errors. Both have led to runs.
Down to his last strike for the inning, and
close pitch, didn't get it.
Base instead.
So a 2-out walk. How many pitches, by the way, for LaFuse?
He's now up to 114.
Oh boy. And that's their game changer count. It's not even our game changer, so that's more the official account than ours. You would think this is his last inning.
Absolutely. You start to consider, if you do win this game, which both teams at this point have to consider the idea of winning this game, what comes next? Are you going to have a bullpen depth for a doubleheader tomorrow?
Or do you just do a bullpen game for the quarterfinal? The Indians did that. They actually won. Now, of course, Addison made some errors, helped them out, but they did the bullpen game, and it kind of worked, I guess. 0-1 count. I still remember the 2018 NLCS. I think it was Wade Miley that was the starting pitcher for the Brewers, and Wade Miley came out of the bullpen to be the starter, faced one batter, and then they went right to the righty because the Dodgers went with all righty at batters. This one's going to get to the gap, and it's going to fall down for a hit. Oh, man, Potter has an absolute, well, that's not Potter, that's Pierce, has an absolute cannon in right field. Base hit, so with that single from Colazzo, Holmes on the single, so with that single from Holmes, Fleeka can win the game with a base hit. And that should do it for LaFuse. He was absolutely phenomenal today, but you just can't have a guy throw 150 pitches. So that'll do it for LaFuse. The Rockets go to the bullpen, and we'll be back.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Runners at first and second. Season on the line for both teams as both teams are 1-1 in pool play. Winner advances to the quarterfinals tomorrow at noon. The loser, they get a round of applause, but their season is over. Look, the Rockets could have just given up when they were down 3-0 earlier in the game, but they fought back, some good at-bats. But now they got to get it done with their relief pitcher and pick up their starter, LaFuse. He's responsible for the runner on second. And because of that error at third base, that excellent performance by Cody Freitas, he is now going to get a no decision. Why wins and losses are becoming less commonplace in the game of baseball. More about whip and FIP and WAR. What is it good for? Absolutely everything when it comes to baseball. Runners at first and second, coming out of the bullpen.
Wild pitch to start.
Outside.
Wild pitch to start for Jaden Simpson. They made an appearance against the Trousts, combined for that no-hitter.
Wow. On the outside corner for a strike. So Vasquez is at the plate. He entered for Fleeca. Base hit most likely wins the game. Look at that opening in second base. Swing and a miss from Vasquez. If Vasquez were to get on base, Trainer is on deck. 1-2 count.
Vasquez down to his last strike here.
Anything to the outfield. Can't cut it off. Got to allow it to get to the plate. High and outside. 2-2. This is the pressure cooker, not just for the pitcher and the catcher and the batter, but also the outfielders.
And you got to hope for, if you're Vasquez, that you're warmed up and that you're ready for this. Feels like it's been years, almost.
Yeah, right.
Since you did warm-ups, but he was pretty solid in the top of the seventh in the fielding role.
Trying to get a single versus trying to get a home run. So many different stances and approaches. Goes on the pitch. That'll be a walk. No wild pitch, obviously. And now the winning run 90 feet away. For Trainer, he reached on an E6, reached on a fielder's choice, and reached on a base on ball. So he's 0 for 2 technically, but his on-base percentage plus is 100, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, bases loaded, 2 outs in the bottom of the seventh.
High fly ball. This should get caught. Oh, my goodness, that was close. So freaking close, but a good catch as Brager makes the adjustment. We go to the top of the 8th. California rules approach us here at the home of the 2025 NABF World Series.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Top of the eighth, California rules approach us. The last batted out goes to second base. It's an 0-0 count on the batter. We saw this last night. It was 1-1 going into the eighth inning, and then 4 runs at the top of the eighth. The home team could not answer in the Fort Wayne Jackers. The Muskies went on to win. Huge win for them, of course, as they lost to the Chicago Clout team. So Muskies will be going to the round of 6. Meanwhile, we still don't know who's going to win this one to advance to the round of 6. So it's going to be Henizer, Pierce, and Bailey here in the top of the eighth, and Faulkner at second base.
What a unique situation Faulkner finds himself in. He's back on base, just in the same exact position he was in just an inning ago.
Right, then he tried to get to third and was thrown out by the right fielder in Potter. And after all that, he can win the game. As that swung on and fouled away by Henizer. He can win the game for the Rockets.
Opportunity's back in his hands.
Are you kidding me? How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Got to be excited if you're Quinn Faulkner in this situation, but you're relying on Crosby Henizer. Takes a low ball.
Yep. And Fishman, you got to know, look, it's going to be hard for us to not give up a run. I got to focus at the batter, not the runner. Remember last night, third baseman played in, then a stolen base at third base. Swung on and missed by Henizer. And that started the rally for the Muskies. Fort Wayne couldn't recover after that, so you can't play 2, and now you see the third baseman in Spadafora playing back.
2-2. Got to be mindful because the runner at second, some people might look at him as a guarantee, but it really isn't. Until he crosses home plate, he's still just a runner. You want to keep him there if you can. Maybe get the force if you can. But I wouldn't walk anybody for it, but it depends on who's the batter. In this situation, he's still pitching straight, and he's got a full count for Crosby Henizer.
The 3-2. Runner at second, nobody out. Liner, it's going to get down for a hit. Faulkner had to go back to the bag, but he'll score anyways. And it is a 4-3 lead for the Rockets.
The RBI double takes the lead for the Rockets.
And partner, did he touch third base? We're going to watch it on replay right here. If he did, he barely touched it.
Quinn Faulkner, way to step up, way to go back and make up for that aggressive base running with some aggressive base running. And the Rockets have their first lead of the game.
Not only that, but he froze on a line drive. He didn't actually have to go back to the bag, so that wasn't the greatest base running, but freezing on the line drive, not getting overly confident, overly aggressive, making sure to not get doubled off. It's going to be a wild pitch. Now I think you need to consider bringing the infield in because nobody out. And I know we're in the bottom of the order, and the thought process is if Henizer scores, you still have your chance with the California rules to tie the game up or win it. And you do see the infield in here. 1-0 count.
Ooh.
Broke the bat.
Broken bat.
And Henizer will stay at third. Good tag that time by Fishman. 1 unassisted if you're scoring at home. You got to keep the infield in. Bailey up. He has a walk in the 5th, a walk in the 2nd, and an infield hit in the 6th. Got to keep the infield in. Still have 3 outs to go for the Orioles, but right now After losing the ball in the lights and a 2-base error from Faulkner, he right now has the go-ahead run. It ain't over till you get 21 outs.
And Fishman with no runs coming into this game. No earned runs, no regular runs. No runs altogether.
Right, that doesn't count as a run because it's California.
And now he's got to be mindful of the fellow at third.
Because it wasn't his base runner, that's why it doesn't count as his run.
He came in the 6th, so 3 runs before then, though. Now he's playing smart defense here.
He came into the 6th with 2 outs.
Oh, with 2 outs. Excuse me then. Well, it wasn't with 2 outs, was it?
Yeah.
Top of the lineup, shortstop, number 17, Noah. For Clowney.
And Freitas gets the no decision. Meanwhile, there's 2 outs. And that'll bring up McEldowney as it misses for a ball.
McEldowney reached base on an error in the first inning. Since then, he's struck out twice.
In there for a strike. If you're just joining us, Rockets were up. They were down 3-0, then 4 unanswered runs. Outside, ball 2. Freitas had an excellent day, but they had to take him out late in the ball game. And Fishman could not get the save. It's a liner. Will it stay fair? Just foul.
The wind has died down, but a little bit of a curve there. Looked fine off the bat. Found its way on the other side of the line.
That runner at third is so big because remember, the Orioles get their own runner at second base, 0-0 count.
Another question about whether you treat him as a guaranteed score.
Right, yeah.
But while you're still on offense, you almost consider that a guaranteed score, and you want that insurance run. Currently
Good
standing at
pitch.
third.
And Fishman will get the called strikeout. Gets the benefit of the doubt from the umpire. We go to the bottom of the 8th. 4-3 lead for the Rockets here at the 2025 NABF World Series.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Explore your next idea. Blaze new trails. Imagine new ways to do things. What will you do next?
Here we go, partner. Bottom of the 8th. Runner at second base. Nobody out. And the Lombard Orioles need a run to preserve the game and their season. If they get a home run, they win it.
Simpson's got a save already on the season. Looking to see if he can get another one tonight.
It's definitely the pressure cooker with a runner at second, nobody out. You're just hoping to only give up 1 run. And it's absolute gravy if you can get out of the jam unscathed. And it's not your jam, obviously. It's part of the rule book, but still a jam nonetheless.
Leading off to the bottom of the 8th.
So it'll be
Left fielder, number 10.
Craner at second base and Cody, the leadoff hitter. He had an infield hit in the 2nd and an infield hit in the 6th. Struck out looking in the 4th. Here comes Simpson, comes set. And good job by Cody. Ooh, they're going to call a strike on that. Cody thought it was a ball. Whatever you do, got to find a way to get that runner to third base. with less than 2 outs. Here's the bunt. Will it stay fair? Didn't have to attack, but the first baseman in Bailey goes after the ball. I think it was eventually going to go foul, partner, but remember, if it touches the base, then it's an automatic fair ball. Anyways, they decide to be aggressive. Sack bunt, 3 unassisted. Well, you're up by a run, and I agree, they're going to bring the infield in. Because you got the 9-hole hitter here. Anything to the outfield ties the game. Outside fastball for a ball.
Potter has the opportunity to play hero. Very aggressive game he's had.
Yep.
Some important catches. Got pretty close to rounding the bases, but caught stealing home on that exciting play back in the 5th.
Yeah. These little things, these little plays of the game, you don't think it's going to factor into the final score, but it did, right?
You never know until you know. Or as Fallout Boy says, just so you know, you never know.
2-0 the count. Runner at third. 3-0. 3-0 green light here.
Swing away if you want it.
It's got to be a perfect pitch. Infield very shallow. Even with the base is Brager. And that's in there for a strike. Orioles wanted the ball 4 walk, but home plate umpire said it was at the knees. Brager now in shallow. In there for a strike.
He's battling back.
And for Potter, you can't go down looking or swinging. You got to find a way to put that ball in play and force the defense to work. Ground ball to third. Goes at the bag.
Oh,
they say it. Brager with the 5 unassisted put out. So with Trainer at third base, he decides to not go on contact, but he didn't get back to the base quick enough, and a 5 unassisted put out. Diving play by Brager, and possibly a game saver.
Heads up play by Brager. Looking really alive, keeping an eye on the lead base runner. You know you don't want to give up that runner.
To the top of the order it goes. The Orioles are 1 out away from blowing a 3-0 lead late in the ball game. High fastball for a ball. One would think that Potter's going to be running soon. That's a pickoff attempt. And just when it looked like Simpson was going to have to pitch into the 9th, unbelievable play by Brager.
Big heads up play. They've got Waro at the plate, and he's already looking to swing away.
Humongous gap in right center. I know you don't want to end the game on a caught stealing, but you got to help out your leadoff hitter as well.
And I've brought up the grand slam he had a couple games ago, but the reason I bring it up is because that could end the game here.
Right, little fly ball to right field, but way out of play. 1-2 the count. They're down to their last bullet. You know, some managers like to play the no doubles defense, but I think you just do what got you here, right? And just hope he doesn't hit the gap.
That's where you got to lean on Simpson.
1-2 coming up. That one's going to be hit to left, but it's right at the left fielder. Snow cone catch, and it's made by Heitkamp. And the Rockets hold on. They come back from a 3-0 deficit. They score off an error in the top of the 7th, tie the game, and then win it in the 8th. What a play, yeah. What a play by Brager. What a comeback from the Rockets. An excellent game from the Orioles, but the Rockets were just a little bit better.
It really comes down to that heads-up play and that heads-up base running. Quinn Faulkner able to get around the bases, and then Brager just a heads-up play on defense, keeping the runner out and tagging the lead runner, and that's the ball game.
Sure was. And for the Orioles, well, It just ain't over till it's over. The Addison Braves learned that the hard way, and the Orioles did the game after.
And what an exciting day of baseball we've had here. It's second half at Legion Field here.
Final thoughts about the game and what we saw today, partner?
Well, this is the excitement of the NABF World Series. You get some evenly matched teams, and even when you find your mismatches, you get these exciting games, and this is what baseball's all about. It's really exciting to be invited to this tournament and get to witness some of this great baseball here in Carroll Stream.
So far, excellent crew for Kyle Pronzinski and Matt Goodberry, Stephen Taylor. I'm Kyle Smith. We'll see you tomorrow for the quarterfinals and the semis. Final score once again. It's the Portland Rockets 4 and the Lombard Orioles 3. Drive home safely, everybody.